Chapter 2151. A martial saint can actually injure a martial god in the end. This is simply incredible. Moreover, an evil cultivator can attract such a huge power of belief, which is something Yu Buchuan can't understand at all. Yu Buchuan lightly placed a hand on David's wrist, checking his pulse like a traditional Chinese physician. After a while, Yu Buchuan frowned and said, "You are really bold. You actually dared to deceive your master. Did you injure this man? And in order to shirk responsibility, you deliberately called him an evil cultivator and fabricated a story to lie to me?" Yu Buchuan glared at Lu Xing and Lu Rui, causing the two of them to fall to their knees. "Master, how would we dare lie to you? This person is truly an evil cultivator. We saw with our own eyes that he absorbed the strength of that Zhu Yuan," Lu Xing said quickly. "Master, what my brother said is true. I saw it as well. We would never dare deceive you," Lu Rui added hurriedly. Yu Buchuan looked at the two coldly and found that they didn't appear to be lying. So he said, "This person is not an evil cultivator. As for what you mentioned about him absorbing Zhu Yuan's strength, there are other hidden reasons. He has no evil aura whatsoever. On the contrary, this person possesses a great amount of pure yang energy, and there are several forces in him that even I cannot determine the origin of. Ruier, go and get the Xingyuan pill. We must first wake him up before discussing anything else." However, Lu Rui didn't move. Instead, Lu Xing said from the side, "Master, the Xingyuan pill is your life-saving elixir. We don't have many left. Wouldn't it be a waste to give it to this evil cultivator?" "Nonsense. I already said he is not an evil cultivator. How did I teach you? Although our pure yang sect remains hidden from the world, if we encounter someone whose life is in danger, we should help. Although we pursue supreme strength, we must not be without mercy. When a person loses compassion, no matter how powerful he becomes, he is nothing more than a killing machine. Go and bring the Xingyuan pill." Yu Buchuan reprimanded Lu Xing angrily. His words also served as a lesson to the other disciples. Seeing this, Lu Rui hurried to fetch the pill, and soon a green pill was handed to Yu Buchuan. Without hesitation, Yu Buchuan placed the Xingyuan pill into David's mouth. Immediately afterward, a stream of energy entered David's body. "You all retreat. I will heal him." Yu Buchuan waved his hand, signaling the disciples to withdraw. Tianlai sect. Tong Haiyang looked at his son's embarrassed appearance, his beard trembling with anger. "Look at you. Do you have even a little dignity as the young master? Don't you brag every day that you're one of the top young figures in the hidden world? You claim no one can compare to you, yet look at yourself now, like a beggar. Isn't this shameful?" Tong Haiyang scolded Tong Yugong, his old face red with fury. Tong Yugong lowered his head, enduring the scolding. After all, he had indeed been humiliated by a mere martial saint and later embarrassed in front of the Chunying sect. While Tong Haiyang was chastising him, a woman approached with a young man in his early 20s. "Master, I heard that Yugong was injured." "What happened?" the woman asked. The young man also glanced at Tong Yugong and said, "Brother, why do you look so pathetic? Don't tell me some old fellows from the hidden world ganged up on you. It's not like there was a gathering, the elders wouldn't bother dealing with the younger generation. And among the younger generation, with your strength, who else could injure you?" Although he sounded concerned, there was clear schadenfreude in his tone. Chapter 2152. Tong Yukai, don't pretend to be kind here. "Whoever it was, you still can't compare to me," Tong Yugong said coldly to the young man. "Yugong, how can you talk to your brother like that? He's worried about you," the woman said disapprovingly. "Oh, please. You and your son pretending to care about me?" Tong Yugong snorted coldly. "You!" The woman's expression twisted with anger. "All right, stop talking," Tong Haiyang said. The argument came to an end. Tong Yugong and Tong Yukai were half-brothers. After Tong Yogong's mother died, Tong Haiyang remarried and had Tong Yukai. Their relationship had never been good. Tong Yukai had always wanted to replace Tong Yugong as the heir of the Tianlai sect, But Tong Haiyang never agreed. Now that Tong Yogong's strength had greatly improved after genetic modification, his position became even more secure. Although Tong Yukai also wished to undergo modification, Tong Haiyang refused, using his young age as an excuse. Brother, you claim to be a martial god, yet you were defeated by a martial saint. I heard that the guy isn't even from a hidden world sect. Isn't that ridiculous? With members of the Pure Yang sect watching, our Tianlai sect's young master was beaten by a martial saint. How do you expect other sects to view us? Oh, and I also heard that you even revealed your genetic repair ability in front of them. That's the Tianlai sect's greatest secret. Why would you expose something like that in front of the Pure Yang sect? Tong Yukai pressed on relentlessly. His words made sweat trickle down Tong Yogong's forehead. He had concealed many details from Tong Haiyang, fearing punishment. Now that Tong Yukai exposed everything, anger and fear filled him. Tong Yukai! Stop spouting nonsense! Tong Yugong shouted. Brother, why are you so anxious? I only repeated what the others said. If you don't believe it, we can call the people who went with you and ask. Tong Yukai smiled faintly. You! Tong Yugong was speechless. Tong Haiyang glared at him. Is what your brother said true? Dad, I was. But Tong Haiyang cut him off. Enough. You are simply useless. You couldn't defeat a martial saint, and you even exposed the secret of our genetic modification. You are to reflect at the cliff. When you truly understand your mistakes, you may come out. Tong Haiyang waved his hand. Dad, I was wrong. I understand now. Please don't send me to the cliff. But Tong Haiyang didn't soften. He ordered his people to take Tong Yugong away. As he was dragged off, Tong Yukai and his mother smiled in satisfaction. Dad, I've already learned some details about the guy who injured my brother. His name is David. He's a fairly well-known figure in Kyoto's martial world recently. His strength is only at the martial artist level. He's currently being sheltered by the Pure Yang sect. But he injured my brother and embarrassed our Tianlai sect. I will personally find him and avenge my brother. I will restore our Tianlai sect's honor. Tong Yukai declared confidently. But your brother was stronger than you and still got injured. Can you defeat David? And the Pure Yang sect won't hand him over easily, Tong Haiyang said with a frown. Dad, I have my own ways. Strength alone doesn't solve everything, you also need brains. His words implied that Tong Yugong had none. Very well. Be careful. I don't want you getting hurt too. Tong Haiyang patted his shoulder. Don't worry, Dad. Tong Yukai was overjoyed at receiving his father's approval. Chapter 2153. After Tong Yukai and his mother left, Tong Haiyang's expression became cold. Could it be that if you destroy the law, will you really be punished by God? Tong Haiyang stared out the window blankly, looking at the blue sky. Even if they don't ask about the world, they are hidden from the world, but if they want to become immortals and become Buddhas, it is still as difficult as going to the sky. Even if they have become gods in the eyes of ordinary people, only they know it. They are still a long way from the true God. At this time, Tong Yukai, who had walked out of the room, happily said to his mother, Mom, see if you don't, this is an opportunity, our chance is here. This time, I must compare that Tong Yugong. In the future, Tianlai Pai will be mine. But you have to hurry up and tell Uncle Wang, let him modify my genes. Tong Yotsai's mother looked at her son and nodded, don't worry, I've got your Uncle Wang done, you can modify your genes at any time, and your Uncle Wang said that he will support you. Ha ha ha, that's great, with Uncle Wang's support, even a child has merit. No matter how talented you are, Lei Pai will be mine sooner or later. Tong Yukai laughed excitedly. Son, you just boasted about Haikao in front of your dad. How are you going to deal with the person who hurt your eldest brother? If he can hurt your eldest brother, it proves that he is not weak, and you are definitely not an opponent. The woman asked worriedly. Mom, Don't worry, I've already inquired about it. That guy named David doesn't have much strength, but the elder brother underestimated the enemy and was injured. Strength, if it wasn't for someone from the Pure Yang sect, that guy would have been brought back long ago. And there is a more important thing, that David should be an evil cultivator. As long as I catch him and learn his evil cultivating method, and adding genetic modification, the whole hidden world is afraid that there will be nothing. People are my opponents. At that time, Tong Yukai can only be a resource for my cultivation. Tong Yotsai's eyes flashed with endless greed. It seems that his ambitions are not only the Tianlei faction. But how did you ask Qingyang's sect to hand over people? The woman continued to ask. I just need to inform the other sects about the Pure Yang sect's protection of Xie Xiu. When the time comes, we will go and ask for someone. I believe that the Pure Yang sect will definitely give someone. Tong Yukai said with a slight smile. Well, I'll tell you Uncle Wang and let him accompany you. I've secretly accompanied him for so many years, and it's time for him to repay our mother and son. After that, Tong Yotsai's mother left in a hurry. Tong Yukai, on the other hand, has endless greed flashing in his eyes. Pure Yangzong. David slowly opened his eyes, looking at the clean and tidy room. David frowned. Because he can't remember where he is. He only remembered the moment before he fainted, and then he remembered nothing. Slowly getting up, David moved his body and found that there was no major problem. Then the spiritual power swam around in the body and found that it was also unobstructed. Where is this? Who saved me? David muttered, wanting to open the door and go out. But just after the door was opened, they bumped into a beautiful figure. I'm sorry. David quickly apologized. And this figure is Lu Rui. Lu Rui is holding a bowl of lotus seed soup in his hand, and David is scattered. You're awake, I'm so sorry. Lu Rui hurriedly wiped David's body. David looked at Lu Rui and recognized at a glance that this was the girl with a boy and a girl on the side when he and Tong Yugong were fighting. Chapter 2154. At that time, both of them looked at him with murderous intent. Although David didn't know the reason, he was sure that the two would not be friends. But looking at the girl's expression now, it doesn't seem to be malicious. Where am I? What's your name? How many days have I been in a coma? David asked Lu Rui. My name is Lu Rui, this is the Qingyang sect, and my master rescued you. You have been in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights, and I almost thought you couldn't survive. Lu Rui smiled slightly. What kind of Tianlei faction does your Pure Yang sect follow, and it is also the Hidden World sect? David asked. I don't know if I should say something, but I'd better call my master. After Lu Rui finished speaking, she turned around and was about to go out. But as soon as he turned around, Lu Xing walked in and saw that David was awake, and Lu Xing said with a trace of anger in his eyes, My life is really big, and it was really saved by Master, and Master did not hesitate to save his own life. Zhenjuanden gave this evil cultivator, I really don't know what the Master thinks. Brother, the Master said that he is not a cultist, and the Master will definitely not be wrong. And how could the evil cultivator attract such a large number of people? As for the power of faith, there must be a misunderstanding here. I'm going to call Master over now. Lu Rui went to call Yu Buchuan after she finished speaking. But Lu Xing still looked at David with cold eyes. David knew that the other party had misunderstood, and quickly explained, This brother, I'm really not an evil cultivator, absorbing that Zhu Yuan's strength is just a part of my ability in the practice. I didn't kill and absorb other people's strengths for the sake of cultivation, and I didn't kill any ordinary people. I hope you don't misunderstand. Since he was saved by the other party, David felt that it was necessary to explain clearly. You are not an evil cultivator, how could you be able to injure Tong Yugong, the martial god, with your martial saint realm? Even I can't hurt that Tong Yugong, you are a little martial saint, why can you? It's clear that you are an evil cultivator, I don't know what kind of evil cultivator you used. Lu Xing snorted coldly, not believing what David said at all. David opened his mouth and didn't know how to explain it. At this moment, an old and stern voice came. Xinger, your arrogant temperament must be changed. If you can't do something, don't you allow others to do it? You have such a jealous mind, why don't you practice more? Yu Buchuan came in and reprimanded Lu Xing. Lu Xing bowed his head and said nothing. David, this is my master, Yu Buchuan, the sect master of Chunyang's sect. Lu Rui was introduced to David. Sect master Yu, thank you for saving your life. David thanked Yu Buchuan. Little brother is too polite, saving the dead and helping the wounded is what my martial arts world should do. It's just that many people have forgotten their original intentions in pursuit of fame and strength. Now seeing you recover, I'm also happy. Yu Buchuan showed a kind smile on his face. But just after speaking, Yu Buchuan's face suddenly changed, and then he coughed violently, and his breathing became short. Seeing this, Lu Xing and Lu Rui hurried forward to support Yu Buchuan. Junior sister, quickly get the medicine for master. Lu Xing said to Lu Rui. Oh, Lu Rui nodded, then took out a porcelain bottle from Yu Buchuan's pocket, and poured out a pill from it. After stuffing the pill into Yu Buchuan's mouth, Yu Buchuan soon recovered. It's an old problem, it made my little brother laugh. Yu Buchuan smiled awkwardly. At this time, Lu Rui, who was beside him, was holding the porcelain bottle, frowned and said, Master, you have only one Xingyuan Dan left? Chapter 2155. Yes. Yu Buchuan nodded. Master, how can this be done? This is your life-saving elixir. It must not be wasted. I will go to the warehouse to prepare resources and send them to the medicine refining sect so they can refine some yuan-enhancing pills for you. Lu Xing was about to leave, but Yu Buchuan grabbed him. Xinger, don't go. For so many years, our Pure Yang sect has spent countless resources just to prolong my life. As a result, our disciples have far fewer cultivation resources than those of other sections. This has caused our Pure Yang sect to be weaker than them. I know that whenever you go out, you are looked down upon and bullied by others. That is because I, your teacher, am incompetent. My life should end as it is. Do not waste more resources. The future of the Pure Yang sect depends on you. Yu Buchuan spoke earnestly as he held Lu Xing's arm. Master, for you it doesn't matter how many resources are used. I can go out with my brothers every day to find more. There are still many resources within our sect that we haven't even mined yet. We can work harder each day. But Pure Yang sect cannot survive without you. Lu Rui said, crying as tears streamed down his face. Lu Xing's eyes were red as well, yet Yu Buchuan only shook his head. Sect Master Yu, may I ask, do you have an incurable illness? David asked. I was injured by an evil cultivator in my dantian many years ago. He left behind an evil aura inside me that tortures me to the point of wanting to die. For years, we have relied on the Xingyuan pill from the medicine refining sect to suppress the evil aura. But they charge an outrageous amount, increasing the required resources every year. Now, the Pure Yang sect can barely afford it. It is because of this evil aura that I could immediately sense you are not an evil cultivator. The aura within you is completely different. When David heard this, he finally understood. No wonder Lu Xing and Lu Rui hated evil cultivators so deeply. When they saw him absorbing Ju Yuan's strength, they mistook him for an evil cultivator and were ready to kill him. Sect Master Yu, the cultivation technique I practice is unique. I can absorb the power of others and refine it. May I check your condition? Perhaps I can extract the evil aura from your body. What do you mean? Do you want to drain our master's strength? Lu Xing asked warily. Don't get me wrong, I only intend to absorb the evil aura inside Sect Master Yu. I won't touch his cultivation. David urgently shook his head. Even if you say that, how do we trust you? If you have any malicious intentions, won't our master be in danger? Lu Xing insisted. Seeing this, David sighed. Sect Master Yu is my savior. Why would I ever harm him? No way. Who knows what you really are? Lu Xing refused firmly. Even Lu Rui didn't dare take the risk, and Yu Buchuan himself remained silent. He wasn't sure whether David truly had the ability to remove the evil aura. Seeing his hesitation, David paused, thought, and said, I can force the evil aura out of Sect Master Yu's body instead. Would that be acceptable? How can you force it out? Lu Rui asked. Have Sect Master Yu take a chi-chasing pill. It will force the evil aura out of his body. Then I will absorb and refine the aura outside of him. That way, I won't touch his strength. Sect Master Yu, would you feel safer that way? Chapter 2156. Chi-chasing pill? Yu Buchuan and the others were stunned. How can such a pill exist? If it does, why didn't the medicine refining sect give it to my master? With it, the evil aura could be forced out directly, no more suffering, no more relying on Xingyuan pills to suppress it. Lu Xing was confused. Perhaps the medicine refining sect can't refine the chi-chasing pill at all, or maybe they don't even have the pill recipe, David said with a faint smile. That's impossible. In the entire martial world, almost no alchemist can compare to the medicine refining sect. Even the medicine god valley in the Kyoto martial world is nothing compared to them. Lu Xing shook his head, refusing to believe that the sect could fail to refine a pill. David smiled lightly. Although your sect focuses on cultivation, it also limits your thinking. I don't know much about this medicine refining sect you speak of, but I can refine pills they definitely cannot. And about that medicine god valley you speak of. I happen to be its valley master. Lu Xing and the others froze. How is that possible? You're so young. How could you be the valley master of medicine god valley? And alchemists are different from us martial artists, they need decades of experience. All the senior alchemists are extremely old. Seeing they wouldn't believe him no matter what, David simply smiled. Whether I have the ability or not, you'll see soon enough. I'll give you a prescription. Gather the medicines exactly as written. When I refine the chi-chasing pill and force the evil aura out of Sect Master Yu, you'll believe it. David took a pen and paper and wrote down a pill recipe. Lu Xing checked it and realized the Pure Yang sect possessed all the needed ingredients, they were valuable cultivation resources. He looked toward Yu Buchuan, who nodded. Let's trust this young man once. Go get the herbs. Soon after, Lu Xing brought everything back. David didn't waste time. He directly took out the Shinong cauldron from his storage ring. He placed all the herbs inside, then lifted his palm. A blue flame danced above it. He waved his hand, and the flame instantly surged into the cauldron. David sat cross-legged, channeling spiritual power into the Shinong cauldron. Yu Buchuan and the others stood quietly, watching. An hour later, the cauldron flickered with a faint light. David stood, walked over, and opened it. Lu Xing rushed forward and saw a brown pill glowing faintly inside. David didn't touch it. With a wave of his hand, the chi-chasing pill rose into the air and floated gently to Yu Buchuan. Sect Master Yu, take this pill. It will force the evil aura out of your body. Yu Buchuan nodded and swallowed it without hesitation. Soon, his expression twisted in agony. His face contorted, his fists clenched tightly, he was clearly suffering immense pain. Seeing this, Lu Xing and Lu Rui rushed toward him. Master! Master! Yu Buchuan's veins bulged, his eyes widened, his mouth opened, but he couldn't speak. You bastard! How dare you harm my master? Lu Xing roared and charged at David, throwing a punch. David stepped back, dodging, and tried to explain, don't misunderstand. The chi-chasing pill must cause pain in order to force out the evil aura. But Lu Xing wouldn't listen. He kept attacking, and David could only dodge desperately. Chapter 2157. Ah! Yu Buchuan fell to the ground and began to scream in pain. Master! Master! Lu Rui's face turned pale with fright as she kept calling out to Yu Buchuan. When Lu Xing saw this, he grew even more furious. He was already convinced that David was harming his master, so he attacked even more ruthlessly. David frowned as he looked at Yu Buchuan. Could it be that I was wrong? Boy, my master is suffering immensely. I'll never let you walk out of the Pure Yang sect alive. Lu Xing's fist, filled with murderous intent, smashed toward David. David didn't have time to waste fighting Lu Xing. He reached out casually, and with a loud snap, caught Lu Xing's punch directly. The evil spirit in your master's body is strange. Let me go check on him. David said coldly. It's your fault. You dare go near my master again? Lu Xing glared fiercely, struggling to pull his fist back, but David held it immovably. Lu Xing was a martial god, though not as strong as a top-tier one. He should never have had his fist caught by a martial saint like David, let alone be unable to move. Just as Lu Xing tried to punch with his other hand, David kicked him away. A dignified martial god was tossed aside like that. I'll kill you. Humiliated beyond reason, Lu Xing erupted with all his energy. The terrifying aura made the entire house tremble violently. If you want your master to die, then go ahead. David shot back coldly. Senior brother, master is about to die, he's dying. Lu Rui cried helplessly. Lu Xing rushed to Yubuchuan. Master! Master, hold on. I'll take you to the medicine refining sect right now. No matter the cost, I'll make them save you. He bent down to pick up Yubuchuan and leave. If you take your master away now, he'll really die. Let me look at him. David said firmly. My master was hurt like this because of you, and you still want to check him? Lu Rui shouted fiercely as she glared at David. In their minds, Yubuchuan's agony was caused by the chi-chasing pill David refined. If I wanted to harm your master, why would I go through all this trouble? David tried to explain, but Yubuchuan's face suddenly turned dark blue, and a cloud of black mist gathered at his forehead. There was no time. Golden light flashed at David's fingertips, and several beams shot into Yubuchuan's body. The moment the golden lights entered him, David's brows tightened. As expected, the evil spirit contains a remnant soul. He muttered. Yubuchuan let out a horrible scream, and a massive cloud of black mist burst from his mouth. The black fog filled the entire room instantly, blocking everyone's vision. Take your master out, now! David shouted. Lu Xing and Lu Rui stared blankly at the black mist, confused. Only after David yelled again did they react and rush Yubuchuan out of the room. Inside the darkened room, the black mist wrapped around David and slowly condensed into a humanoid figure. Little remnant soul, and you dare to cause trouble. David snorted coldly. The figure laughed. A little martial saint managed to force me out. You do have some ability. But even as a remnant soul, killing you is as easy as lifting a finger. You're just an ant. An ant? David sneered. Then what does that make you, since you were just forced out by me? Worse than an ant. Chapter 2158. Ha ha ha, you're bold. I like that. Your cultivation will belong to me soon enough. With a roar, the black mist surged forward, enveloping David. David wanted to devour and refine the mist, but just as he opened his mouth, he remembered something and stopped. Golden light erupted from him, the golden body activated, shining brilliantly as it pierced through the black fog. The black mist reformed into a human shape, staring viciously at David. No wonder you forced me out, you're the true body of a golden dragon. Your flesh is useless to me, but the dragon power inside you will be mine. With a flash, the remnant soul appeared before David. Before David could react, a heavy blow struck his chest. He staggered back several steps, and cracks appeared on his supposedly indestructible golden body. David's brows tightened. A remnant soul with this much strength, how terrifying must its true body be? Who are you? Why leave a remnant of your soul inside Sect Master Yu's body? David asked. You ask too many questions. You think I'd tell you? You don't belong in this place, yet you insist on meddling. The hidden world isn't as simple as you think. You really believe these hidden sects don't interfere with worldly affairs? They just don't see anything worth taking. But if they did, do you think they'd stay quiet? Remember, human nature is always greedy. No one truly avoids worldly competition. After speaking, the figure struck again, faster than before. David couldn't even see the movement. Bang! Another palm hit David, sending him sliding back. The golden body shattered completely and faded. 2 strikes were enough to break it. This remnant soul's strength was terrifying. It seems if I don't fight back, you'll think I'm some helpless cat. Golden light surged from David's body, filling the entire room. He swung his fist. Holy light fist. Golden shadows rained forward, engulfing the dark figure. Ha ha ha, I'm just a remnant soul. Can you even hit me? The figure dissolved into black mist and vanished. A gust of wind struck David's back. He turned, but still took the hit. David flew forward, smashing into the table and chairs. Huh. Be good. I only want your dragon power. Your body stays yours. Even without dragon power, your strength won't drop too much. The figure taunted. David's expression grew cold and serious. In this enclosed room, with the enemy leaving almost no aura trail, he couldn't track its movements. David flipped his wrist, summoning the dragon-slaying sword. The figure's eyes gleamed with greed. Dragon energy surged into the sword, making it shine gold, a golden dragon coiling along the blade. Cut! David swung. Sword light filled the room. The figure once again turned to black mist, the sword light slicing cleanly through and into the walls. Boom! Chapter 2159. With a loud noise, the house was instantly chopped apart, and the flying fragments were blown away by David's breath. At this moment, David and the figure were exposed in the empty compound. The loud noise attracted many disciples of the Pure Yang sect. Yu Buchuan had now recovered. Looking at David confronting the figure in midair, Yu Buchuan's face was extremely gloomy. Sect Master Yu, this remnant soul is the source of your suffering for so many years. David pointed at the figure with his sword and said. Yu Buchuan looked at the figure, anger flashing in his eyes. With a wave of his sleeve robe, the entire Pure Yang sect lit up as streams of brilliance rose into the air, forming an invisible net that instantly trapped the figure within it. Yu Buchuan's sudden action made the figure panic, and his expression became solemn. The flames filled the sky. With a loud shout from Yu Buchuan, the invisible net erupted with flames. The scorching fire rapidly shrank inward, giving the figure no room to escape. Yu Buchuan, if you dare hurt me, I'll repay you 100-fold. Don't forget, this is only a remnant of my soul. Destroying it won't affect me. But I will make your Pure Yang sect fall into ruin. The figure faced the shrinking flame net and threatened Yu Buchuan. Yu Buchuan snorted coldly, and the flames burned even hotter. Ah! The figure finally let out a scream. Sect Master Yu, don't kill him. Seeing this, David rushed toward Yu Buchuan, trying to stop him. But it was too late. The figure had already disappeared completely, leaving nothing behind. Seeing the figure gone, David sighed helplessly. Little brother, was this remnant soul still useful to you? Yu Buchuan asked. Sect Master Yu, this remnant soul stayed inside your body for so many years. Even after being forced out, it still had such strength. That means its original body must be extremely powerful. More importantly, its real body can't be far from here. You should know, a remnant soul is always the weakest part of a person. Only a handful of evil cultivators can keep a remnant soul alive. Even if they can, its control distance is limited. So I wanted to let the remnant soul escape so we could trace it back to the evil cultivator's true body. David explained patiently. He had not absorbed and refined the remnant soul earlier for this very reason. Destroying a remnant soul does almost no real harm to the body of the evil cultivator. But now that the remnant soul is gone, it will be much harder to find the evil cultivator's true body. The Pure Yang sect is now exposed in the open, while the enemy hides in the dark. If the enemy wants to attack, the Pure Yang sect may not even have time to prepare. After hearing David's explanation, Yu Buchuan realized he had been impulsive. But now that the deed was done, there was no choice but to proceed one step at a time. Little brother, you saved my life. I am extremely grateful. Whatever you want, just say it. As long as my Pure Yang sect has it, we won't be stingy. Yu Buchuan said gratefully. Sect Master you also saved my life. We're even. David smiled lightly. Yu Buchuan froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Even indeed. But since you've come to my Pure Yang sect, stay a few more days and allow me to offer proper hospitality. All right. David nodded. He had originally planned to visit the hidden sects to inquire about the rebirth spring anyway. Since Yu Buchuan invited him to stay, he was happy to accept. He intended to ask Yu Buchuan about the rebirth spring and learn more about the hidden sects. Chapter 2160. Ruier, Xing'er, apologized to Brother Chen at once. Yu Buchuan said to Lu Rui and Lu Xing. Lu Rui hurried forward and said with embarrassment, Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry about earlier. I misunderstood you. Miss Lu, you're too polite. Under those circumstances, overreacting is normal. David smiled. But Lu Xing stood frozen, refusing to apologize. Xing'er, what's wrong with you? Yu Buchuan frowned. Lu Xing gritted his teeth, then abruptly turned around and ran off, refusing to apologize to David. Hey, that kid is too arrogant. Yu Buchuan sighed. Brother Chen, don't mind him. These apprentices of mine are all spoiled by me. It's fine. David smiled. Ruier, take people and clean up this area. I'll talk with Brother Chen. Lu Rui nodded, and Yu Buchuan led David to another room. In fact, Yu Buchuan had many questions about David, how someone so young could already have such mastery in alchemy, and how someone at the martial saint realm could confront a martial god. Yu Buchuan poured David a cup of tea and was about to ask his questions, but David spoke first. Sect Master Yu, I have something I wish to inquire about. May I? David asked. Brother Chen, whatever it is, feel free to ask. Yu Buchuan nodded. Sect Master Yu, do you know about the rebirth spring? David asked. Yu Buchuan froze for a moment, surprised. How do you know about the rebirth spring? And why are you looking for it? David quickly explained the situation. After learning that David needed it to save someone, Yu Buchuan said. The rebirth spring is a secret known only to the hidden world sections. Outsiders rarely know of it. It indeed has the ability to reshape the body, but not everyone can use it. Where is it? Can you take me there? David asked excitedly. The rebirth spring is at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. It is the meeting place of the major sects and clans of the hidden world. Because of this, the rebirth spring is jointly managed by our 3 sects and 6 clans. But, the right to use it this year belongs to the refining medicine sect. We won't obtain usage rights until next year. So if you wish to save your friend, you'll need the consent of the refining medicine sect. Yu Buchuan explained. Where is the refining medicine sect? I'll look for them right away, David said impatiently. Brother Chen, stay here for a day. Tomorrow I'll go with you. I must also ask the refining medicine sect why a remnant soul of an evil cultivator entered my body, yet they failed to detect it. For years, the refining medicine sect has taken many resources from the Pure Yang sect, yet their Xingyuan pill could only suppress the evil aura inside me. If you hadn't intervened, who knows how long the Pure Yang sect would have been extorted by them? Yu Buchuan said angrily. It's normal that they couldn't detect the remnant soul. Even I failed to detect it at first. But the Xingyuan pill they refined could suppress it, that is strange. You should know, once a remnant soul enters the body, unless you force it out, medicinal pills cannot suppress it. Not even I can refine a pill that suppresses a remnant soul. David said seriously. It was suspicious, too suspicious, that the refining medicine sect's pill could perfectly suppress the remnant soul. Perhaps the remnant soul had some connection with the refining medicine sect. Maybe they even placed it there deliberately to extort resources from the Pure Yang sect. We'll know everything when we visit the refining medicine sect tomorrow. Brother Chen, rest for now. Yu Buchuan finished speaking and walked out of the Pure Yang sect. No one knew where he went. Chapter 2161. David sat cross-legged in the room, quietly refining the strength he had absorbed. At the entrance of Pure Yang's sect, Lu Xing was smoking a cigarette in a depressed mood. The appearance of David was a huge blow to him. Originally arrogant, he had been hit again and again. Because of the resource problems of the Pure Yang sect, his strength was not as good as Tong Gongong's, yet now, even David, who was only a martial saint, was far beyond him. Hey, why is the most talented disciple of the Pure Yang sect standing at the gate smoking? Something bothering you? At this moment, Tong Yukai arrived with a few people. Seeing Lu Xing, he spoke with mockery. When Lu Xing saw Tong Yukai and the men behind him, he asked with an unhappy expression, "Tong Yukai, what are you doing in our Pure Yang sect? We don't seem to have anything to do with your Tianlei sect, right?" Lu Xing's eyes were cold, his face full of disgust. He despised the people of the Tianlei sect. "There may be no connection, but I heard your Pure Yang sect has taken in an evil cultivator, so I brought a few elders from other sects to take a look." "Where is that evil cultivator? Don't you know that evil cultivators are the public enemies of the martial world?" Tong Yukai said with a sneer. "Fuck your mother, fuck all of you. You're the ones who take in evil cultivators. Our Pure Yang sect has no evil cultivator." Lu Xing cursed furiously. Tong Yukai didn't react, but the middle-aged man beside him did. His expression turned cold, and he slapped Lu Xing. No one could see the man's movement clearly. Lu Xing's face was instantly swollen. "Boy, when you speak, don't bring up someone's mother. Understand?" The middle-aged man warned coldly. Feeling the man's aura, Lu Xing didn't dare speak. He had been slapped for nothing. "Uncle Wang, there's no need for you to deal with this kid. Even if he is the genius disciple of the Pure Yang sect, in my eyes he's just garbage," Tong Yukai said with disdain. Lu Xing glared at him, but since Tong Yukai had experts with him, Lu Xing didn't dare act rashly. "What about you, Buchuan? Tell him to come out and explain. So many of us have come, do you want a little disciple like you to receive us?" At that moment, an old man stepped forward and reprimanded Lu Xing. Lu Xing looked at the old man with respect and replied, "Elder Pei, my master has gone out. He's not here." This old man was Elder Pei of the Xian sect, one of the 3 sects and 6 factions, far superior to Lu Xing. Thus, Lu Xing did not dare disrespect him. "He went out. Did he know we were coming, so he ran off to avoid us?" Tong Yukai sneered. "Tong Yukai, stop talking nonsense. My master just went out. How could he know you were coming?" Lu Xing glared at Tong Yukai. "Since he's out, we'll go in and wait for him," Tong Yukai said and started walking into the Pure Yang sect. Lu Xing blocked him. "Without master's order, outsiders are not allowed into the Pure Yang sect." "What? I brought several elders from major sects, and you won't let us in? I think your Pure Yang sect is being arrogant and looking down on us." Tong Yukai deliberately tried to provoke conflict. Hearing this, the elders became angry. "We old folks can't enter your Pure Yang sect?" Elder Pei asked, displeased. "Elder Pei, these are master's rules. There's nothing I can do," Lu Xing said helplessly. Chapter 2162. Lu Xing, what if we insist on going in? What can you do? Yu Buchuan refuses to show up and won't let us in. I'm afraid there's something inside your Pure Yang sect you don't want us to see. Tong Yukai sneered. You Tianlei sect bastards are the ones who can't show their faces. At that moment, Lu Rui arrived with several disciples. Seeing Lu Rui, Tong Yotsai's eyes flashed. Miss Lu is getting more and more beautiful. That little figure is perfect. Tong Yukai stared at Lu Rui with blatant lust. His gaze made Lu Xing furious. Everyone in the Pure Yang sect knew that Lu Xing and Lu Rui were the golden boy and girl, childhood sweethearts. Lu Xing liked her very much. Now Tong Yukai dared to leer at Lu Rui right in front of him. Of course Lu Xing was enraged. Tong Yukai, shut your filthy mouth. Believe it or not, I'll smash that disgusting face of yours. Lu Xing roared. Ha ha ha. With your strength? You think you can? If you can do it, then do it. I'm right here. Tong Yukai leaned his face forward, provoking him. Lu Rui tugged on Lu Xing's sleeve. Senior brother, don't be impulsive. He's doing this on purpose. If Lu Xing struck first, he would take the blame. Lu Xing's face flushed red with anger, his fists clenched, his aura rising. Seeing he didn't dare strike, Tong Yukai smirked. If you don't dare, then move aside. Either hand over the evil cultivator, or let us in. Lu Xing couldn't hold back anymore. He suddenly punched at Tong Yukai. But the moment Lu Xing attacked, Tong Yukai stepped back, clearly prepared, and dodged. Then he counterattacked. Before Lu Xing could pull back his arm, Tong Yotsai's fist was already at his chest. Bang! Caught off guard, Lu Xing was punched hard in the chest and staggered backward. He finally stabilized himself only when pure Yang sect disciples supported him. Lu Xing glared angrily. In front of so many elders, he had been struck by Tong Yukai, unacceptable humiliation. Strength-wise, Tong Yukai wasn't stronger than him. Yet he had just been beaten one-sidedly. Tong Yukai, I'll kill you. Lu Xing roared and rushed forward again. But at that moment, David walked out slowly and approached the gate. He looked at the assembled sect members and said, "Are you looking for me? Claiming I'm an evil cultivator?" Tong Yukai looked at him. "Your name is David?" "Yes." "You're the evil cultivator who injured my brother?" "You mean Tong Gonggong from the Tianlei sect that day?" "Yes, I injured him." "What about it?" David replied calmly. "Humph. You evil cultivator. How dare you harm my brother? Today I will avenge him, kill you, and rid the world of your evil." Tong Yotsai's expression darkened. He flipped his hand, and a long knife appeared. A red light glinted across the blade. Chapter 2163. Tong Yukai, my master said that Mr. Chen is not an evil cultivator. Seeing this, Lu Rui hurriedly explained. "I said he is, he is. Don't argue with me." Tong Yukai didn't listen to Lu Rui's explanation at all. Lu Rui wanted to say something more but was stopped by David. "Don't bother with him. If he is determined to fabricate a charge, there is no need to worry. Whether he can avenge his brother depends on his ability." After speaking, David flipped his palm, and the dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand, its dazzling golden light shimmering. "Ha, you are merely a lowly martial sage, yet you dare to boast so shamelessly. It was only my brother's carelessness that led to him being injured by you. Today, I will make you understand the gap between a martial saint and a martial god." Tong Yukai laughed. Then, he pointed his long blade at David. David looked at Tong Yukai coldly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly into a disdainful expression. 3 moves. If you can force me to use a 4th, I will let you take me away." David sneered. When everyone heard David's words, there was an uproar. Where did this brat come from? How can a mere martial sage be so arrogant? I heard he's from the Kyoto martial arts world, just a frog at the bottom of a well. What does he know of the martial god's power? Tong Yugong is in the martial god realm, but he was careless and injured by this kid. That's why this bastard is so wildly arrogant, looking down on martial gods. The elders of several sects whispered, all sneering at David's words. The gap between a martial saint and a martial god is vast. For a martial god to crush a martial saint is no different from crushing an ant. You arrogant fool! Tong Yukai shouted angrily, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. The long blade in his hand radiated a sharp edge. Tong Yotsai's figure was fast as lightning, and in an instant, several sharp blade energies shot straight toward David. Each blade energy contained earth-shattering power, capable of pulverizing even a massive boulder instantly. Seeing this, Lu Rui grew somewhat worried. After all, David had just recovered. How could he face Tong Yotsai's fierce move? Initially, David had fought desperately to injure Tong Yugong. Now that Tong Yukai was using a killing technique, Lu Rui didn't know if David could withstand it. Lu Rui wanted to help, but with her strength, she likely couldn't intervene at all. At that moment, David's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing that Tong Yotsai's move was a killing technique, clearly intending to defeat him in one strike, David activated his indestructible golden body, and bright golden light radiated from his entire form. Immediately after, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand swept downward, instantly releasing countless sword energies to meet the attack. Blade energies and sword energies collided one after another, erupting with a tremendous sound. The scattered energy swept around like a tornado. Everyone present emitted their own auras, forming barriers to block the aftermath. As the dust settled, David stood silently holding the dragon-slaying sword, unmoving. Tong Yotsai's face was gloomy. Staring at David before him, Tong Yukai felt his face burning with shame. He was a martial god, facing David, a martial sage. He had struck with full force, yet hadn't harmed him in the slightest. It was utterly humiliating with so many sect elders watching. The others were also shocked to see David unmoved and unscathed. It seems this kid truly has some skill. No wonder he's so insolent. Elder Pei whispered. As for Uncle Wang behind Tong Yukai, his expression was grave, his brows slightly furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on David. Too weak. Your blade is far inferior to your brother's, David said with a hint of mockery. Tong Yukai flew into a rage. He hated nothing more than people saying he wasn't as good as Tong Yugong. Chapter 2164. Bastard, you're seeking death. Tong Yukai roared and swung his blade again. This strike actually released a sky full of sharp edges, overwhelming and covering David completely. David, unhurried, raised the dragon-slaying sword, accompanied by a dragon's roar. Fierce sword energy shot from the dragon-slaying sword. The sword energy transformed into a golden dragon, soaring straight into the sky, then turned into thousands of golden beams raining down from above. All the blade energies filling the sky were blocked, and one of the sword beams stabbed straight toward Tong Yukai. Tong Yotsai's expression changed, and he hastily raised his blade to block. Clang! With a crisp sound, Tong Yukai felt as if his body had been struck by a boulder from the heavens. The immense force numbed his arms, and his feet sank deep into the ground. Everyone watched the scene before them, finding it incredible. None could have imagined a martial saint erupting with such power. The sword in his hand is a spiritual sword that has gained sentience. No wonder he has the courage to battle a martial god. Uncle Wang stared at the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand and said. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but fix their eyes on David's dragon-slaying sword. So that's it. A martial saint can erupt with such power because he holds a peerless spiritual sword. Elder Pei's eyes gleamed with greed. The elders of other sects also wore expressions of greed. Such a treasure in the hands of a martial saint was simply a waste. If this sword were in their hands, it would undoubtedly unleash greater power. Hearing their words, David smiled coldly. Since you think it's the power of the sword in my hand, then for this final move, I won't use the sword. David flipped his palm, and the dragon-slaying sword vanished. He clenched his fists, golden light flickering over his body. He intended to battle Tong Yukai bare-handed. A martial saint, bare-handed, fighting a martial god who still held a weapon? Was he tired of living? In everyone's eyes, David was seeking death. At this moment, Tong Yukai felt profoundly insulted. The long blade in his hand emitted a dazzling crimson red as he desperately channeled all the aura in his body. With this strike, Tong Yukai knew that whether he could kill David or not, he would lose all face. He never imagined David, a martial sage, could withstand two of his moves and even gain the upper hand. For a moment, everyone waited quietly for Tong Yotsai's strike. In truth, they were anticipating how David would receive Tong Yotsai's blade bare-handed. Ah! Tong Yukai let out a roar, swinging the long blade in his hand. Endless red light instantly dyed the sky crimson. David soared into the air, light gleaming on his fists, his entire person piercing through the red light as he smashed toward Tong Yukai. Xingguang Fist. David was like a celestial being descending from the sky, his body radiating golden light. Before he even arrived, an overwhelming pressure instantly bore down on Tong Yukai. No! Tong Yotsai's eyes showed panic as he crossed his long blade before him. Boom! David's punch smashed heavily onto Tong Yotsai's long blade. Crack! With a crisp sound, Tong Yotsai's long blade instantly snapped in two. And Tong Yotsai's body was punched directly into the ground by David. As the dust settled, Tong Yukai lay in a deep pit, spitting blood, utterly disgraced. His eyes stared at David in disbelief. He was a martial god, a genuine martial god. He had never modified his genes, his martial god strength was earned through his own diligence. Yet now he had been beaten so disgracefully by a martial saint. Everyone looked at the disgraced Tong Yukai, their eyes wide with shock. They had just claimed David's strength came from his sword. But now David had smashed Tong Yukai into the ground with his bare hands. Now, what could they say? What other excuses could they make? For a moment, the atmosphere froze, as if time had stopped. Everyone wore expressions of intense disbelief. Chapter 2165. At the same time, on a mountain outside the Chunying sect, Yu Buchuan sat upright in front of a very strange-looking stone. One side of the stone seemed to have been polished by hand, very smooth and bright, like a mirror. On the stone, 3 large characters were carved: Sanqing Stone, 3 Lives Stone. Yu Buchuan bit his finger, and a drop of bright red blood dripped onto the Sanqing Stone. Soon, the stone flashed a dazzling red light. As the Sanqing Stone flashed red, Yu Buchuan placed a strand of hair upon it. He chanted incantations. 3 lives and 3 worlds, past and present, the past and present are vivid before my eyes. Soon, a shadow of David appeared on the 3 Lives Stone. This hair belonged to David, and this 3 Lives Stone could see a person's past and present lives through contact with a personal item. David's abilities made Yu Buchuan very curious, so he wanted to know who David truly was. Although David was not an evil cultivator, his various displays had shown Yu Buchuan that he was absolutely extraordinary. Yu Buchuan formed hand seals, and waves of energy struck the 3 Lives Stone. The mirror-like surface of the stone kept flashing with David's figure. However, David's figure was very blurry, even intermittent. Seeing this, Yu Buchuan frowned slightly. He couldn't glean any information about David at all. After a while, Yu Buchuan gritted his teeth and then spat a mouthful of blood onto the 3 Lives Stone. The 3 Lives Stone suddenly trembled, and red light surged forth, almost illuminating half the sky. 3 Lives Stone, quickly divine this person's origins and fate. Yu Buchuan kept shouting. The 3 Lives Stone began to shake violently, even emitting a humming sound. Boom! Suddenly, the 3 Lives Stone made a loud noise and exploded instantly. The tremendous impact even sent Yu Buchuan, who was in front of it, tumbling backward. Yu Buchuan was shocked. Fortunately, he had been prepared and was not injured. But the 3 Lives Stone was destroyed. Looking at the shattered 3 Lives Stone, Yu Buchuan's face was full of astonishment. How could this be? Yu Buchuan picked up a piece of the rubble, heartbroken. Is this a heavenly secret? Could it be that David's origins are a forbidden secret? A secret that cannot be revealed. The more Yu Buchuan thought, the uglier his expression became, until his whole body trembled slightly. This David is definitely no ordinary mortal, definitely not. Yu Buchuan threw away the gravel in his hand, and his figure vanished in a flash. The entrance of the Chunying sect. Tong Yukai had been left half-dead and utterly disgraced by David's punch, finally crawling out of the pit. You, how can you be so strong? No, this shouldn't be. Tong Yukai looked at David with disbelief. Before so many people, as the second young master of the Tianlai sect and a powerful martial god, he had been beaten so disgracefully by the martial Saint David. Tong Yukai knew that after this battle, he might become a laughingstock in the hidden world. Young master, are you alright? Uncle Wang beside Tong Yukai stepped forward and asked with great concern. The look of concern in Uncle Wang's eyes was so intense that if one didn't know better, they'd think Tong Yukai was his son. "Uncle Wang, kill him for me," Tong Yukai shouted. Now, only David's death could quell the fury in his heart. "Okay." Uncle Wang nodded without the slightest hesitation, then looked at David with a sinister expression. "Bastard, you injured our young master in public. You deserve to die." Wang Defa gritted his teeth, and his aura exploded instantly. David looked at Uncle Wang and sneered, "Why does it seem less like he's your young master and more like your son? Even if I hit your own son, you wouldn't be this angry, right?" David had only meant to mock that Uncle Wang, but who knew his words seemed to strike a nerve, sending Wang Defa into an instant fury. "You're seeking death." Wang Defa roared angrily. His body instantly closed in on David, and he struck out with a grab. Chapter 2166. His strength was clearly far above David's. Seeing this, David could only mobilize the spiritual power within his body to its limit. At this moment, David didn't know if he could withstand this blow from Wang Defa, given the vast gap in their strength. "You Tianlai sect bullies the weak. Is that your skill?" Seeing this, Lu Rui hurriedly shouted, planning to use this to make Wang Defa stop. Because she knew David couldn't withstand the opponent's blow at all. But Wang Defa didn't care in the slightest. The overwhelming force of his palm was already bearing down on David. "Holy light fist!" David roared, golden light flashing on his fist. No matter what, David would go all out to meet this palm. But just as David was about to throw his punch, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, directly shielding him. Immediately, there was a loud bang. That Wang Defa instantly staggered back several steps, and the figure in front of David swayed, taking 3 steps back. "Sect Master Yu." The newcomer was Yu Buchuan, who had blocked the palm for David. "Wang Defa, you are an elder, yet you attack a junior. Have you no shame?" Yu Buchuan looked at Uncle Wang and said mockingly. "Yu Buchuan, you openly shield an evil cultivator. This guy is an evil cultivator, not some junior. Everyone may punish an evil cultivator. What's wrong with me acting against an evil cultivator? Yu Buchuan, do you dare to openly protect this evil cultivator before all of us? What is your intention?" Wang Defa questioned Yu Buchuan sternly. "Bullshit. Who saw with their own eyes that he is an evil cultivator? Can your Tianlai sect define someone as an evil cultivator just by saying so? What about your Tianlai sect's genetic modifications? Everyone knows that forcibly enhancing strength by violating the natural order will bring divine punishment." Yu Buchuan also retorted loudly to Wang Defa. "You're talking nonsense. Elders, don't listen to his crap." Wang Defa hurriedly said to the elders of the other sects. "Wang Defa, am I talking nonsense? You can hide from others, but you can't hide from me. Have you forgotten my abilities? Do you want me to say it out loud now? To let everyone hear something amusing?" Yu Buchuan said with a sneer, looking at Wang Defa. "Yu Buchuan, how dare you?" Wang Defa's face turned cold, and his expression grew tense. "See if I dare." Yu Buchuan snorted coldly, then continued, "Wang Defa, as an elder of the Tianlai sect and the sworn brother of Tong Haiyang, yet you. Yu Buchuan, shut your mouth." Wang Defa panicked and struck out with a palm at Yu Buchuan, but Yu Buchuan dodged it. "Yu Buchuan, if you have the guts, we'll forget it today. We'll settle this later." After speaking, Wang Defa pulled Tong Yukai up and left. Seeing this, the elders of the other sects found it inconvenient to say anything and also departed. After everyone had left, Lu Rui asked very curiously, "Master, what secret does Wang Defa have? Tell us." "You little girl, why are you so curious? Go practice your cultivation. You two are about the same age as Brother Chen, yet not as strong as him. Aren't you ashamed to ask about such things?" Yu Buchuan reprimanded Lu Rui and Lu Xing. Lu Rui smiled, then ran off. Lu Xing also nodded. At this moment, his former arrogance was gone, and he was utterly convinced of David's strength. No matter what realm David displayed, his true power was beyond Lu Xing's reach. Just as Lu Xing and Lu Rui walked back, David asked Yu Buchuan, "Sect Master Yu, what secret does Wang Defa have? It seems he's terrified of you revealing it." Yu Buchuan glanced at David and laughed. "Brother Chen is curious too. But since you asked, I'll tell you." Then, Yu Buchuan leaned close to David's ear and whispered a few words. After hearing it, David's face was full of surprise. No wonder, when I said Tong Yukai was his son earlier, that bastard got so anxious. Ha ha ha, people in the hidden world are also mortals, with mortal desires and hearts. Yu Buchuan laughed. Chapter 2167. The next day. Under the leadership of Yu Buchuan, David headed toward the medicine refining sect. Along the way, Yu Buchuan told David many things about the sects of the hidden world. The so-called 3 sects and 6 factions of the hidden world once included many more sects, but over time they were annexed one after another until only these 9 remained, each occupying its own territory. Although these sects appear harmonious on the surface, each isolating itself from the world and cultivating on its own, they are constantly fighting behind the scenes. Everyone wants to seize each other's resources. Originally, the Chunyang sect was one of the strongest among the 3 sects and 6 factions, but after Yu Buchuan was injured in his battle with that evil cultivator, he was left with a lingering internal ailment. Because of this, he had to offer tribute resources to the medicine refining sect in exchange for Zenji Wandan to maintain his life. Slowly, the strength of Chunyang sect declined. Their resources became fewer and fewer. Now, among the 3 sects and 6 factions, Chunyang sect is the weakest. Soon, David followed Yu Buchuan to a valley. David glanced at it. The valley was bare, empty, and utterly barren. "Sect Master Yu, is the medicine refining sect located in this barren valley?" David was puzzled. Who would build a sect in a place where even birds wouldn't bother to shit? Brother Chen, things are not always what they look like. You've heard that saying, right? Yu Buchuan laughed. David suddenly understood, there must be a formation here. What he was seeing was only an illusion. Yu Buchuan lightly waved his sleeve, and a streak of light flashed in front of them. The two of them stepped straight into the light. When David came back to his senses, he immediately smelled the fragrance of medicinal herbs. As far as the eye could see, the mountains and plains were filled with herbs. Many medicinal plants that would be considered priceless treasures in the martial world grew everywhere here. The entire valley was full of birdsong and blooming flowers, like a paradise. As expected of a sect specializing in refining medicine. The herbs here are invaluable. David admired the sight. Compared to the medicine refining sect, his medicine god valley wasn't even close. There was no way Yaoshan Valley could match this endless sea of herbs. Not long after David and Yu Buchuan entered the valley, 2 medicine boys in coarse clothing approached. "Sect Master Yu, our master knew you were coming, so he sent us to welcome you," the 2 boys said politely. But Yu Buchuan's face did not look pleased. He only said indifferently, "Lead the way." Following the 2 boys, David and the others entered the medicine refining sect. The sect was not luxurious. Stone rooms were everywhere. Pill furnaces constantly emitted light blue smoke, and from time to time a flash of light shot out of a furnace, signifying the successful refinement of a high-level pill. Soon, David and the others entered a hall where a skinny old man greeted them. "Ha ha ha. Old Yu, I figured your Zenji Wandan must be almost gone. I expected you to come in a day or 2, but I didn't expect you so soon." The old man laughed and patted Yu Buchuan's shoulder with a disturbingly familiar tone. While speaking, the old man glanced at David and asked, "Is this your new disciple? I don't think I've seen him before." Yu Buchuan's expression darkened. He was about to ask about his condition, but David interrupted him. After all, David had come to borrow the rebirth spring. If they started off on the wrong foot, things would be harder later. Seeing David's signal, Yu Buchuan suppressed his anger, forced a smile, and said, "He's not my disciple. This is Brother David. Brother Chen, this is Sect Master Bao Yukuan of the medicine refining sect." David greeted him politely. Hello, Sect Master Bao. Chapter 2168. Bao Yuquan looked at David strangely and then asked Yu Buchuan, "Old Yu, at your age, isn't it a bit strange to call a man in his 20s your brother? Is he the son of some sect master?" Bao Yuquan assumed Yu Buchuan became sworn brothers with David because of the power behind him. "Sect Master Bao, I'm just an ordinary martial artist from the Kyoto martial world, not from any sect," David said with a slight smile. Bao Yuquan clearly didn't believe it, but he didn't press further. Instead, he said to Yu Buchuan, "Old Yu, I refined 10 more Zenjuanden for you, but you don't know how difficult these pills are to make. Refining these 10 wasted a huge amount of my resources. I failed countless times before finally producing 10. My relationship with you isn't ordinary, that's the only reason I bothered." Bao Yuquan was deliberately complaining, reminding Yu Buchuan how hard he worked. In the past, Yu Buchuan believed him and was grateful every time. But now, seeing Bao Yuquan's attitude, he suddenly felt disgust. "Old Bao, I'm not here today for Zenjuanden. I brought Brother Chen because he wants to see the rebirth spring." Bao Yuquan froze for a moment. "Old Yu, aren't you here to exchange for more Zenjuanden? I remember your Zenjuanden should be gone by now. Without it, your condition could become life-threatening." Bao Yuquan tried to persuade him. Yu Buchuan wanted to curse him, but for the sake of David borrowing the rebirth spring, he forced himself to endure. "I still have 2 Zenjuanden. Don't worry. Let's talk about the rebirth spring. Old Yu, you know the rebirth spring of the hidden world is a top-secret thing. He's someone from the Kyoto martial world, how could he know such a secret? And what exactly is his intention in seeing the rebirth spring? You know very well that the rebirth spring belongs to all 3 sects and 6 factions, not just my medicine refining sect. If I don't make things clear, I can't let an outsider see it." Bao Yuquan spoke seriously. "Of course I know. Brother Chen learned of it from the know-how. He wants to see the rebirth spring to save his brother's life. As martial artists, we can't just sit back and watch someone die." Yu Buchuan tried to persuade politely. "So that's how it is." Bao Yuquan nodded. "But although the rebirth spring belongs to everyone, it is currently managed by my sect. If you want to use it, then..." "Sect Master Bao, don't worry. If the rebirth spring is truly as miraculous as the legends say, and if it can save my brother, I will definitely repay you generously. Whatever resources you want, as long as I can provide them, I will." David knew perfectly well that Bao Yuquan wanted resources. "Ha ha ha. Good. I'll take you to the rebirth spring now. As long as your friend is still breathing, throw him into the spring and soak him for 7 times 7 days, 49 days, and he's guaranteed to survive." Seeing David's generosity, Bao Yuquan became delighted. David and Yu Buchuan followed him toward the rebirth spring. The rebirth spring was located at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. Spring water surged from the mountains year-round. Many sects had fought bitterly for it. Countless people died, yet none ever managed to monopolize the spring. Later, the 3 sects and 6 factions agreed the rebirth spring would be a shared resource. Each sect would manage it for 1 year, and during that year, that sect could use it freely. The 3 of them walked at a fast pace. Within half an hour, they reached the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. Chapter 2169. The rebirth spring is right ahead. Bao Yuquan pointed toward the foggy area in front of them. David looked at the spring. The aura of this place was far stronger than elsewhere. But just as David stepped toward the rebirth spring, several guards suddenly jumped out from both sides and blocked him instantly. "I brought him here, let him pass," Bao Yuquan said calmly. Upon seeing Bao Yuquan, the guards all saluted and stepped aside. David approached the rebirth spring and observed the clear water, where many fish were swimming. He dipped his hand into the spring, curious to feel what made the spring different. Yet, after touching the water, he felt nothing unusual. Apart from its unusually strong aura, everything seemed normal. David looked at the slowly flowing spring and wondered if the rebirth spring was a fraud. How could a person with broken bones truly recover from just a simple spring? Seeing David's doubt, Bao Yukuan smiled lightly. Do you think this spring water looks ordinary? David nodded silently. Bao Yukuan grinned, suddenly plunged his hand into the water, and caught a fish. The fish struggled violently in his grasp. Bao Yukuan bit into it fiercely and tore off a large piece of its flesh. David stared in disbelief. This man actually ate raw fish, and so cruelly. How could someone like him be a healer? But Yu Buchuan didn't seem surprised. A faint smile appeared on his face as he glanced at David. Bao Yukuan then threw the fish back into the water. Though it had lost a large piece of flesh, the fish continued swimming. David looked astonished, unable to understand Bao Yukuan's point. Did he just want to show off his cruelty? Brother Chen, look closely at the fish, Yu Buchuan whispered. Only then did David focus. He saw the torn flesh of the fish actually regenerating before his eyes. In just 10 minutes, the fish returned to its original state, fully intact. David's expression was one of shock. Now, do you believe in the power of this spring? Bao Yukuan asked, noticing David's disbelief, his tone laced with slight disdain. David didn't answer. Instead, he placed his hand back into the water, closed his eyes slightly, slowed his breathing, and concentrated all his mental energy into the spring. David's consciousness seemed to merge with the spring water, flowing throughout it. Soon, he opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Seeing this, Yu Buchuan asked anxiously, Brother Chen, is something wrong? No, nothing, David quickly smiled, shook his head, and asked, Sect Master Yu, do you know where the water of this rebirth spring comes from, and where it flows? Yu Buchuan shook his head. The spring originates deep within the Kunlun Mountains. Beyond that, no one knows where it goes. The water disappears into the Luanchigang. No one knows its path. Those who have tried to investigate the Luanchigang have failed. Entering it causes one's strength to stagnate. No matter how hard you practice, you cannot break through. So gradually, no one dares investigate where the water flows. Yu Buchuan explained as David studied the Luanchigang with great curiosity. Chapter 2170. Sect Master Yu, where is the Luanchigang? David asked. Yu Buchuan pointed not far away. Over there. But to prevent accidental entry, our 3 sects and 6 factions have set a strict taboo. It is now a restricted area, you cannot enter. David nodded. Although he had no past connection, his consciousness spread instantly, eager to explore. But just as he neared the Luanchigang, a golden light flashed, and his consciousness was cut off instantly. David swayed, nearly losing his balance. You must know, David's spiritual power is immense. Even Yu Buchuan and worldly masters could not match him. Yet such a powerful consciousness was severed in an instant, surprising David. Ha ha ha. Young man, don't even think about investigating the Luanchigang. You are only a mere martial sage, trying to use your spiritual sense. If you penetrate the taboo, our 3 sects and 6 factions would laugh at the idea. Bao Yukuan laughed aloud. Yu Buchuan cautioned David, Brother Chen, even old masters like us cannot break this taboo, unless we cooperate with all 3 sects and 6 factions. Enough talking. Now that you've seen the rebirth spring, let's discuss the conditions, Bao Yukuan said. Okay, tell me what you want, David responded. It's not what I want, but what you can offer. You must know that the so-called elixirs and resources from the martial world outside are garbage in my eyes. Show me something that truly moves me. Bao Yukuan said arrogantly. And he had every reason to be arrogant. The medicinal herbs in his sect were incomparable to those of any martial arts family. David frowned, pondering what he could offer to truly impress Bao Yukuan. After a moment, he said, I can exchange a pill recipe. A pill recipe? Bao Yukuan was taken aback, then laughed loudly. Are you joking? Do you know I am a medicine sect master? My sect has the most complete and advanced pill recipes in the entire martial arts world. And you want to exchange recipes with me? I've heard of your medicine god valley in Kyoto. It's famous, sure, for healing and alchemy. But compared to my medicine refining sect, medicine god valley is nothing. If I sent an elder, my sect could completely outmatch it. Bao Yukuan boasted, unaware that David was the owner of Yaoshan Valley, which made his words meaningless. Seeing Bao Yukuan's arrogance, David calmly replied, I am the owner of Yaoshan Valley, which is nothing compared to a fart in your sect. Bao Yukuan froze for a moment, then smiled without embarrassment. No wonder you dare speak of exchanging a recipe. You are the owner of Yaoshan Valley, but do you look down on our medicine refining sect by proposing this? He assumed David thought their recipes were inferior, hence suggesting an exchange. Before David could explain, a sudden violent explosion drew their attention. What's going on? Yu Buchuan looked toward the direction of the explosion. It came from the alchemy sect. Bao Yukuan's face turned extremely ugly, and he rushed toward the medicine refining sect. Chapter 2171. Yu Buchuan and David followed closely. The matter had not yet been discussed, and they had to return and continue talking. Soon, the three of them arrived at the alchemy sect. At this moment, the medicine refining sect was in chaos, and the entire sect was filled with the strong smell of medicine. What happened? Yu Buchuan asked, confused, looking at the mess. Bao Yukuan's face was gloomy. Without saying a word, his body was radiating a murderous aura. David just glanced at him with a smile and whispered to Yu Buchuan, the pill furnace has exploded. Hearing this, Yu Buchuan's face showed disbelief. The pill furnace exploded? Does that mean the alchemy failed? David nodded. Soon, 4 or 5 disciples of the medicine refining sect ran over and knelt in front of Bao Yukuan. Sect Master, the pill furnace exploded. The ascension pill was destroyed, one of them said, trembling. Trash. All of you are trash. I've been refining this pill for 3 years, and it was about to succeed. Now you've ruined all my hard work. Bao Yukuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. As he spoke, he exuded a brutal aura, grabbing the disciple in front of him by the throat. Several disciples of the refining medicine sect were terrified. Even if you take care of the pill, the furnace would have exploded anyway, David said calmly. Bao Yukuan's hand stopped instantly. The disciples were so frightened they nearly wet themselves. What do you mean? Are you questioning my alchemy skills? Bao Yukuan narrowed his eyes. It's not a question, it's a fact. You even blew up your own furnace. Do you still claim your alchemy skills are invincible? David replied with a smile. Bao Yukuan's face flushed with anger. This was an accident. It doesn't mean my skill is lacking. The Facian pill is a 6th-order medicinal pill. Do you even understand the meaning of a 6th-order pill? No matter the medicinal pill, if the recipe is wrong or the herbs are incorrectly mixed, the furnace will explode. That's normal, David said calmly. You're talking nonsense. I got this recipe from an ancient pill book. Bao Yukuan roared. Boy, don't think that just because the furnace exploded, my skills are inferior. I am superior to you. I want you to know what a real alchemy master is. Bao Yukuan wanted to show his greatness to David, otherwise the explosion of the medicine sect's furnace would ruin the sect's reputation. Okay, I can compete with you, but what if I win? David asked, deliberately provoking Bao Yukuan into proposing a contest. You can't beat me. No one in the entire martial arts world can surpass me in alchemy, Bao Yukuan boasted confidently. I said if. If I win, what then? David asked. If you win, you may use the rebirth spring as you wish. I will not stop you, Bao Yukuan replied. Okay, then let's make a promise. David smiled, knowing Bao Yukuan had fallen for his provocation. How shall we compare? The efficacy of the pill must be strong. Start from selecting the herbs yourself. But it takes too long to refine a high-level pill. How about we make a 3rd-order pill for this contest? Bao Yukuan suggested. Chapter 2172. I have no problem with that, David nodded. Okay, then I'll have someone prepare a furnace for you, Bao Yukuan said. But David stopped him. No, I'll bring my own cauldron. David then took the Shenongding out of his storage ring. Bao Yukuan froze, eyes wide with disbelief. This is the Shenong Ding of the legendary alchemy god Venerable? It's just a replica. Don't be so excited, David said casually. Replica? Bao Yuquan's excitement vanished immediately. He waved his hand, and a cauldron flew before him. How can you, a dignified master of Yaoshan Valley, use a fake cauldron? Do you think you can beat me with this? Bao Yuquan said disdainfully. David only smiled and said, shall we start? Yes. Bao Yuquan nodded. But Yu Buchuan stopped him. No, that's unfair to Brother Chen. You already know where all the herbs are, but Brother Chen doesn't. You can locate them blindfolded, giving you an advantage. Then I'll start half an hour later. That's fair, right? Bao Yuquan asked. No. If you start half an hour later, I've already studied all the herbs. What else? David waved his hand. Humph. I'm not ashamed to say it. Even for a third-order pill, half an hour isn't enough. Bao Yuquan snorted coldly. You can't, but that doesn't mean others can't. David said, turning to Yu Buchuan. Sect Master Yu, be the referee. Time it now. Yu Buchuan wanted to persuade David, but seeing his confidence and recalling the explosion of the 3 live stone, he knew David was extraordinary. He decided to watch the contest with interest. Start. Yu Buchuan glanced at the time and announced. Bao Yuquan immediately ran to the mountain peaks surrounding the sect, covered with medicinal herbs. David stood still, closed his eyes slightly, and sniffed the air. Moments later, he opened his eyes, and his figure vanished like lightning. Soon, both returned almost simultaneously, bringing the herbs needed for their pills, exactly the same. Bao Yuquan was momentarily surprised. Despite David not knowing the locations of the herbs, he had retrieved them in the same time. However, his surprise was brief. He placed the herbs in his furnace, flames erupting in his palms, then pushed them into the stove where they burned intensely. Bao Yuquan glanced at David disdainfully, but the look of contempt immediately turned to shock. David placed his herbs in the Shenong Ding, a light blue flame jumped from his hand and into the furnace. The herbs burned intensely, and the Shenong Ding radiated golden light. In moments, the herbs emitted a powerful aroma, signaling that the pill was nearly finished. Bao Yuquan was astonished. The real Shenong Ding, how dare you call it fake? Bao Yuquan's eyes glimmered with greed as he stared at the Shenong Ding. Chapter 2173. Thunder Pie. In Tong Yotsai's room, his mother was crying softly, looking at her son with distress. Yukai, do you feel any better? Tong Yotsai's mother asked in a low voice. Mom, it's a little better, but I can't catch my breath. In front of so many people, I was actually injured by an unknown person, Tong Yukai said, his face full of anger, his chest suffocating with rage. Don't worry. When you recover, I will make that kid pay the price, his mother said firmly, then glanced at Wang Defa behind her. I asked you to follow Yukai. What were you doing? Don't you feel guilty that he was hurt like this? Sister-in-law, it's all my fault, Wang Defa lowered his head, shame written all over his face. Mom, don't blame Uncle Wang. It has nothing to do with him, Tong Yukai interceded. He then added, I need to modify my genes quickly. When I finish, I will kill David with my own hands. Alright, you need to recuperate first. Once you're healed, your Uncle Wang will help you with the genetic modification, his mother said. It seems your father can't be counted on. You're so badly injured and he hasn't even come to check on you. Look at him, he only cares about your useless brother, she said angrily. Thinking about his father, Tong Yukai was puzzled. His father treated his brother far better than him. He modified his brother's genes and even involved him in major conferences. As for Tong Yukai, he could only train quietly. Now that he was injured, his father hadn't even come to see him. Mom, don't worry. When I finish the genetic modification, I'll show my father who the real genius is. I'll step on my brother's useless self, Tong Yukai said firmly, gritting his teeth. Alright, Mom believes in you. Take good care of your wounds. Uncle Wang and I will go next door to discuss something, his mother said. After that, Tong Yotsai's mother and Wang Defa went next door. As soon as they entered, Wang Defa suddenly hugged Tong Yotsai's mother and threw himself onto the bed. Soon, faint gasping sounds reached Tong Yotsai's ears. Frowning, Tong Yukai got out of bed and quietly walked toward the next door. Peeking through the gap, he saw the scene inside. Tong Yukai froze, his eyes wide open, completely stunned. He had never imagined his mother could do such a thing. By the time Tong Yukai recovered from his shock, everything in the room had calmed down. What a waste, his mother said dissatisfiedly. I'm old. There's no other way, Wang Defa sighed. I'll tell you this, when your son heals, you must modify his genes and pass on your strength to him using genetic technology. He is your son, and you share the same genes. Otherwise, when will we be able to do this? She whispered. I'm afraid Tong Haiyang will discover our relationship. That would be troublesome, she added. Don't worry. Once I modify his genes, he can reach the 5th rank martial god realm, or even higher. Wang Defa said, hugging her. Tong Yukai listened to everything, and it felt like a heavy blow. Only now did he realize he was neither Tong Haiyang's son nor the young master of the Tianlei faction. He walked back to the bed dazed and lay down, confusion in his eyes. This sudden revelation of his true identity was difficult for Tong Yukai to accept. All he could do was try not to think about it and force himself to forget what he had just heard. Chapter 2174. Alchemy Sect. At this moment, in David's Shenongding, the aroma of the herbs continued to fill the air. Soon, accompanied by a burst of small explosions, an evil elimination pill was completed. Yu Buchuan looked at the time, astonished. 27 minutes. Brother Chen's evil elimination pill is complete. He glanced at Bao Yukuan, whose furnace was still burning, the herbs inside unchanged. Huh, Lao Bao, your skills are terrible. Brother Chen has finished refining, and you haven't even done half. Yu Buchuan sneered. Bao Yukuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. How could it take less than half an hour to refine an anti-evil pill? Could it be fake? Did you prepare this pill in advance? Bao Yukuan asked. He wanted to see David's pill, but David threw it to him without hesitation. These herbs are yours, so I made it for you. David said generously. It was just a third-order pill and not precious. For David, as long as he had herbs, he could refine it any time. Bao Yukuan took the pill, examined it, and then immediately swallowed it. Even now, his face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? Is it fake? Your alchemy skills are inferior to Brother Chen's? Yu Buchuan asked. Bao Yukuan didn't reply. Shock had left him temporarily speechless. He kept glancing at David and the Shenongding. It seems this Shenongding is truly powerful. Otherwise, you wouldn't have finished the evil elimination pill in half an hour, Bao Yukuan admitted silently. Now he valued the Shenongding even more. Old Bao, you lost fair and square. Don't make excuses. Don't forget your promise to lend the rebirth spring to Brother Chen, Yu Buchuan reminded him. Humph. Opportunistic. I just didn't dare admit the Shenongding is real. Afraid I couldn't refine the pill without it, huh? Bao Yukuan snorted coldly. Seeing him, David smiled lightly. Fine, I won't count this round. Continue refining, and I'll find something else to make. If my refining speed is slower than yours, I'll leave immediately. Bao Yukuan's anger flared. What do you mean? Are you doubting my alchemy skills? David shook his head. Not doubting, looking down on you. You, Bao Yukuan's face flushed with anger. Good boy, I'll make you regret it. He pointed at the furnace, intensifying the flames. Brother Chen, what are you doing? You already won. Yu Buchuan asked, confused. I'll make him fully convinced, David replied. He picked up a copper basin, threw it to the ground, and disappeared in a flash. Moments later, he gathered herbs again and began refining them in the basin. Yu Buchuan was surprised. David wasn't using a pill stove, just a worn copper basin. Bao Yukuan laughed loudly. "Boy, are you crazy? You plan to refine in this broken pot?" David ignored him. With a flick of his hand, a spirit fire appeared and slowly burned the herbs. Even in the copper basin, the fragrance of the herbs filled the air in 10 minutes, overflowing and making Yu Buchuan feel comforted. Bao Yukuan, sweating profusely, began to panic. Chapter 2175. Soon, David's evil elimination pill was refined again, while Bao Yukuan's pill was only halfway done. This time David had used nothing but a copper basin, not even a proper alchemy furnace, leaving Bao Yukuan with no excuse to hide behind. Yu Buchuan could hardly contain his excitement as he watched David complete another evil elimination pill. He knew David's identity was anything but ordinary. Even the Sanshing stone couldn't probe David's background, and David had even destroyed that stone. If that wasn't enough proof of David's uniqueness, nothing would be. Yu Buchuan understood he had to seize this opportunity and cement a good relationship with David. David might not seem powerful yet, but Yu Buchuan was convinced that in the near future, David would be the one stirring up the world. "Old Bao, what else do you have to say now? Are you admitting defeat?" Yu Buchuan asked. Bao Yukuan's face was twisted with humiliation. In front of so many disciples of the alchemy sect, he felt his cheeks burning. But a bet was a bet. He couldn't take it back now. He finally nodded. "Fine. I lost. He can use the rebirth spring. But I have one condition." "Old Bao, have you no shame? You didn't mention any conditions when you made the bet." Yu Buchuan snapped. "You can agree or not, it won't affect the rebirth spring," Bao Yukuan replied. "I just want to use this little brother's Shenong Ding once. I won't use it for free. He can use the medicinal herbs of my alchemy sect in exchange. And he can use the rebirth spring freely as well." Yu Buchuan looked at David. He didn't know much about cauldrons, but even he could tell that the Shenong Ding wasn't an ordinary item. David nodded. "All right. I'll lend you the Shenong Ding. But not for too long. Once my two friends recover, I'm taking it back." "Agreed," Bao Yukuan said immediately. After settling the deal, David and Yu Buchuan turned to leave. David needed to bring Humatzi and Long Xingshu as soon as possible. The moment they were gone, Bao Yukuan rushed forward and ran his hands lovingly over the Shenong Ding, his eyes glowing. He touched it like it was his own child he had finally gotten back. A sneering voice suddenly echoed into the hall. The dignified master of the alchemy sect, defeated by a boy who hasn't even grown a full beard. "If word gets out, won't you be a fucking joke?" Bao Yukuan didn't even flinch. He didn't need to turn around to recognize the voice. "Yao Qing, you made the trip for nothing. Yu Buchuan didn't send any resources, and he didn't ask for yuan pills." "I know," Yao Qing said. "He won't be requesting yuan pills anymore, nor will he be sending your sect resources." "Why?" Bao Yukuan finally turned, shocked. The man before him was wrapped in a black robe, his entire body shrouded in a faint black mist. He was unmistakably an evil cultivator, but Bao Yukuan didn't seem afraid. "The remnant soul I planted in Yu Buchuan's body was discovered. He can no longer use the yuan pill, so he won't send you anything." "What? It stayed hidden for years, how was it discovered suddenly?" Bao Yukuan asked in disbelief. "It was that kid who was making pills with you. His medical skill and alchemy skill might not be inferior to yours," Yao Qing said. "I'm planning to find a chance to get rid of him. Absorbing his power will be a huge boost for me." A greedy glint flickered in Yao Qing's eyes. "In a few days, that kid will bring his friends to the rebirth spring. He won't leave immediately. Find your own chance. If he dies, this Shenong Ding becomes mine too," Bao Yukuan said without hesitation. "Ha ha ha. I knew you wanted to kill that kid from the moment you laid eyes on that cauldron," Yao Qing laughed. "Cut the crap. If it weren't for me, your Burning Heaven sect would have been wiped out years ago, Bao Yukuan snapped. And since you Buchuan won't send resources anymore, stop coming here. If anyone discovers you're still alive, it will be trouble for both of us. And when you make a move on that kid, be discreet. If people find out the Burning Heaven sect still exists, do you think they'll let you live? Yao Qing snorted. Bao Yukuan, what difference is there between your so-called righteous sects and my cult? You're all the same. Everyone talks about morality, but the moment are involved, your righteous sects bend faster than anyone. Including you. He spat on the ground and dissolved into a swirl of dark mist. After he left, Bao Yukuan ordered the Shenong Ding carried into the main hall and immediately began studying it obsessively. Chapter 2176. At the Chunyang sect, after returning with Yu Buchuan, David planned to say his goodbyes and pick up Long Xingshu. Brother Chen, you offended the Tianlai sect. I'm worried they'll cause trouble for you on the road, so I asked Xinger and Ruyer to accompany you, Yu Buchuan said. If people from the Tianlai sect really do appear, they can stall them. The Tianlai sect won't dare kill them outright. Despite all the infighting between the sects, no one kills each other's disciples lightly. David wanted to refuse, but Lu Rui lit up instantly. Mr. Chen, my master is so kind. I can't even remember the last time I stepped outside the mountain. With Lu Rui practically bouncing with excitement, David couldn't bring himself to deny her. Lu Xing wasn't as expressive, but he was clearly thrilled too, holding it in only because he was older. David took the two and began the journey back to Kyoto. They left the mountains, reached the nearest city, Qingcheng, and prepared to catch a flight from there. Along the way, Lu Rui asked question after question, like a curious child seeing the world for the first time. Lu Xing was also fascinated, though he tried to hide it. When they arrived in Qingcheng, David asked them to wait while he bought the plane tickets. David, why bother with all this trouble? Can't we just fly on swords? Lu Xing asked. There are ordinary people everywhere. If we flew on swords, everyone would see. That would cause panic, David said, then went to get the tickets. When he returned, he found Lu Xing and Lu Rui staring hard at a street vendor selling candied haws, their eyes sparkling with longing. David bought each of them a stick. Watching them eat with full delight, he couldn't help laughing. Does the Chunyang sect really never deal with the outside world? He asked. That's not true, Lu Rui said. Many of our seniors have been to big cities. But the elders never allowed the three of us to leave. Chapter 2177. After David and Yu Buchuan returned to Chunyang sect, David planned to say goodbye and meet up with Long Xingshu. Brother Chen, you offended the Tianlai sect earlier. I'm worried they might trouble you on the way, so I'm sending Xinger and Ruyer to accompany you back, Yu Buchuan said. If people from the Tianlai sect try anything, they can at least delay them. The Tianlai sect won't dare kill them easily. Don't look at how we three major sects fight constantly, none of us dare kill the other's disciples easily. David wanted to refuse, but Lu Rui was excited to finally go outside into the martial world. Mr. Chen, Master is so kind. I can't even remember how many years it's been since I left the sect. Seeing her excitement, David couldn't refuse. Lu Xing looked calm but was clearly excited too. Soon, David took Lu Xing and Lu Rui on the journey back to Kyoto. They left the mountain, went to Qingcheng, the nearest city, and planned to fly from there. Lu Rui was excited the whole way, asking David endless questions like a curious child. Lu Xing was also curious but tried to restrain himself. After arriving in Qingcheng, David asked them to wait while he bought plane tickets. David, why bother? Why don't we just fly with our swords? Lu Xing asked. There are ordinary people everywhere. If we fly on swords, we'll be exposed and cause panic. David went to buy the tickets. When he returned, he found Lu Xing and Lu Rui staring at a candied haw seller, clearly intrigued. David bought candied haws for them. Watching the two eat happily, David couldn't help but smile bitterly. Does your Chunyang sect never go outside or interact with the world? David asked. That's not it. Many of our senior brothers have gone to big cities. But the three of us, Master has never allowed us to go out, Lu Rui said. Chapter 2178. After hearing Lu Rui's explanation, David understood Yubuchuan. He was probably afraid the outside world would distract them and affect their cultivation. Since there was still time before the flight, David brought Lu Xing and Lu Rui around Qingqing. Although Qingqing was small and far less prosperous than Kyoto, everything felt new to the two. Watching their innocence, David found them a little pitiful. But while they were wandering around, a faint aura suddenly made David stop. "Mr. Chen, what's wrong?" Lu Rui asked. "The Demon Heart Sect." David immediately flashed forward and disappeared. Lu Xing and Lu Rui quickly followed. They arrived at a mass grave in the outskirts, piles of stone graves everywhere. There, three figures were fighting fiercely. Two wore black robes with golden insignias, black gold robes of the Demon Heart Sect. Their opponent was a humanoid giant wrapped in stone, over 2 meters tall. "Mr. Chen, what's going on?" Lu Rui whispered. David shook his head. He had no idea why Demon Heart Sect members were here, or who they were fighting. The two black gold robes, both martial saints, were pushing back the giant again and again. Boom! A huge explosion sent the stone-wrapped giant flying. The rocks shattered, and beneath them was a petite woman. Blood dripped from her lips, her eyes full of panic. "Stop struggling pointlessly. Come with us obediently, save yourself some pain," one black gold robe sneered. "I don't even know you. Why should I go with you?" the woman retorted. "In that case, don't blame us." They rushed forward. The woman slammed her palms into the ground. Earth attribute light flashed, and rocks wrapped her body again. The barrier of earth. Stones from all directions floated up, forming a massive barrier. But the black gold robes smashed through it like paper. Boom! The woman was sent flying again, coughing blood. They clearly wanted her alive. Two shameless men bullying a woman, absolutely disgraceful. Lu Rui snapped, though she didn't act yet. Yubuchuan had warned them not to cause trouble. "This woman has a special physique?" David frowned. "Yes, the earth spirit body," Lu Xing said. "Few can cultivate it to such a level." "Are the black gold robes after her physique?" David wondered. Just then, the two black gold robes lifted the woman and prepared to leave. David stepped forward, blocking them. Lu Xing and Lu Rui followed. The black gold robes froze, they hadn't sensed David approach. Two dignified black gold robes attacking one girl, "Don't you bastards feel ashamed? Does the Demon Heart Sect have no shame?" David said coldly. "David, this has nothing to do with you. Move, or don't blame us," one black gold robe growled. "Humph. Just you two? Even your demon envoy is an ant before me. You two are even worse. Let her go, and I'll let you crawl away. Otherwise, I'll be rude." "David, we've stopped provoking you, but you still want to go against our Demon Heart Sect? Don't forget, your women are still in our hands." This instantly enraged David. Murderous aura exploded from him. "Put the woman down, then kill yourselves. Otherwise, I'll make your deaths worse than hell." The two black gold robes, terrified, exchanged glances and charged. They ignored Lu Xing and Lu Rui, unaware that both were martial gods. Just as they attacked. "Mr. Chen, let me handle this." Two little martial saints dare act arrogant? Lu Rui stepped forward. Martial god pressure burst forth like a mountain, crushing the two instantly. They vomited blood and died miserably. But as their bodies fell, two black mists, remnant souls, escaped in different directions. Lu Rui froze. This had never happened in the hidden world. Chapter 2179. On the contrary, David's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. His palms shot out, and a tremendous suction force instantly drew in the two black mists before him, which he then swallowed in one gulp. Seeing this scene, Lu Xing and Lu Rui's expressions were very complicated. The woman stood up slowly and looked at David and the others in terror. The martial god power that Lu Rui had just exuded had shocked the woman. "Young lady, don't be afraid, we are not bad people." Seeing this, David hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her and then asked, "What's your name? Why were those two black gold robes arresting you?" The woman didn't speak, her eyes still filled with fear. "Are you of a special physique? Is it an earth spirit body?" David asked again. But the woman still didn't speak, just shaking her head, her eyes full of vigilance. Seeing the woman remain silent, David was at a loss. However, fearing that more people from the Demon Heart sect might come to harm her, he said, "Come with us, or someone might come to arrest you again soon." David cautiously reached his hand toward the woman, intending to take her away. When the woman saw David reaching for her, she turned and fled in fright, soon disappearing. David's outstretched hand remained in place, his face bewildered. "Am I that scary? Mr. Chen isn't scary. Perhaps the woman was just frightened earlier." Lu Rui hurriedly found an excuse for David to save face. David checked the time and saw that the plane was about to depart. He said, "We can't stay either, the plane is about to take off." Not long after David and the others left, the demon envoy hurriedly arrived with several black gold robes. Looking at the two black gold robe corpses on the ground, the expression on the demon envoy's face grew very solemn. "I just sensed the aura of a martial god. Could there really be a martial god in this remote town?" the demon envoy said with a frown. "Lord Demon Envoy, could it be that the woman with the special physique we wanted to capture has already reached the martial god realm?" a black gold robe asked worriedly. "If they truly encountered a martial god, how could these martial saints be a match? Impossible. I've assessed that woman's strength, 2 black gold robes were enough to handle her. Someone else must have intervened." The demon envoy waved his hand and continued, "Forget it. Come with me to capture that woman, then leave this place as soon as possible." Soon, the demon envoy led a few black gold robes and chased in the direction the woman had fled. Kyoto. David had arrived in Kyoto with Lu Xing and Lu Rui. Looking at the bustling metropolis of Kyoto, Lu Xing and Lu Rui were like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden. When David brought the two to Dragon Gate, they found that David's Dragon Gate was actually many times larger and more luxurious than their Qinyang sect. However, the disciples at Dragon Gate were far too weak. In their eyes, those Dragon Gate disciples weren't even at entry level. When everyone saw David had returned, they all came out to greet him. Gufuhai asked David, "Mr. Chen, did you find the rebirth spring?" David nodded. "Yes. I've returned this time to take Master Hu and Xingshu to the rebirth spring for treatment." When Zhou Jie heard this, tears immediately streamed down her face. "Wonderful. They are saved. David, who are these two?" At that moment, Ji Rushua looked at Lu Xing and Lu Rui and asked David. During this time, Ji Rushua had been managing Dragon Gate and caring for David. After all, among these people, only Ji Rushua had experience managing a sect. "These are two friends I met. Thanks to them, I was able to find the rebirth spring," David introduced. Chapter 2180. David didn't want to say too much about the hidden world sects. Ji Rushua smiled and greeted the two, and Lu Xing and Lu Rui also smiled and nodded. "You two can look around Dragon Gate for now. Once I make arrangements, we'll set off." David knew they were curious about everything, so he gave them time to explore. Lu Xing and Lu Rui nodded and then left, while David went to check on Humatzi and Long Xingshu's injuries. "Senior brother, this capital is truly huge. This Dragon Gate's grounds are probably larger than our entire Qinyang sect." Lu Rui looked at Dragon Gate's magnificent buildings and couldn't help but sigh. "These are vulgar luxuries. For us cultivators, cultivation is what matters most. Although Dragon Gate is magnificent, didn't you notice that everyone here is basically trash? Their strength is far too low. Any disciple from our Qinyang sect could walk sideways through this Dragon Gate." Although Lu Xing also felt Dragon Gate's environment and architecture were impressive, his arrogant nature wouldn't allow him to admit it easily. So, he could only speak of strength. Seeing this, Lu Rui said nothing more. The two simply strolled around, enjoying Dragon Gate's scenery. After David checked on Humatzi and Long Xingshu, he chartered a plane and flew to Qingcheng. Originally, David wanted Lu Xing and Lu Rui to enjoy themselves in Kyoto for a few days, but seeing Humatzi and Long Xingshu's condition, David had to hurry. Because after settling Humatzi and Long Xingshu, David still had to go with Gutsangxing to participate in the Secret Realm Conference. David still knew very little about the families within the Secret Realm, especially the strength of those sect families. David knew he would step into the Secret Realm sooner or later, so familiarizing himself with those families first was no disadvantage. The most important point was that David wanted to see the people from Zixiao Mansion. He didn't know now whether his mother was still in Zixiao Mansion. After all, David didn't know where Zixiao Mansion was located. He knew the Secret Realm's entrance, but couldn't enter it alone, and couldn't find news of his mother. He could only rely on the Secret Realm Conference to see if he could gain some information. The plane quickly arrived in Qingcheng. After getting the news, Yu Buchuan sent people to Qingcheng Airport to bring David and the others back. Humatzi and Long Xingshu had shattered bones and tendons. Although their lives were saved, they couldn't move. "Brother David, where have we come to?" Although Long Xingshu couldn't move, he could still see and speak. "This is the Chunying sect. I'll take you to soak in the rebirth spring soon, and then your bones and tendons will be healed," David said to Long Xingshu. "Rebirth spring? What's that?" Humatzi asked. "It's a very miraculous spring. You only need to soak for 7 times 7, 49 days, and you can fully recover. I found this with great difficulty. Please rest assured. As long as I'm here, I will definitely make you stand again," David assured Humatzi. After contacting Bao Yukuan, David directly took Humatzi and Long Xingshu to the rebirth spring. Yu Buchuan also sent his disciples to follow, protecting David and the others along the way. This rebirth spring required dozens of days of soaking. Bao Yukuan had already withdrawn his own people, so the task of guarding the rebirth spring was handed over to the Chunying sect. David placed Humatzi and Long Xingshu into the spring water, then jumped in himself, sinking into meditation, quietly sensing the flow of the spring and cultivating silently. Chapter 2182. Tianlai Sect. At this moment, Tong Yukai was covered with various tubes, and a green liquid was flowing within them. In front of Tong Yukai was a glass container, and the green liquid inside was constantly churning and boiling. Tong Yukai frowned, seeming to be in great pain. Tong Yotsai's mother watched nervously from the side. "Defa, are you sure? This is your own son. If you fail and anything happens to him, I won't let you off." Tong Yotsai's mother looked at Wang Defa and asked. "Don't worry. The technology from this fund is very mature." After speaking, Wang Defa stood before the glass container, gently bit his finger, and let a few drops of blood fall into the green liquid. Though only a few drops of blood, Wang Defa seemed very drained. As the green liquid continuously flowed into Tong Yotsai's body, a faint green light began to emanate from him, and the aura within his body started expanding rapidly. Looking at the scene before him, Wang Defa laughed. "Don't worry. Within 5 hours, our son will become a brand new self." Tong Yotsai's mother nodded happily and actively nestled into Wang Defa's arms. Just as Tong Yotsai's mother clung to Wang Defa, Tong Yugong in Silenced Cliff was constantly being tempered by its terrifying aura. Tong Haiyang slowly walked behind Tong Yugong. Looking at his son in pain, his expression softened slightly. "Son, can you still endure?" Tong Haiyang asked. Seeing his father arrive, Tong Yugong slowly got up and nodded. "I'm fine. Don't blame me for being cruel. Having you train at Silenced Cliff is to temper you and to protect you," Tong Haiyang explained. "Dad, what do you mean? Protect me? Am I in danger even within the Tianlai sect?" Tong Yugong frowned slightly, asking in confusion. "Don't ask too much. Just stay at Silenced Cliff. When your realm improves further, I'll let you out." Tong Haiyang waved his hand. "Dad, are second mother and Yukai plotting against me?" I know second mother has looked down on me all these years and always wanted Tong Yukai to replace me as the eldest young master. If Tong Yukai truly has the ability to lead the Tianlai sect, I won't oppose him taking over. Tong Yugong stated his stance. Bullshit. Hearing this, Tong Haiyang's face suddenly turned cold. You are the eldest young master of the Tianlai sect, my son Tong Haiyang. From now on, you are the only one qualified to take over the Tianlai sect. You are not allowed to say such things again. From now on, you must learn how to govern the Tianlai sect. Seeing his father angry, Tong Yugong was stunned. He had only said that to bare his heart, never expecting Tong Haiyang to get directly furious. Dad, I'll listen to you. I'll work hard. Tong Yugong nodded. Tong Haiyang looked at Tong Yugong with pity and sighed softly. Your mother died early. You've suffered all these years. Having a son like you is all I ask for. Tong Yugong looked at his father with surprise. Though puzzled why Tong Haiyang was so sentimental today, he didn't dare ask. Leaving silenced Cliff, Tong Haiyang glanced toward the southwest direction of the Tianlai sect. At that moment, a beam of green light shot into the sky from the southwest. The green light reflected on Tong Haiyang's head, as if he wore a green hat. Taking me, Tong Haiyang, for a fool. I'll play with you slowly. Tong Haiyang's eyes narrowed slightly, cold and sharp. Chapter 2183. Rebirth Spring. David had been soaking in the spring for 3 days now. During these 3 days, David continuously sensed the changes in the spring water. His consciousness flowed with the spring, wanting to enter the sealed forbidden zone to see where the spring originated. Over these 3 days, David always felt the spring water wasn't gushing endlessly, but rather flowing in a cycle. Under the full moon, David slowly rose from the spring. He unconsciously followed the spring toward the forbidden land. But not far in, David felt a terrifying pressure strike, followed by severe pain flooding his mind. What a powerful restriction! It seems the restriction formations set by several hidden world sects are truly formidable. David couldn't help but sigh. His idea of forcibly breaking in and exploring the forbidden zone was shattered. After all, his current strength was still no match for the combined formations of several hidden world sects. Reluctantly, David returned to the rebirth spring. Looking at the spring water constantly flowing from the mountain's base, he felt very curious. Why did this ordinary spring water have such effects? Watching the spring gush forth, David suddenly had a bold idea. Since he couldn't probe the spring's flow, could he probe from its source? Thinking this, David slapped the boulder at the spring head with his palm. The boulder cracked instantly. David planned to dig into the mountain's depths with his bare hands along the spring. Soon, David dug more than 10 meters forward along the spring. As he continued, the stones ahead became harder and harder, their color turning blood red. David frowned slightly because, as he dug, the blood-red stones before him now emitted a strong, sinister aura. If they were just ordinary rocks, they couldn't contain such an aura. Could there be something strange beneath this mountain range? David was somewhat surprised, but his hands didn't stop, continuing forward. But this time, after digging just a few more meters, he was blocked by a boulder. David threw a punch, but the boulder remained unmoved. This time, David felt very strange. Given his current strength, not to mention a stone, even iron could be easily shattered. David stepped forward and gently stroked the boulder. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, and the wordless book shone. Mountain Suppressing Stone. Soon, 3 large characters appeared in David's mind, followed by an introduction of the Mountain Suppressing Stone. Mountain Suppressing Stone, as the name suggests, is stone that guards mountains. Many sects choose locations deep in mountains and old forests, some even establishing their sects in canyons. To prevent mountain collapses and unnecessary losses, they lay down mountain suppressing stones to fortify the mountains. Since there's mountain suppressing stone here, it proves there was once a sect here. Why is there none now? Could this rebirth spring be related to a sect that existed here in the past? David looked at the mountain suppressing stone before him, his brow slightly furrowed. Now blocked by this stone, David wanted to continue forward. It would be somewhat difficult. I still don't believe how hard a damn stone can be. David condensed draconic power on his fist. A dragon's roar sounded, and golden light flashed on his fist. Holy light fist. This time, David struck with all his might. Boom! A tremendous force blasted the mountain-suppressing stone, but it remained completely undamaged. Instead, the entire mountain range shook violently several times. Looking at the unscathed stone, David felt a surge of nameless fury and was about to strike again. But at that moment, the tunnel David had dug began to crumble, on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, David hurriedly turned and ran out. Heal my two friends. Brother Chen, Chapter 2183. Rumble. With a loud noise, the mountain suddenly collapsed, and David was directly buried beneath it. Meanwhile, on the mountaintop above, a massive cave with a diameter of hundreds of meters and a depth of tens of meters was revealed by the great shaking. The rebirth spring at the mountain's base also began to dry up rapidly, soon becoming completely parched. David, however, crushed under the mountain, was completely unaware of all this. Humatzi and Long Xingshu woke up. Looking at the surrounding dust and the dried-up rebirth spring beneath them, they were both stunned. Although the two were conscious, they couldn't move at all, only able to sit and stare. Master Hu, what's going on? Is there an earthquake? Where's Brother David? Long Xingshu asked, his face puzzled. Everything was fine just a moment ago. Soaking in the spring was very pleasant. In the middle of the night, it suddenly became like this. Humatzi looked around but didn't see David at all. He frowned. This guy has been very curious about this rebirth spring since he arrived. I guess this commotion might be his doing. That bastard can't stay still for a moment. As Humatzi and Long Xingshu were talking, Lu Xing, Lu Rui, and a few disciples were also drawn by the commotion. Seeing the spring dried up, each of them showed frightened expressions. However, they quickly carried Humatzi and Long Xingshu and rushed back to the Chunying sect. The drying of the rebirth spring was a major event. They had to go back and report. At that moment, no one thought David had been crushed under the mountain. Yu Buchuan was also very anxious after learning the rebirth spring had dried up. It was too much of a coincidence. The spring dried up just after being handed over to David. Brother Chen, didn't any of you see him? Yu Buchuan asked Lu Xing and Lu Rui. The two shook their heads, indicating they hadn't seen him at all. Master, the rebirth spring dried up. Could it be David's doing? If he really did it, we won't be able to explain this now. Lu Xing said worriedly. I don't think that's possible. How could Mr. Chen have such great ability to dry up the rebirth spring? This spring has existed for many years. Lu Rui felt it was impossible for David to have done it. Alright, let's not discuss this for now. Wait until Brother Chen returns. Yu Buchuan couldn't decide now and could only wait for David to return to ask what happened. At this time, the changes in the Kunlun Mountains attracted large numbers of cultivators. With such a huge mountain change, something extraordinary must have occurred. Meanwhile, David, pressed under the mountain, was struggling to climb out. Protected by his golden body and his strong physique, even buried under the mountain, David was not injured. It took a full day for David to climb out. When he saw the dried rebirth spring and the missing Humatzi and Long Xingshu, he immediately guessed the two must have been taken to the Chunyang sect. David rushed to the Chunyang sect without stopping. At that moment, Yu Buchuan was anxiously waiting for David. The rebirth spring had dried up, and the Kunlun Mountains had changed. With such a huge commotion, it was almost impossible to keep it secret. Now, with David not back, Yu Buchuan didn't even know what had happened and couldn't explain it to the other major factions. Master, Mr. Chen is back, Lu Rui hurried in and said. When Yu Buchuan heard David was back, he hurried out to greet him. But seeing David's disheveled state, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Brother Chen, where have you been? Why are you in such a state? Yu Buchuan asked. Sect Master Yu, I'll explain later. Let me get a drink first. David entered the room and drank a whole pot of water in one breath before catching his breath. Brother Chen, the rebirth spring has ceased flowing, and the Kunlun Mountains have changed. What's going on? Yu Buchuan asked curiously. Chapter 2184. David let out a long sigh, then told him about digging along the spring into the mountain. After hearing that David had caused these things and was even buried under the mountain, Lu Rui's eyes widened, her face incredulous. She never expected David was really behind this. After Yu Buchuan heard, he also felt a headache and seemed somewhat helpless. He had to admit, David was the only one who would dare to dig into the Kunlun Mountains with his bare hands. However, this rebirth spring wasn't owned by his Chunyang sect alone but shared by 3 sects and 6 factions. Now that David had destroyed it, how could he explain it? Sect Master Yu, was there ever a sect at the location of the rebirth spring? Otherwise, why would there be mountain-suppressing stone? David asked Yu Buchuan. Yu Buchuan nodded and said, there was indeed a Narcissus Palace in that place, but this Narcissus Palace vanished hundreds of years ago. No one can say exactly how it disappeared. Many people wanted to find the ruins of the Narcissus Palace but never did, and slowly people forgot about it. If it weren't for the appearance of the rebirth spring, it's estimated no one would go to that place. Narcissus Palace? David frowned slightly, then said, Sect Master Yu, do you think the ruins of the Narcissus Palace could be within that mountain range? It's possible. Some people thought of it back then, but who would dare to crack the rocks and enter the mountains? Not to mention whether it would affect the rebirth spring. Even if the ruins of the Narcissus Palace were found, it's estimated no one would be able to enter. I heard the Lord of the Narcissus Palace fed on people and was extremely cruel. The entire palace was filled with sinister energy, so the ruins must be very dangerous, Yu Buchuan explained. Hearing this, David immediately thought of those blood-red stones containing Yin and sinister energy. It seemed the ruins of the Narcissus Palace were likely within the mountains. The rebirth spring, how could ordinary spring water have such magical effects? Most likely, the spring water flowed through the ruins of the Narcissus Palace, giving it its magical properties. Master, at that moment, Lu Xing ran in somewhat anxiously. Seeing Lu Xing like that, Yu Buchuan immediately said with a heavy expression, what's the matter? A huge cave suddenly appeared on the Kunlun Mountains, and large numbers of cultivators are already climbing the mountain. It may be related to this change. Also, the major sects have sent letters asking you to discuss the matter of the rebirth spring. Lu Xing said to Yu Buchuan. What must come will always come. I knew I couldn't hide it, Yu Buchuan sighed softly. Sect Master Yu, I caused this matter. I can accompany you. One person's deeds, one person's responsibility, David said, not wanting to put Yu Buchuan in a difficult position. Brother Chen, if you go with me, you will definitely not return. I have a way to handle it. Yu Buchuan said with a faint smile, then looked at Lu Xing and Lu Rui. After I leave, you two stay in the sect. No one is to go up the mountain. Do you hear me? The mountain environment is complex, and many circumstances are unknown. Even if the Narcissus Palace ruins emerge, it will only lead to more deaths. Yu Buchuan knew the dangers of the Narcissus Palace ruins and didn't want his disciples to die. Understood. Lu Xing and Lu Rui nodded. However, David was somewhat embarrassed and said, Sect Master Yu, I'd like to go up the mountain to take a look. Perhaps there's something in the ruins of the Narcissus Palace that can. Since you want to go up the mountain to look, then let Royer accompany you. After all, she is familiar with this area. But you must act within your means. The ruins of the Narcissus Palace are no joke, Yu Buchuan warned David again. Don't worry, Sect Master Yu. I have my judgment, David assured him. But looking at David like that, how could Yu Buchuan feel at ease? He'd just let David use the rebirth spring, and that bastard had made such a huge mess. But Yu Buchuan didn't say anything, simply turned and left. Chapter 2185. Tianlei Sect. Tong Haiyang was also preparing to attend the meeting, but before leaving, he called Tong Yukai to his side. At this time, Tong Yotsai's strength had greatly increased after genetic modification. However, in front of Tong Haiyang, Tong Yukai was trying his best to suppress his aura. Dad, what do you need from me? Tong Yukai asked. Yukai, have you heard the rebirth spring has stopped flowing and about the changes in the Kunlun Mountains? Tong Haiyang asked. I have. Many people are saying the ruins of the Narcissus Palace have appeared, and many have already climbed the Kunlun Mountains. Tong Yukai said. Yes. This time the Kunlun Mountains changed, it's very likely the ruins of the Narcissus Palace have emerged. Therefore, I plan to have you lead a team to investigate. However, the Narcissus Palace ruins are very dangerous. Are you confident? Tong Haiyang gently patted Tong Yotsai's shoulder. Hearing this, Tong Yukai was stunned for a moment, his face showing excitement. Dad, you're really letting me explore the Narcissus Palace ruins? Of course. If you don't go, who else can go? Tong Haiyang nodded. Then will my brother agree? Tong Yukai asked. Your brother is still obsessing over refining his skills. He disappoints me more and more, Tong Haiyang snorted coldly. Hearing this, Tong Yukai couldn't express how excited he was. He said firmly, Dad, don't worry. I will definitely find the Narcissus Palace ruins. Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I will go. Good. As expected of my son, Tong Haiyang. That's how it should be. Tong Haiyang patted Tong Yotsai's shoulder with satisfaction, then continued, take more people. If those outside world cultivators dare compete with us for the relics, kill them directly. Dad, can I take Uncle Wang with me? Tong Yukai asked Tong Haiyang. The reason Tong Yukai wanted to take Wang Defa was both because of his high strength and because Wang Defa was his biological father. He wanted Wang Defa to gain something from the ruins. When Tong Haiyang heard this, a wicked glint flashed in his eyes, but it vanished in an instant. Then he said earnestly, your Uncle Wang will stay home. I'm going out for the meeting, and if you leave too, who will manage the Tianlai sect? We can't have no one in charge. Tong Yukai thought it reasonable and nodded. Dad is right. Then let Uncle Wang stay home. After Tong Yukai turned and left, Tong Haiyang looked at his back, his eyes full of coldness. At that moment, in a side chamber of the Tianlai sect, Wang Defa was with Tong Yotsai's mother. Now that Tong Yotsai's genetic modification was complete, they were plotting when to kill Tong Haiyang and seize control of the entire Tianlai sect. Mom, I'm going to the Kunlun Mountains to search for the Narcissus Palace ruins. Tong Yukai found his mother excitedly. But seeing Wang Defa also present, Tong Yukai awkwardly closed his mouth. Yukai, what's going on? Why do you suddenly want to search for ruins? Tong Yotsai's mother asked. Mom, my dad asked me to go. With the Kunlun Mountains changing, it should be the Narcissus Palace ruins. My dad told me to take people to explore them. There must be many treasures in the Narcissus Palace ruins. Maybe this exploration will greatly improve my strength. By then, Tong Yugong will no longer be my match. Let's see how arrogant he is then. Tong Yukai explained excitedly. The Narcissus Palace ruins? Wang Defa frowned slightly. The ruins are extremely dangerous. How could Big Brother let you explore them? Of course I know the ruins are dangerous. My dad told me to bring more people to gain experience. It's a great opportunity. That Tong Yugong wanted to go, but my dad wouldn't let him. Now my dad is very disappointed in Tong Yugong, Tong Yukai said happily. Chapter 2186. Being appreciated by Tong Haiyang and with his changed attitude, Tong Yukai felt his own importance. However, Wang Defa felt somewhat uneasy at the moment. Defa, why don't you go with Yukai? If there's danger, you can help him, Tong Yotsai's mother said to Wang Defa. No. My dad said to let Uncle Wang stay home. If we all leave, who will manage the Tianlai sect? I'm not a child anymore. My genes have been modified, and my strength has improved a lot. What is there to fear? I won't say more. I'll take people and set off promptly. Tong Yukai finished speaking, happily leading his men toward the Kunlun Mountains. At the same time, David and Lu Rui were also rushing toward the Kunlun Mountains. At that moment, hundreds of cultivators had already gathered atop the Kunlun Mountains, all searching for the ruins. Many had also discovered the natural karst cave that had appeared, but beneath it was only darkness, and no one dared to venture directly inside. Tong Yukai rushed to the Kunlun Mountains with over a dozen Tianlai sect members. Looking at the hundreds of cultivators on the mountain, Tong Yukai leaped lightly, suspending himself mid-air, then shouted loudly, "This place has been declared a restricted area by the Tianlai sect. Anyone who disobeys and remains here will be killed without mercy." Tong Yotsai's words instantly provoked the anger of many cultivators. What kind of sect is the Tianlai sect? Why are they so arrogant? Look at this kid, so young yet talking so wildly. How come I've never heard of the Tianlai sect? Many cultivators discussed animatedly, but seeing Tong Yotsai's extraordinary strength, no one stepped forward. At that moment, an old man stood up, exuding the aura of a peak martial saint, a master among masters outside the hidden world. What kind of Tianlai sect are you? Why have I never heard of it? The Kunlun Mountains are a training ground for many cultivators. Anyone can come. Why should it be a forbidden area for your Tianlai sect? Seeing the old man speak, others also stood up and criticized Tong Yukai loudly. You little brat, do you dare to use your strength to oppose our entire martial world? Don't think that being able to hover mid-air makes you powerful. Who can't do that? I think your so-called Tianlai sect should get lost. If you provoke public anger, we'll make sure you die without a burial. Many cultivators shouted, not taking Tong Yukai seriously at all. Humph, a bunch of ignorant ants. Tong Yukai snorted coldly. The martial god aura on his body instantly erupted. Immediately, a gale-like aura surged toward the old man and the surrounding cultivators. Martial god. This is the aura of a martial god. Such a young martial god. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Feeling the terrifying aura, everyone turned pale with fright. The old man and those who had just been shouting had no time to react at all and were instantly crushed to death by Tong Yotsai's martial god aura. Witnessing this scene, the remaining cultivators turned and fled down the mountain as if seeing the devil. They scrambled over each other, fearing they would be crushed by the terrifying martial god aura. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Watching the cultivators flee frantically, Tong Yukai laughed, his laughter filled with boundless excitement. Third Elder, take people and set up checkpoints all the way from the mountain base. No one is allowed to go up the mountain. The Narcissus Palace ruins belong to our Tianlai sect. Tong Yukai ordered an old man. As you command. The third elder accepted the order and led people to set up checkpoints from the mountain base. Tong Yukai took the remaining people and headed straight for the suddenly appeared cave. Chapter 2187. About an hour later, David and Lu Rui also arrived at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. At this time, many warriors were gathered not far from the foot of the mountain, all with panic on their faces. Seeing their panic, David was a little surprised. He didn't understand what had happened here to make these warriors look like this. Mr. Chen. At that moment, someone suddenly called out to David. David was stunned for a moment and quickly saw a young man walking toward him in quick steps. David looked closely and immediately recognized him. It was Jiang Wei from the Jiang family in the northwest. The Jiang family was backed by Tianluo Tower in the secret realm. Brother Jiang, why did you come here? David asked in surprise. The northwest was thousands of kilometers away from here. It made no sense for Jiang Wei to suddenly appear. Even if something changed in the Kunlun Mountains, their Jiang family shouldn't have received the news so quickly. Jiang Wei sighed lightly. Hey, Mr. Chen, you don't know. Ever since the spiritual energy revival on Penglai Island failed, life has been miserable for us families supported by the secret realm. The secret realm forces have completely abandoned us. In the past, we relied on their resources. Now we have nothing, so we can only roam around searching for resources everywhere. The days of being admired are gone. As Jiang Wei lamented, Hong Qianzhou of the Hong family in East China, Chao Xiong of the Chao family in the northeast, and Zhu Hao of the Zhu family in the southwest all came over. They each greeted David. In the past, they all looked down on him, especially Zhu Hao. But after what happened on Penglai Island, who would dare to disrespect David now? David felt a little emotional seeing these once arrogant young masters so humbled. As the saying goes, when the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. Since the spiritual energy revival failed, these families had lost their value and were now nothing but abandoned sons. "Mr. Chen, are these your friends?" Lu Rui asked David, surprised. In her eyes, Jiang Wei and the others were weak. How could they possibly be David's friends? "That's right," David nodded. Lu Rui rolled her eyes but didn't say anything. "Mr. Chen, did you come here because of the changes in the Kunlun Mountains, to find the ruins?" Hong Qianzhou asked. David nodded. "That's right. Mr. Chen, you're late. This place has already been occupied, and we were driven down the mountain." Jiang Wei said helplessly. "Occupied? Who's so domineering?" David was surprised. With so many warriors here, what kind of family had the strength to be this arrogant? It seems to be the Tianlai sect. The leader is a martial god. He didn't even attack us, he just released martial saint pressure and crushed a bunch of people to death. Jiang Wei spoke with fear on his face. Tianlai sect? David frowned. Tianlai sect is really bold. They actually dare to monopolize the ruins of the Narcissus Palace. Shameless. Lu Rui said angrily. "There's nothing we can do. Whoever has a martial god gets to act like the boss in the martial world." Jiang Wei sighed. "Humph. As if other sects don't have martial gods." Lu Rui snorted coldly. In the Hidden World's 3 sects and 6 clans, martial gods were common, and many disciples were martial gods too. Even the alchemy sect, though focused on alchemy, had many martial gods. Hearing this, Jiang Wei and the others all looked at Lu Rui. "Mr. Chen, is this young lady your friend? It sounds like she's a martial god too." Jiang Wei asked. Chapter 2188. David nodded with a smile. "Yes, she is indeed a martial god." The moment he said this, Jiang Wei was stunned. His mouth fell open as he stared at Lu Rui in disbelief. It was hard to believe that a young girl like her was a martial god. Lu Rui noticed their disbelief and released a bit of her martial god aura. Instantly, Jiang Wei and the others felt terrifying pressure. This time, they finally believed it and stared at Lu Rui in shock. "Mr. Chen, what realm are you in now?" Jiang Wei asked. "8th rank martial saint," David said lightly. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Back when they parted on Penglai Island, David had only been at the Great Wu Marquis realm. Now he was already an 8th rank martial saint, just a step away from the martial god realm. And David, even as an 8th rank martial saint, was fully capable of fighting a 5th rank martial god. Now that Mr. Chen is here, why should we be afraid of the Tianlai sect? With a martial god and an 8th rank martial saint, who in the martial world would dare go against us? Zhu Hao said excitedly. Back on Penglai Island, Zhu Hao had been extremely arrogant toward David. After seeing David's true strength, he lowered his head and didn't dare speak. Now David was an 8th rank martial saint, and the woman beside him was a martial god. Their strength was overwhelming. "Zhu Hao, I remember you always wanted Mr. Chen to teach you twice." Jiang Wei teased. Zhu Hao blushed. "I was ignorant. Now Mr. Chen's fart could kill me." "Ha ha ha." Lu Rui burst into laughter when she heard that. "Don't get careless. The martial world isn't as simple as what you've seen. There are many strong experts, and martial gods aren't rare. When we go up the mountain later, stay behind me. Don't act on your own." David warned them. "Mr. Chen, don't worry. We'll follow whatever you say." Jiang Wei nodded firmly. Soon, David led the group toward the Kunlun Mountains. Seeing them, many other warriors followed. After all, with such a huge change happening in the mountains, there had to be treasures. And in front of Prophet, people were always willing to take risks. Slowly, hundreds of warriors formed a crowd behind David as they all headed toward the Kunlun Mountains. At that moment, several Tianlai sect disciples were leaning against a large tree near the foot of the mountain, chatting. When they saw the warriors returning, the disciples immediately became furious. "So bold! Did you not hear what our second young master said? We told you to get lost, yet you dare come back. You must be looking for death." One Tianlai disciple stepped forward and blocked David's path, cursing arrogantly. To them, the gathered warriors were nothing but ants. "This Kunlun mountain doesn't belong to your family. Why can't we go up?" David asked calmly. "No. Our Tianlai sect has sealed this area. It's now a forbidden zone. You are not allowed to enter." The disciples said arrogantly. "What if I insist on going in?" David asked. "That's courting death." As he spoke, the Tianlai disciple released the aura of a half-step martial god. Feeling the pressure, Jiang Wei and the others turned pale. An ordinary disciple of Tianlai sect was already far stronger than them. "When did your Tianlai sect become so arrogant? You think no other sects exist?" Lu Rui said coldly and stepped forward, then kicked the Tianlai disciple directly. Chapter 2189. Okay. Jiang Wei and the others began to applaud when they saw this. Just now, they had been bullied by the Tianlai sect and could not resist. Now they were naturally happy to see the disciples of the Tianlai sect getting beaten. The Tianlai sect disciple who had been hit earlier got up with a dark, furious expression. He glared at Lu Rui and said, "Who the hell are you? Do you even know the fate of offending our Tianlai sect?" His tone was full of menace and arrogance. "What?" Before he could finish, Lu Rui stepped forward again and struck the Tianlai sect disciple directly. David saw that the Tianlai sect disciples were hostile and immediately moved. He and Lu Rui rushed forward together, instantly beating the Tianlai sect disciples so badly that they couldn't even fight back. "Brother Jiang, with such a good chance, we should take our revenge too." Hong Qianzhou shouted and rushed forward. This time, hundreds of warriors swarmed up and directly beat the several Tianlai sect disciples until they were crying and screaming for their mothers. Jiang Wei and Hong Qianzhou were extremely excited when they saw the Tianlai sect disciples being beaten and chased away. "I see now. As long as we follow Mr. Chen, no one can *****ing bully us." Jiang Wei shouted loudly to the many warriors. Many martial artists had already heard David's name. After all, David's reputation in the martial arts world was not small. "Let's go." After David finished speaking, he took the lead and walked toward the mountain. After walking for a while, a thick smell of blood filled the air. They soon saw mutilated corpses crushed all over the ground. "Mr. Chen, these people were all killed by the Tianlai sect. They crushed them directly using martial god Qi." Jiang Wei stepped forward and said to David. Looking at the corpses, David frowned. In the face of absolute strength, humans were more insignificant than ants. Mere pressure had crushed so many people to death. "Third Elder, that's them." At this moment, the Tianlai sect disciples who had been beaten earlier returned, bringing with them the third elder of the Tianlai sect. Seeing this, the third elder was furious. "Lu Rui, you are a disciple of the Pure Yang sect, yet you dare attack members of my Tianlai sect? Are you trying to start a war between our two sects?" The third elder recognized Lu Rui but did not know the others. "The Kunlun Mountains don't belong to any sect. Yet your Tianlai sect dares place restrictions here. Are you saying the rest of us don't matter to you?" Lu Rui asked coldly. "Humph. So what if we don't take you seriously? You think your pathetic Pure Yang sect dares become enemies of the Tianlai sect? Besides, you brought these ants up the mountain. They don't deserve to set foot here at all." The third elder snorted coldly. In his eyes, anyone outside the hidden clans was nothing more than trash. His words deeply provoked the warriors. They were furious, but despite their anger, none dared speak further. Strength was strength. In the eyes of the Tianlai sect, they truly were nothing but ants. They are ants, so what does that make you? In my eyes, you're not even as good as ants. David said coldly as he stared at the third elder. What did you just say, you little bastard? The third elder's expression turned ice cold, and the aura of a martial god burst out instantly. The pressure made many warriors stagger. Blood surged in their chests as they struggled to stand. Seeing this, Lu Rui released her own aura, resisting the pressure to shield the warriors behind her. But Lu Rui's strength was obviously inferior. Though she tried her best, the martial god's pressure still pushed heavily down on everyone, making their bodies feel unbearably heavy. Chapter 2190. Humph. You're only a second-rank martial god, yet you dare stand against me. You should know your place. Seeing Lu Rui resist him, the third elder snorted coldly. He's not qualified, then what about me? David's aura burst out as soon as he finished speaking. Huh. You're just a martial saint, yet you dare brag in front of me? The third elder laughed, but then suddenly felt his aura being resisted. He immediately turned to look at David, let out a low roar, and increased his aura even more. The overwhelming pressure forced many warriors directly to the ground. Fourth-rank martial god, not bad, David said with a faint smile. Since you know my strength, then you should also understand the fate of offending me, the third elder said disdainfully. Fourth-rank martial god? Not bad. But in my eyes, you're nothing but garbage. David sneered. Bah! You sharp-tongued little brat. A mere martial saint dares look down on me. I'll crush all of you into paste today so you can understand the true power of a fourth-rank martial god. The third elder unleashed his full aura, and the terrifying pressure made the sky seem to tremble. Many warriors turned pale with fear. The third elder's aura was clearly far superior to David's or Lu Rui's. A martial saint facing a fourth-rank martial god, how could he possibly stand a chance? Some warriors began to regret following them up the mountain. They slowly backed away in fear. Is a fourth-rank martial god supposed to be impressive? David sneered. Suddenly, golden light burst from his body, and a terrifying wave of pressure blasted toward the third elder and his disciples. The third elder and the Tianlai sect disciples were stunned. They did not expect the aura of a mere martial saint to be more terrifying than that of a fourth-rank martial god. Now you should understand that you're the real garbage. With that, David stepped forward and charged directly at the third elder. The warriors suddenly felt their bodies lighten. They all stared at David in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. A martial saint resisting martial god chi, no, even overpowering it, and charging at a martial god? Mr. Chen, he's truly a god. An 8th-rank martial saint with this kind of power. Jiang Wei said in disbelief. Hong Qianzhou, Zhu Hao, Qiao Xiong, and the others were also stunned, their admiration for David reaching a new peak. Seeing David rushing at him, the third elder shouted, "Bring me my hammers." 2 Tianlai sect disciples immediately threw 2 copper hammers into the air. The hammers enlarged mid-air and landed heavily in the third elder's hands. He spun them, each rotation producing explosive sonic booms that forced everyone to cover their ears. David's fist lit up with golden light as he struck forward. Humph! A little martial saint dares fight barehanded? You're courting death. The third elder swung the twin hammers down, aiming to smash David into meat paste. Dang! David's fist collided with the copper hammer, producing a harsh metallic clang. Sparks burst out everywhere. The third elder's expression changed instantly. He did not expect David's fist to be this hard enough to meet his hammer head-on. The enormous force numbed the third elder's wrist. His whole arm nearly lost its strength. David stood calmly in front of him, expression cold and contemptuous, as if he wasn't even trying. Chapter 2191. This time, many warriors were shocked. They didn't expect David to block the opponent's copper hammer directly with his bare hands, and looking at David, it seemed as if nothing had happened. The third elder gritted his teeth. He couldn't let people see that his arm was injured, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Boy, I didn't expect you to have some skills. I only use 30% of my strength, and yet you managed to take it, the third elder said, trying to save face. You only use 30%? Really? David said with exaggerated surprise. I only use 10%. But now, I'll use 30%. Let's see how much you can handle. After that, David stepped forward again. Without any gorgeous moves, he simply threw a brutal punch straight at the third elder. Feeling the terrifying gust coming toward him, the third elder's expression changed completely, full of panic. He had just been bragging a moment ago, but now David's punch was clearly even fiercer than before. Shake the heavens and earth! The third elder roared, gathering all his strength. After shouting loudly, he clashed his two hammers together, then swung them upward with full force. Boom! With a deafening explosion, dust flew everywhere, and the surrounding rocks cracked. When the smoke and dust slowly cleared, everyone almost had their jaws drop to the floor. The third elder was completely overwhelmed. The copper hammers in his hands, only the handles remained intact. The hammerheads were shattered into pieces scattered across the ground. The third elder was stunned. He stared at the broken hammer in his hand, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Humph, with such pathetic skill, you dare to act arrogant? David snorted coldly, then kicked the third elder hard across the ground. The third elder's body flew instantly, and a mouthful of blood arced through the air. The other Tianlai sect disciples were also stunned, staring at David blankly, too terrified to move. David walked toward the third elder step by step. Seeing David approaching, the third elder stammered in horror, "Why you? What are you doing?" David stepped down hard on his chest and asked coldly, "Who killed those warriors your Tianlai sect slaughtered?" The third elder glanced at the mutilated corpses on the ground. His eyes dodged, he didn't know what to say. He couldn't mention Tong Yukai directly. After all, Tong Yukai was the second young master of the Tianlai sect. Seeing the elder still hesitating, David suddenly increased the pressure. The third elder's chest caved in instantly. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his expression twisted in agony. I'll talk. I'll talk. It was our second young master. Those people were killed by the second young master, the third elder confessed in terror. Tong Yukai. David raised an eyebrow. For someone with low strength like Tong Yukai to kill so many people, it didn't make sense. He had been sent to Kunlun Mountain to search for the ruins of the Narcissus Palace. Logically, he shouldn't have been killing people on his own. Where is Tong Yukai? David asked coldly. Second young master already entered the cave. The ruins of the Narcissus Palace may be inside, the third elder replied truthfully, not daring to hide anything. I've told you everything. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me, the third elder begged desperately. Many warriors looked at him with contempt. So this so-called god-level elder was just a cowardly man after all. All those glorifying stories were bullshit. I won't kill you. Then wouldn't those dead warriors have died in vain? David's eyes turned icy, and he stomped down. The third elder spewed blood, his life force rapidly fading, until it disappeared completely. The remaining Tianlai sect disciples were terrified. They almost pissed themselves. They turned and ran immediately. Chapter 2192. When David saw this, he grabbed the air, and the dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand. His figure flashed like lightning. Everyone only heard a few sharp screams. The Tianlai sect disciples who tried to run were all cut down by David. When David returned, blood was still dripping from the dragon-slaying sword. At this moment, all the warriors looked at David with awe. In front of him, they didn't even dare breathe loudly. Lu Rui frowned slightly. Mr. Chen, you shouldn't have acted so impulsively and killed all the Tianlai people. They deserved to die. If I didn't kill them, would all those warriors deserve to die instead? David said coldly. Lu Rui said nothing more. In the eyes of Hidden World sect disciples, ordinary martial artists truly were like ants, worthless. Let's go. David sheathed the dragon-slaying sword and continued up the mountain. No one dared stop them now. The reason David killed all the Tianlai disciples was to prevent them from taking revenge on the warriors who had followed up the mountain. David couldn't protect these warriors forever, nor could he lead them openly into the ruins. The ruins were extremely dangerous. And if the Tianlai disciples ambushed them later, the warriors would only be helpless prey. Soon, David and the others found the newly formed cave. It was enormous. Nothing could be seen inside, only darkness. But icy air poured out from within, along with an abundance of spiritual energy. Brother Jiang, don't enter the cave. No one knows what's inside. With your current strength, it would be too dangerous. If relics appear, you can search nearby and maybe find other resources. David advised Jiang Wei and the others. Their strength was simply too low. If they entered, they would probably fall to their deaths. They couldn't even see how deep the cave was. All right, Mr. Chen. You be careful as well. Jiang Wei nodded. They knew their limits. David took Lu Rui and jumped down without hesitation. No matter how deep the cave was, it didn't matter. They could fly with their spiritual energy, there was no risk of falling to their deaths. Wind roared past their ears as David and Lu Rui descended rapidly. It was pitch black until their vision gradually returned, and they found themselves in an open area. Looking up, David realized he couldn't see the cave entrance anymore. It felt as if they had entered an entirely different world. Is this a secret realm? David muttered in surprise. Many secret realms were formed by tearing through space. But this one was inside a mountain, impossible to confirm without exploring. David chose a direction at random and walked forward with Lu Rui. Soon, a massive forest appeared before them, lush trees stretching endlessly into the distance. Mr. Chen, are we still inside the Kunlun Mountains? Is there another world inside? Lu Rui asked in shock. I don't know. But even if there is, it's not something impossible. At this point, nothing surprised David anymore. As they entered the forest, David suddenly frowned. Lu Rui's face turned red, her expression becoming uncomfortable. There's poisonous mist here. Be careful. David handed her a detoxification pill. He himself was immune to all poisons, this toxic mist meant nothing to him. Chapter 2193. Roar. At this moment, bursts of beastly roars echoed, followed by screams. When David and Lu Rui heard it, they hurried toward the location of the sound. But when they arrived, they found several warriors' corpses lying on the ground. These warriors were not from the Tianlai sect. They should have been from a certain family, likely sneaking in when the Tianlai sect sealed the mountains and blocked the paths. But these people were too weak, and by venturing into this cave without authorization, they basically came here to die. Seeing the beasts, David pulled out the dragon-slaying sword and attacked alongside Lu Rui. One must know that these beasts were also resources, and soon, a few bright beast cores were taken into David's pocket. However, finding so many beasts in the Kunlun Mountains surprised David. He didn't know what he would encounter next. At this moment, deeper within the forest, there was a clearing. Several people dressed in strange garments gathered together, and beside them were also the corpses of several beasts. Their clothes were embroidered with flame patterns, and the aura on their bodies was strange. At a glance, it was obvious these people were evil cultivators. The sect leader is not here, so we have to guard this place. If we can seize the ruins of the Narcissus Palace for ourselves, then we will no longer need to fear the 3 sects and 6 schools. An old man said with a gloomy expression. Great Protector, are you sure this is really the ruins of the Narcissus Palace? For such a major occurrence, it's impossible that other sects wouldn't send people. Another person asked. Don't worry. We are the closest to this place. By the time people from other sects arrive, we will already have found the ruins of the Narcissus Palace and claimed them. This time, the leader went to the medicine refining sect and failed to obtain resources, so we can only rely on Burning Heaven sect to secure our own future, the Great Protector said. But the leader instructed us to be careful and wait for his return. Someone reminded. If we wait for the leader, we may miss the opportunity. By the time he comes back, the ruins might already be taken by someone else. We have already set up formations everywhere. As long as someone enters, they'll be trapped for a while, long enough for us to find the ruins. I believe the sect leader will reward us greatly. At that time, we won't have to keep living in hiding on this mountain. The Great Protector's eyes flashed with excitement, and his face was full of confidence. We'll follow the Great Protector's arrangement. Several people nodded. Good. Then let's continue moving. The Great Protector waved his hand, and the group disappeared instantly into the deeper forest. Just after the Burning Heaven sect members left, a green mist began to rise in the area where they had been resting. There were many such places in the forest where green mist gathered. At this moment, David and Lu Rui were continuing deeper into the forest. David's spiritual consciousness spread outward. In a place like this, he could only rely on his consciousness to identify direction. However, despite walking for a long time, both David and Lu Rui felt as if they hadn't gone anywhere. Everywhere they walked, the scenery remained the same, trees on both sides, and nothing seemed to change. Mr. Chen, do you think we're walking in circles? I feel like we're still in the same place after walking for so long. And now I can't hear anything, not even beasts. Lu Rui asked David with some fear. David frowned slightly, then shook his head. Impossible. Although the trees look the same, haven't you noticed the poisonous mist around us is getting thicker? And its color changed from black to green. As soon as David said this, Lu Rui realized that at some point, the surrounding fog had indeed turned green. Chapter 2194. However, because Lu Rui had taken detoxification pills, the poisonous mist had no effect on her, so she hadn't noticed the change along the way. David closed his eyes slightly, then suddenly inhaled deeply, drawing the poisonous mist into his body. Immediately afterward, his brows furrowed. Mr. Chen, what's wrong? Is something different about this poisonous mist? Lu Rui hurriedly asked. The previous poisonous mist was naturally formed, but this one is man-made. It seems we've walked into someone's formation. No wonder we couldn't get out. Only now did David realize they had entered a formation. He hadn't noticed earlier because he was careless. And this formation was definitely not something an ordinary sect could arrange. It must have been set by a master of magic. Coupled with this green poisonous fog, the person responsible was likely an evil cultivator. Mr. Chen, if someone set a formation here, could it be Tong Yukai? They came in before us, so they should be ahead. Lu Rui asked. David shook his head. This formation wasn't set by Tong Yukai. He doesn't have the ability. There must be others here besides the Tianlei sect. We need to be careful. David warned Lu Rui. After all, encountering unknown people in a place like this was extremely dangerous. They didn't know whether the newcomers were enemies or allies, and the enemies were in the dark while they stood in the open. Then what should we do? Can you break this formation? Although Lu Rui was a war god, she knew nothing about formations. For me, a small formation like this can be broken with just a wave of my hand. David said confidently. Such a formation was nothing in David's eyes. If he hadn't been careless, he would never have walked into it. At the same time, the Burning Heaven sect group that had left suddenly stopped. Great Protector, what's wrong? Someone asked. Someone broke into our formation. Black Impermanence, White Impermanence, you two go take a look. If you can catch them, we'll use them to exchange for resources. If they resist, kill them. No matter who they are, understand? The Great Protector ordered the two men, one with pale skin and the other with dark skin. Don't worry, Great Protector. We brothers will complete the task. After speaking, Black and White Impermanence disappeared into the thick fog. At this moment, David flipped his palms, and the immense suction force drew in the poisonous mist around him. Golden light flickered, and the surrounding space rippled like water. But suddenly, David frowned and shouted. Who's sneaking around? Get out here. His voice, infused with spiritual power, carried far into the distance. I didn't expect a hidden world expert capable of breaking our formation so quickly. With a loud voice, black and white impermanence appeared. Both wore strange outfits, each bearing a large flame emblem on the chest. But their skin colors were extremely unusual. One was pale as if suffering from vitiligo. The other had a very dark complexion. Someone who didn't know better would think he was some fucking foreigner. The contrast between the two standing together looked ridiculous, but the fourth-rank martial god aura on their bodies ensured that no one dared to laugh. Burning Heaven Sect? You're actually members of Burning Heaven Sect? Seeing the two, Lu Rui's expression clearly showed panic. Chapter 2195. Black and white impermanence were stunned for a moment. They looked at Lu Rui and said, I didn't expect you, little girl, to even know about my Fenshin sect. Impermanence stared at Lu Rui, a greedy lust filling his eyes. Miss Lu, what is the Burning Heaven Sect? David asked. He didn't understand. Wasn't this hidden world supposed to have only the 3 sects and 6 clans? When did another Burning Heaven Sect appear? And judging by the strength of these two, the overall strength of this sect must be terrifying. Mr. Chen, the Burning Heaven Sect is an evil cultivation sect. The remnant soul planted in my master's body belonged to the Burning Heaven Sect leader, Yao Qing. Leaving such a remnant soul forced the medicine refining sect to extort huge resources from our pure Yang sect every year. Lu Rui explained everything clearly to David. So it's him. David remembered the remnant soul. Back then, even that fragment had terrifying power. If his main body were present, his strength would be unimaginable. It seems this hidden world is full of ancient monsters with abnormal strength. David couldn't help sighing. So it's a little girl from the Pure Yang sect. Perfect, we'll capture you and let that old dog Yubuchuan pay resources to redeem you. He Wuchang spoke confidently after hearing she was from Pure Yang sect. Among the 3 sects and 6 clans, Pure Yang sect had one of the weakest foundations, other than the medicine refining sect. Burning Heaven sect had nothing to fear from them. Old He, you'll deal with that boy who's just a martial saint. This little girl is mine. I'm going to have a good time today. I haven't touched a woman for years. I want to enjoy myself today. Bai Wuchang stared at Lu Rui with eyes full of obscene hunger, ready to swallow her whole. David was only a martial saint, and Lu Rui was just a second-rank martial god. Black and white impermanence were convinced the two of them were already as good as dead. You, shameless beast! Lu Rui's face flushed bright red at Bai Wuchang's filthy words, embarrassed and furious. Ha ha ha! Seeing this little girl angry just makes me even more excited. Bai Wuchang burst into wild laughter. He Wuchang looked at David and said, Boy, leave your valuables behind and get the hell out of here. You don't look like someone from the hidden world, so I'll be generous and spare your life. Aren't you planning to kill me? David pretended to be surprised. Yeah. If you leave now, I won't have to kill you. Don't get in the way, my brother and I want to have some fun here. Hee hee. He Wuchang said with a wicked grin. Hey, it's a pity you're not going to kill me. Because I want to kill you. David sneered. He Wuchang froze for a moment. He didn't expect a mere martial saint to dare speak to him like that. Boy, do you know who you're talking to? He Wuchang's eyes narrowed dangerously. A martial saint encountering a martial god should be kneeling and begging for his life. How dare he speak like this? I really don't know who I'm talking to. You look like a bastard. Did your mother go to Africa when she gave birth to you? David asked coldly. Pfft. Even in this tense moment, Lu Rui couldn't hold back her laughter. But He Wuchang exploded with fury. He pulled out a dark soul-devouring staff. Boy, today I'm going to smash your body into 10,000 pieces and send your soul into the 18 hells. You will never reincarnate. At the same time, Bai Wuchang pulled out an all-white soul-guiding staff that radiated icy cold air. Chapter 2196. Lu Rui stopped laughing instantly. She stared at the two cautiously, gathering all her aura. But as a second-rank martial god, she wouldn't last even 5 moves against them. The higher the realm, the greater the gap, each small step was like a gulf. Not to mention these two were fourth-rank martial gods. Lu Rui had no chance of winning. "Miss Lu, take a break and watch how I suck the life out of these two bastards." David smiled slightly, then unleashed his aura. Lu Rui nodded and backed up, preparing to observe David fight black and white impermanence alone. "Humph. Are you insane? You, a little martial saint, dare challenge the two of us? I'll kill you myself." He Wuchang snorted coldly and charged at David. David's earlier insults had filled him with uncontrollable rage. If he didn't kill David, he wouldn't be able to swallow this humiliation. In an instant, He Wuchang reached David and swung his soul staff down with terrifying force. One hit could smash anything to pieces. David smiled coldly, shifted slightly, and easily dodged. Golden light erupted from David's body, his indestructible golden body wrapped around him like the armor of a war god. Seeing this sudden manifestation, black and white impermanence froze. "No wonder you're so arrogant, so you're hiding treasure armor. But even if you had a bronze head and iron arms, I'll still smash you into pulp today." He Wuchang roared. David didn't bother replying. Golden light burst outward as he punched with holy flame. A blinding golden radiance illuminated the forest. He Wuchang's expression changed drastically and he quickly blocked with his soul staff. Clang! A deafening explosion rang out. The immense shockwave uprooted trees all around them. He Wuchang's arm went numb, and he staggered backward repeatedly. What terrifying power! How can a martial saint unleash such strength? He Wuchang stared at David in disbelief. "Old He, be careful. This kid is a wolf in sheep's clothing. His strength is definitely not martial saint level." Bai Wuchang warned. He Wuchang nodded and leapt into the air. While airborne, he swung his staff and released endless black mist, forming countless ghostly phantoms lunging toward David. David saw the ghosts rushing at him, and the corner of his mouth curled up in amusement. Seeing David actually smile, He Wuchang felt something was seriously wrong. Before he could react, David inhaled deeply, his chi sank into his dantian, and he unleashed a huge suction force like a hurricane, drawing all the ghostly phantoms into his mouth. After the whirlwind dissipated, David patted his stomach and burped. He Wuchang stared at him, utterly shocked. You brat, you can actually perform sorcery? Are you also an evil cultivator?" He Wuchang asked in disbelief. "Bah! This isn't sorcery. My cultivation just happens to restrain trash like you." David snorted, then launched himself toward He Wuchang like an arrow. Seeing David rush in, He Wuchang no longer looked calm, his pupils contracted as his aura erupted violently. Chapter 2197. Holy Light Fist. This time, golden light shone from David's fist, dazzling like the sun. The brilliance was so intense that everyone could barely keep their eyes open. Endless spiritual power gathered and blasted straight toward He Wuchang's chest. He Wuchang's expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly raised his spirit staff to block. But David's speed didn't decrease, he slammed forward with a single punch. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the entire earth. Even Jiang Wei and the others atop the mountain felt the tremors beneath them. He Wuchang's eyes widened in horror. He watched as his spirit staff shattered instantly under David's fist. David's power continued forward, smashing directly into He Wuchang's chest. He Wuchang's body flew like a scrap of paper, crashing through dozens of trees before slamming onto the ground. He coughed blood repeatedly, his face filled with terror. How is that possible? You? What realm are you? He Wuchang had never imagined that the young man he had dismissed so casually possessed such frightening strength. Old He, are you alright? Bai Wuchang rushed over in shock, helped He Wuchang up, and fed him a pill. After the pill entered his mouth, He Wuchang's aura rapidly stabilized and recovered. I'm fine. We're not dying yet. Looks like the two of us will need to join forces. He Wuchang had originally believed he alone was enough to crush David. But unexpectedly, he had been sent flying and injured with a single blow. Alright. This kid has been hiding his strength well. But when did someone like this appear in the hidden world? I've never even heard of him. Bai Wuchang stared at David in confusion. In the outside martial world, there were no such young masters. And within the 3 major sects and 6 clans of the hidden world, they could not recall anyone like David. Whether he's from outside or inside, he must die today. Otherwise, our reputation will be ruined, He Wuchang growled, gritting his teeth. Even if both of you attack together, the outcome will be the same. I advise you not to struggle pointlessly. David said with a cold smile. Arrogant brat, He Wuchang snapped, his aura fully recovered. Old He, let's kill him together. Bai Wuchang's aura surged as his eyes narrowed. In an instant, both leapt into the air, launching themselves toward David. 2 4th-rank martial gods attacked at once, yet David remained motionless. His indestructible golden body radiated brilliance. A massive golden dragon appeared behind him, circling majestically. David's skin glowed, his powerful physique perfectly fusing with the golden body technique. His body had become unbelievably tough. All souls returned to the sect. Bai Wuchang swung his ghost-summoning staff, releasing countless wisps of black chi that transformed into vicious spirits rushing toward David. He Wuchang summoned dark flames from his palm, black mist swirling violently around them. Both struck simultaneously. David merely raised his palm and slammed He Wuchang aside. Bang! He Wuchang was hurled through the air instantly. At the same time, Bai Wuchang's staff smashed against David's body, sending sparks flying everywhere. Several golden scales shattered into dust. David's glowing skin appeared beneath, completely uninjured. Instead, Bai Wuchang staggered back, his wrist numb, nearly losing his grip on the staff. Chapter 2198. David stared coldly at Bai Wuchang. He reached out, grabbed the spirit staff, and with a sudden force, snapped it in half. He kicked out, striking Bai Wuchang's chest and sending him flying. Both black and white impermanents lay on the ground, staring at David in disbelief. 2 4th-rank martial gods, yet they were utterly helpless before David, a mere martial saint. Their weapons were destroyed, and both men were heavily injured. Old Bai, looks like we're going to be buried here today, He Wuchang said darkly. Even if we die, we'll drag this bastard down with us. Looks like it's time for us to sacrifice. Bai Wuchang said. He pulled out a small porcelain bottle, uncorked it, and a terrifying wave of evil energy burst forth. David frowned. The evil aura sent an intense sense of danger through his body. Before David could understand why the evil spirit was so overwhelming, the black mist condensed into a humanoid figure. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed both black and white impermanents in an instant. David was stunned. He had no idea what these 2 lunatics were doing. Aw! The screams of black and white impermanents echoed from within the creature's stomach as they were devoured alive. Lu Rui turned pale with fear. He had never seen people be this cruel to themselves. Soon, the screaming stopped. The figure shifted from darkness to solidity. A man appeared, half his skin dark, half pale, standing before David. He was completely naked, showing everything without shame. Shameless bastard, fucking hooligan. Lu Rui spun around and cursed. The man's aura now had the power of a 5th-rank martial god. David stared in shock. Had the 2 brothers fused by being eaten alive? Boy, you forced us to this point. Today, we're killing you. The voice was He Wuchang's. Yes. Our brothers are one, just to kill you. Bai Wuchang's voice echoed from the same mouth. Humph, whatever sorcery you're using is trash before me. Come on. David said, expression cold. The fused man roared hoarsely, like a ghost wailing, and charged at David. His speed was lightning fast, his aura tearing through the forest like a tornado. David stepped lightly and soared dozens of meters into the air. The man's punch missed, and the terrifying wind pressure instantly leveled the forest behind David. Hundreds of thousands of trees were uprooted, leaving a massive clearing. The man looked up with bloodshot eyes and leapt into the air, unleashing countless shadow fists that surrounded David. Bang! 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 The barrage of strikes smashed David from the sky, slamming him into the ground. Mr. Chen! Lu Rui cried out in panic. After sending David crashing down, the fused man didn't look at him. Instead, he turned toward Lu Rui, eyes filled with a lecherous, filthy smile. Chapter 2199. Don't shout, he will definitely die this time, and it will be your turn next. This time, you can taste my brother at the same time. The man said as he walked toward Lu Rui. Lu Rui turned her head away, not daring to look at the man, and could only keep stepping back. You're so outrageous. You dare to be so sure that I'm dead? At this moment, David's voice slowly came from behind. The man was stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked back and found that David was not hurt in the slightest, except that the indestructible golden body on his body had disappeared. How is this possible? Why didn't you die? The man's face was full of disbelief. Mr. Chen. Seeing that David was unharmed, Lu Rui hurriedly ran behind David and hid. I said it already, you're nothing but rubbish. If you could kill me, wouldn't I be fucking ashamed? David said with a cold smile. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Who are you? The man shouted at David. If you want to know who I am, go to hell and ask the Lord of Hell. As soon as he finished speaking, David's figure appeared instantly in front of the man. The man was shocked and quickly retreated, but unfortunately his speed was no match for David's. He saw David's fist grow larger and larger. And it slammed into the man. A corpse fell in front of David. Want to escape? Seeing the black fog, David leapt forward to chase it. David's body radiated golden light and his speed was like lightning. He instantly caught up with the black fog and charged directly through it. The black fog condensed into a vague figure and sneered coldly. I don't have a real body now, you can't hurt me. If I can't hurt you, then I'll fucking eat you. David said. His abdomen sank and suddenly a giant mouth appeared, releasing a massive suction force toward the figure. The figure panicked instantly. Feeling the terrifying suction, he desperately tried to break free, but couldn't escape at all. No, don't kill us. As long as you don't kill us, we can agree to any conditions. The figure spoke. The voices of the Black and White Impermanence brothers came out of the figure's mouth. Although their bodies were dead, their souls were still intact. Now you think of begging for mercy? It's too late. David did not spare them but sucked the black mist, along with their souls, into his body. The heart condensation art began to operate, rapidly refining the black mist absorbed into his body. Let's go. David said to Lu Rui. Lu Rui nodded and followed closely behind David as they walked deeper into the forest. At this moment, at the end of the forest, a magnificent palace stood tall. Tong Yukai looked at the majestic palace with excitement flashing in his eyes. The ruins of the Narcissus Palace. This should be the ruins of the Narcissus Palace. Ha ha ha. I found it. I finally found it. Tong Yukai shouted excitedly. But soon, Tong Yotsai's laughter stopped abruptly. He stared sharply in the direction of the forest depths. Second young master, what's wrong? A Tianlai sect disciple stepped forward to ask. Someone else has entered. Tong Yukai frowned. How is that possible? 3 elders are guarding the entrance. Those trash from the outer world can't get in. The disciple said. It's not someone from the outer world. It should be someone from the hidden realm. Those outer world trash don't have this kind of aura. Murder flashed in Tong Yotsai's eyes. People from the hidden realm? Could it be someone from another sect? Normally the 3rd elder would notify us. Another disciple said in surprise. Maybe the 3rd elder has already met with an accident. The ruins of the Narcissus Palace have appeared, what sect wouldn't want to take them for themselves? But now that we've found them, no one else is taking them away. Tong Yotsai's eyes were fierce, and his aura surged violently. Chapter 2200. Second young master, let's go in quickly. Someone urged Tong Yukai. Alright. But everyone be careful, the ruins of the Narcissus Palace are extremely dangerous. Don't throw your lives away. Tong Yukai said, then led everyone slowly toward the palace. At the same time, the great protector of the Fenshin sect was still searching for the ruins when he suddenly stopped, looking stunned. Great protector, what's wrong? Someone asked. The great protector frowned. It's bad. Black and white impermanents have been killed. What? Who could kill the black and white impermanence brothers? They could instantly merge and reach the realm of the 5th rank martial god. If it's not one of those old monsters from the 3 sects and 6 clans, then who could kill them so easily? Someone exclaimed. I suspect it's someone from the Tianlei sect. That kid from the Tianlei sect, Tong Gonggong, though young, has already reached the 5th rank martial god realm. And I heard his genes were modified to be immortal. If black and white impermanents encountered him, they definitely wouldn't survive. The great protector spoke solemnly. Everyone's expression became serious, and no one spoke again. The great protector glanced around and then said to a thin old man holding a talisman, Old Lu, you stay here and use your formation to stall the people from the Tianlei sect. We must find the Narcissus Palace ruins before they do. Here, I'll give you a reincarnation pill. If you take it at a critical moment, you might survive. He intended for Old Lu to hold off the Tianlei sect while they found the ruins. But he didn't know Tong Yukai had already found the ruins, and that the ones who killed black and white impermanents weren't the Tianlei sect, but David. However, because David has no reputation in the hidden world, no one thought of him at all. Old Lu swallowed the reincarnation pill and said confidently. Don't worry, great protector. Even if I die, I'll hold them back. They won't escape my formation for at least 8 to 10 days. The great protector cautioned. Don't take them lightly. The Tianlei sect may not excel in formations, but they might hire someone who does. Just delay them if you can, avoid direct conflict unless necessary. I understand. Old Lu nodded. The great protector left with the others to continue searching for the ruins. Old Lu then drove a talisman into the ground, formed hand seals, and the entire area trembled. Soon, the scenery shifted, the forest vanished, a stream appeared, villagers lived nearby, and a majestic mountain range towered beyond. Old Lu sat on a boulder with a tobacco pipe in his mouth, watching the illusion proudly. On the other side, David and Lu Rui continued forward, still unaware of the exact location of the Narcissus Palace ruins. In this forest, David's spiritual sense was greatly restricted, he could only scan a few miles ahead. After walking for so long among the towering ancient trees, one would naturally feel suffocated. Lu Rui's face was pale and uncomfortable, as if she were about to choke. She desperately wanted to get out of the forest. Chapter 2201. At this moment, the eyes of the two of them suddenly brightened, and they saw a village appear, along with the Xiaoxi Mountains. Seeing this, Lu Rui was very excited. I finally got out of that depressing forest. If I hadn't, I would have suffocated to death. But it's so strange, there's a village in this mountain range. Lu Rui said to David. David frowned slightly and carefully observed everything in front of him. After walking for such a long time, my face is sweaty. I should wash my face first. Looking at the clear stream, Lu Rui walked over directly. But at this moment, David grabbed Lu Rui. Don't go over. What's wrong? Lu Rui asked. I feel like something's wrong here, David said, frowning. Is there a problem? What kind of problem? Lu Rui looked around carefully but saw nothing amiss. By the stream not far away, an old man was sitting on a stone, smoking a cigarette, with a child beside him. This old man was Lao Lu, and the children around him were merely illusions. I can't explain it yet, but I always feel uneasy here. David had not yet realized that this place was nothing but an illusion. It was clear that Lao Lu's technique was brilliant. Is there a problem? Let's go and ask directly. Lu Rui said, walking toward the old man and the child. Seeing this, David could only follow and ask first. Master, where are you? Lu Rui stepped forward and called to Lao Lu. Lao Lu raised his head and looked at David and Lu Rui. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Who are you? Lao Lu did not answer Lu Rui but asked directly. Since the Great Protector had said that the person who killed Black and White Impermanence was likely from the Tianlai sect, he had set up this illusion to delay any Tianlai intruders. Now, David and Lu Rui were clearly not from the Tianlai sect, so Lao Lu asked this question. We are. Lu Rui was about to say they were from the Chunyang sect, but David interrupted. We are mountain people who entered here by mistake. After wandering in the forest for a long time, we discovered this place. What kind of place is this? David asked Lao Lu. This is the Immortal Village. Our ancestors have lived here for generations, Lao Lu said lightly. Immortal Village? Lu Rui was startled. Are you all immortals here? Ha ha ha, girl, you're joking. Not all of us are immortals. But because the people in our village have lived for so long, we call it the Immortal Village, Lao Lu laughed. Grandpa, I want to take a bath. At this moment, the child ran over and tugged at Lao Lu's clothes. Go ahead, Lao Lu waved, and the child happily jumped into the stream. Why do people in your village live so long? Are you all martial arts masters? Lu Rui asked curiously. That's not true. It's just that the creek in our village has healing properties. No matter how badly injured you are, even if your organs fail, if you dip in the creek, everything will be fine. People here love to bathe in it, so everyone lives a long life. Lao Lu explained. When Lu Rui heard this, her eyes lit up with excitement. She looked at David and said, Mr. Chen, did you hear that? This stream might be connected to the regeneration spring. Maybe the spring water flows out from here. I want to check it. David stopped Lu Rui. Let me have a look first. After all, I've soaked in the spring water for a few days. I know more about it than you do. David then walked to the creek, squatted down slowly, and gently touched the clear water with his hand. Chapter 2202. Just as David's hand touched the stream, turbid energy instantly surged into his body. As it entered, it immediately began to corrode David's internal organs. Luckily, the power of the dragon in his body protected him. His body had long been immune to all poisons, so he quickly refined the turbid energy using the heart condensation technique. David stood slowly and looked at Lao Lu, his eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Rui hurriedly asked, Mr. Chen, how is it? Is this stream the same as the water from the regeneration spring? David did not answer. Instead, he moved his fingers, sending a red light into Lu Rui's mind. Immediately, David chanted the Qingxin mantra, and a cool sensation swept through both their bodies. When Lu Rui opened her eyes, she saw that everything around them was gone. They were still in the forest, but a gloomy old man now stood before them. What the hell is going on here? Lu Rui exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. We walked into an illusion. Everything we saw just now was fake, David explained. Good boy. You managed to break my illusion in such a short time. You're the first. Black mist began to rise from Lao Lu's hands and his entire body. At this moment, Lao Lu's face was hideous, and his body radiated murderous aura. You people of the Burning Heavens sect. I didn't expect to kill two who are neither black nor white, and now another one. David sensed the aura on Lao Lu's body and immediately guessed the man's identity. Lao Lu was stunned for a moment and asked in disbelief, what did you just say? You killed black and white impermanence. Yes. David nodded. Impossible. You are only a small martial saint. How could you kill black and white impermanence? And this little girl is only a second-rank martial god. Neither of you are their match. Since you know black and white impermanence is dead, you must know who the real killer is. But you simply don't have the strength to kill them. Lao Lu refused to believe that He Wuchang had been killed by David. If it were Tong Yugong from the Tianlai sect, he would have believed it. But David, a martial saint, killing both black and white impermanents. Lao Lu could not believe it. Since you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. But eventually, you'll know the truth, David said with a light smile. Regardless of whether you killed black and white impermanents or not, now that you've broken into this place, you must die. Only our Fenshin sect is qualified to obtain the ruins. As he spoke, murderous fog rolled over Lao Lu's body. Miss Lu, step back first. David's eyes narrowed, full of Ling Lai's murderous aura. Humph. A little martial saint dares to speak out. I'll kill you first, let's see what skill you have to kill black and white impermanents. Lao Lu jumped into the air, condensing a massive amount of black fog. The token in his hand shot forward. A huge dead character appeared out of thin air, flames burning on it. The surroundings filled with extremely poisonous black mist. The dead character, brimming with poison, pressed down on David. Seeing this, the dragon-slaying sword instantly appeared in David's hand. Although Lao Lu's strength was not extraordinary, he was a master of magic, and David had nearly fallen for the illusion earlier. David immediately released sword chi. The sword chi slashed across the large dead character, instantly splitting it. After the split, the character and the flames disappeared. Chapter 2203. However, the dragon-slaying sword in David's hands continued unabated and shot straight toward Lao Lu's chest. Ha ha ha, the little Wushing wants to kill me too. Lao Lu laughed, his body vanishing into thin air. David's sword directly stabbed through a cloud of black mist, and countless poisonous insects in the mist swarmed around David's body. Lao Lu, meanwhile, had already reached David's side without anyone noticing. Seeing David enveloped in densely packed poisonous insects, Lao Lu laughed again. Boy, taste this old man's poisonous heart. Lao Lu said with a wicked smile. Lu Rui watched nervously from the side. But David, holding the dragon-slaying sword and surrounded by countless poisonous insects, didn't panic at all. A faint blue flame rose from David's dragon-slaying sword, enveloping his entire body. The blue flames ignited, and the poisonous insects clinging to David's body instantly vanished under the fire. Spirit fire? Lao Lu frowned as he noticed the spirit fire burning on David's body. Just this? It's not enough. David waved the dragon-slaying sword again, sending a dazzling sword beam straight toward Lao Lu. But the sword light passed through Lao Lu's body in an instant, and Lao Lu gradually dissipated into a cloud of black mist again. This time, the black mist transformed into a beast, which raised its head and let out a roar. Yet Lao Lu himself, without warning, reappeared at David's side. Boy, you can't hit me. Lao Lu said confidently. Your illusion is really good. It's incredibly realistic. At this moment, David realized that every time he attacked, he was hitting not Lao Lu himself but an illusion. However, David couldn't detect at first which of the figures was real, so every strike initially hit a phantom body and caused no harm to Lao Lu. Now that you realize it, just give up and save yourself some time. Lao Lu laughed as the black mist around him continued to rise. Although your illusion skills are impressive, I'm not some weakling. David snorted coldly. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand flickered with light as dragon chants resonated. Roar! The beast roared and charged at David. David threw the dragon-slaying sword, which transformed into a golden dragon and engaged the beast directly. David clenched his fists tightly, golden light flickering across them. Holy light fist! David punched toward Lao Lu. Seeing this, a flash of panic appeared in Lao Lu's eyes. He hadn't expected that the dragon-slaying sword would have consciousness and could fight on its own. As David's punch neared, Lao Lu's body suddenly vanished again, replaced by a rising cloud of black mist. Moments later, his body reappeared at another location. Boy, I told you, you can't hit me. Don't waste your effort. Lao Lu shouted at David. But David ignored him. He suddenly extended his hands toward the void, gathering spiritual power like shackles. Soon, David blocked the surrounding space. No matter how brilliant Lao Lu's illusion, He could not escape this area. Lao Lu sensed the change in the surrounding space. His expression changed slightly as he quickly retreated. Lao Lu's strength wasn't great, he relied on magic. If confined to a closed space, his illusions and magic would become useless. Dang! A sudden loud noise rang out as Lao Lu's body struck an invisible barrier, leaving him dizzy. You can't escape. I've blocked this space, there's nowhere for you to run, David said coldly. Chapter 2204. Humph, in front of me, you dare to use magic? Lao Lu said, taking out the token in his hand and slamming it into the ground while chanting. As the space began to fluctuate, David felt his forbidden formation being violently impacted. Seeing this, David immediately attacked Lao Lu. He couldn't allow him to break through this formation. Lao Lu's mastery of magic was indeed impressive, and David couldn't help feeling slightly impressed. Seeing David attack, Lao Lu had no choice. He suddenly pushed his hands, sending the token flying straight toward David. Boom! David smashed the token with a punch, instantly shattering it. Then David approached Lao Lu, extending his hand and gripping Lao Lu by the neck. Don't kill me. I can help you find the ruins. Seeing this, Lao Lu hurriedly begged for mercy. The power David displayed had exceeded Lao Lu's expectations. In both strength and magic, Lao Lu was no match. Can you really help me find the ruins? David asked incredulously. Yes, as long as you don't kill me, I can help you. Lao Lu nodded desperately. How can I trust you? David knew Lao Lu's techniques were brilliant, but he was still from the Burning Heavens sect. Trust was not easy. You can put a taboo on me, or make me swallow a poison pill. As long as you don't kill me, I'll obey completely. Lao Lu desperately begged for his life. In matters of life and death, no one willingly seeks death. Mr. Chen, you can't trust the words of the evil cultivators of the Burning Heavens sect. Lu Rui shouted, afraid David might be deceived. I'm not truly an evil cultivator of the Burning Heavens sect. I was forced to join them. I was originally a Kunlun mountain warlock, but they occupied my territory and forced me into their ranks. Everything I said is true, please spare my life. Lao Lu continued to plead. David looked at Lao Lu and nodded. I can spare you, but you must take this heart-devouring pill. If you lie to me, you will be eaten alive by 10,000 ants. David produced a black pill and handed it to Lao Lu. Okay, I'll take it. I really didn't lie to you. Lao Lu swallowed the heart-devouring pill without hesitation. Seeing this, David released Lao Lu. With a wave of his hand, the spatial barrier was dissolved. Okay, take us to the ruins. David said to Lao Lu. Lao Lu nodded and led David and the others forward. Meanwhile, outside the ruins hall, Tong Yu Kai had originally planned to bring people inside. However, he accidentally triggered the formation mechanism, and his group was trapped in poisonous miasma. Several Tianlai sect disciples were poisoned. Fortunately, Tong Yu Kai had brought a few magic masters, who worked together to dispel the miasma and crack the formation. What's going on? Tong Yu Kai frowned, asking coldly. He had expected the ruins of the Narcissus Palace to be dangerous with formations, but he did not expect to be trapped before even entering. If we can't break the formation at the start, how can we retreat? Second young master, we are trying our best. It will be fine soon, an elder wiped sweat from his brow and said. What a waste. Over an hour has passed, and it's still not broken. Tong Yu Kai was very displeased. Second young master, this is an ancient formation. It's extremely complicated, and we need time to crack it, the elder said apologetically. Chapter 2205. What a foo ***ing waste. At this level, you dare to call yourself a master of magic? You're a total waste of resources. Hurry up. Tong Yu Kai scolded irritably. If they remain trapped for too long, it would slow them down, and the first person to enter the ruins would face more difficulties than others. Several magic masters hurried to speed up, while Tong Yu Kai sat aside frowning. This seemingly simple magic circle had trapped them for so long. The reputation of the Narcissus Palace ruins was clearly well-deserved. At that moment, Tong Yukai suddenly turned his head, and his expression darkened. Bad! Someone is coming here. We can't let them rush ahead of us. Hurry up! Tong Yukai sensed approaching Qi and became anxious, urging his men. David and Lu Rui looked in the same direction simultaneously. From the entrance to the depths of the forest, the Qi of martial gods began to spread one after another. Mr. Chen, has someone else entered? Lu Rui asked, sensing the aura. Yes, and it's not just one person. Looks like it's going to get lively. David said solemnly. After all, more people meant more competition for the treasures in the ruins. Bang! 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 A loud noise erupted. Two old men wearing white scarves were slashing at the trees, clearing a wide road through the forest. On the newly cleared path, a sedan chair appeared. Four girls in white dresses carried the chair, its top adorned with a delicate pattern. Soon, they reached David and Lu Rui. Lu Rui frowned. Why is that sissy here? What's he doing? The sissy is Ling Yun, the eldest young master of the Feishing faction. A grown man who dresses like a woman all day, it makes me sick. Lu Rui said with disgust. The sedan chair stopped. A man in white clothing and heavy makeup descended. He looked charming, with coquettish movements and gestures. David watched him, dumbfounded. Could this be what Lu Rui described, the eldest young master of the Feishing faction? Was this even a man? Mr. Chen, this guy is perverted. Be careful. Lu Rui whispered a warning. He is really a man. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Ling Yun approached. Upon seeing Lu Rui, he smiled. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet Sister Rui here. He stepped forward enthusiastically and reached to hold Lu Rui's hand. But Lu Rui recoiled in disgust. Why did young Master Ling come here? Lu Rui asked. The changes in the Kunlun Mountains might signal the birth of the Narcissus Palace ruins. Of course I had to come. If there's anything valuable, I'll take it. Ling Yun said with a smile. David confirmed what Lu Rui said, the coquettish figure was indeed a man. His Adam's apple was obvious. While speaking to Lu Rui, Ling Yun's eyes fell on David. He was stunned for a moment, a heat appearing in his gaze. Feeling the intense stare, David shivered slightly, goosebumps rising. Sister Rui, who is this handsome guy? From your Pure Yang sect? Ling Yun asked. Chapter 2206. No, this is Mr. David Chen, a warrior from outside the hidden world, Lu Rui introduced. A warrior from outside the world? Ling Yun looked surprised. I didn't expect such courage from an outsider. Hello, handsome guy. My name is Ling Yun. I'm delighted to meet you. He extended his hand politely toward David. David didn't want to touch this neither male nor female figure. But the other party was so polite that David reluctantly shook his hand. Ling Yun grasped David's hand and gently stroked it with his other hand. David felt a chill and almost vomited on the spot. He hurriedly pulled away. Hehe, Chen Dushui's strength isn't small. Ling Yun smiled, then said, Sister Rui, since we've met, let's go together. That way, I can protect him. There are many beasts here, don't hurt the handsome guy Chen. David had to endure it silently, resisting the urge to vomit. Seeing the situation, Lu Rui couldn't help but laugh. Following Ling Yun and guided by his compass, David and the others quickly exited the forest. A magnificent palace appeared before them. The palace was enormous, extending deep into the mountains. No one could tell how far it went. Its sheer scale reflected the strength of the Narcissus Palace. These are the ruins of the Narcissus Palace, truly spectacular, Lu Rui sighed in admiration. This Narcissus Palace was once a massive sect. Even if we combine the 3 sects and 6 factions of the Hidden Realm, they don't equal it. Its history alone is impressive, Ling Yun said calmly. He clearly had prior knowledge of the Narcissus Palace. There's a formation protecting this palace. To enter, we must break it. Lao Lu spoke up. Formation? Ling Yun snorted. What kind of formation can stop me? Brother Chen, come with me to ensure your safety. No formation can harm you, Lao Lu added. David ignored Ling Yun's flamboyant appearance and walked straight toward the ruins. He understood there was a formation, he would break it directly. As David and the others neared the ruins hall, the space trembled. In an instant, David and the others felt as if they had been transported to another space. At that moment, Tong Yukai, still trapped in the formation, sensed the fluctuations around him and saw many people suddenly appear. Chapter 2207. David? Tong Yotsai's eyes immediately locked onto David. He hated David deeply. Now that David appeared suddenly, Tong Yukai rushed forward without hesitation. David didn't expect to see Tong Yukai here. However, when Tong Yukai charged at him, David was already prepared, breath rising around his body, golden light flashing above his fists. Before David could strike, a white shadow flashed in front of him, colliding with Tong Yukai. Bang! Tong Yukai was knocked back several steps but quickly stabilized. Second young master, are you alright? Several Tianlai sect disciples asked hastily. Tong Yukai shook his head, then glared at Ling Yun and said, Ling Yun, what do you want? Ling Yun ignored him and instead turned to David with concern. Chin, the handsome guy, are you alright? David said nothing but stepped back, putting distance between himself and Ling Yun. Disgusting. Seeing this, Tong Yukai immediately understood the situation but still warned Ling Yun with a cold expression. Ling Yun, I have unfinished business with David. Don't interfere. Tong Yukai, why bother with unfinished business now? You're already trapped in this formation. Shouldn't you focus on getting out instead of fighting? Think about it. You've been trapped here a long time and haven't escaped yet. Isn't it shameful to still be stuck? Ling Yun said to Tong Yukai with disdain. This is an ancient formation. Several of our magic masters are already cracking it. They will succeed soon. Tong Yukai replied. Ling Yun laughed. You Tianlai faction members still dare to call yourselves masters of magic? If you want to break the formation, it's just a matter of waving your hands. Tong Yotsai's face hardened at the mockery but he did not dare to fight back. He knew the eldest young master of the Feishing faction before him was indeed a powerful magician. Not only did Ling Yun's strength reach the 4th rank of martial god, but his magical skills were superior to others. Ling Yun pinched his fingers like an orchid, red light emanating from them, followed by a wave. The space fluctuated for a moment, and the formation in front of them disappeared instantly. The majestic hall was exposed to everyone's sight. Tong Yotsai's eyes widened in shock. The Tianlai faction masters looked embarrassed, bowing their heads in silence. Mr. Chen, don't underestimate Ling Yun as a sissy. His techniques are clever, truly a genius, Lu Rui whispered. David's lips curled slightly in disdain, though he said nothing. Even though Ling Yun's technique was impressive, he was no genius, certainly not comparable to Lao Lu. The only reason he broke the formation so easily was that several Tianlai magic masters had already weakened it. Okay, the formation is broken. We can enter, but stay close. I believe there are many powerful formations inside. If anyone strays, they will fall victim to them. Don't blame me for not caring about you, Ling Yun said. He then looked at David. Brother Chen, come with me. No one will dare harm you. As the group walked toward the hall, Tong Yukai glanced coldly at David. Humph, I didn't expect you to sell yourself to survive. Disgusting. David ignored Tong Yukai. His focus was on the Narcissus Palace ruins, what was inside, and its connection to the regeneration spring. The regeneration spring had disappeared, and the bodies of Humatzi and Long Xingshu needed a way to heal. Chapter 2208. The group walked along the steps toward the majestic hall, arriving shortly thereafter. The Narcissus Palace ruins' main hall, though ancient, remained intact. Decorations were neatly arranged, displaying the palace's former grandeur. Everyone was shocked by the hall's cleanliness, yet the quietness heightened their vigilance. Often, the quieter a place seemed, the more dangerous it was. "Follow me to avoid triggering formation mechanisms," Ling Yun said, walking slowly ahead with his compass. The compass glowed, its pointer floating in the void, indicating the correct path. Thanks to the compass, everyone passed through the hall safely, letting them breathe a bit easier. However, they were slightly disappointed. There was no treasure in the hall. After all, they had come for treasures. Beyond the hall lay a long corridor, 3 to 4 meters wide, with rows of houses on both sides. The doors were tightly closed. Though curiosity stirred among them, no one dared open them. Soon, as everyone entered the corridor, the doors on both sides suddenly swung open by themselves. The sound startled everyone, their expressions turning alert as though facing a formidable enemy. "Mr. Chen, I fear a deadly battle awaits," Lao Lu whispered. "Miss Lu, stay close. If it gets dangerous, escape with me immediately," David instructed Lu Rui. David sensed the undercurrents, though quiet, danger surged beneath. Soon, gusts of Yin wind emerged from the houses, intensifying the tension among the already nervous group. Ling Yun stopped, frowning. "Everyone, be careful. There may be a life-and-death formation here. Do not run around." Tong Yukai looked at his magic masters. Master Fa nodded. "Second young master, we also sense danger here. Be cautious." Everyone now eyed the houses warily. Ling Yun tapped the compass, which flashed an even more dazzling red light and hovered above their heads. "Check the houses on both sides first. Don't proceed," Ling Yun commanded. 2 Feishing old men rushed to the nearest houses. Everyone watched silently, waiting to see if the men would encounter danger. After entering the rooms, there was no movement or sound. Minutes passed. After 5 minutes, the 2 old men emerged, holding reddish-brown stones in their hands. "Master, the blood-soaked stones. This is a treasure," the 2 shouted. The stones emitted powerful yin qi. The earlier gusts of wind were caused by these stones. "Check the other rooms," Ling Yun instructed, rushing toward another room. "Don't hesitate," Tong Yukai said, signaling his men to search the remaining houses for the blood-soaked stones. As everyone entered the rooms, the overcast wind roared more violently. David shivered slightly from the cold. "Withdraw," David murmured, pulling Lu Rui back to safety. Lao Lu followed closely, keeping pace with David. He sensed the danger at nearly the same moment. Chapter 2209. "Mr. Chen, what's wrong?" "Those blood-soaked stones are treasures," Lu Rui asked David, puzzled. "Those are not treasures, they are murderous objects. I can feel the killing intent inside them," David said after running out of the corridor. Lao Lu nodded. "I feel it too. There is definitely danger in those houses." At that moment, screams erupted from the houses on both sides of the corridor. People began running out of the rooms, and behind them followed terrifying shadows. The blood-soaked stones exuded a chilling cold, which transformed into aggressive black shadows. This sudden change threw everyone into chaos. One black shadow immediately penetrated a person's body. The person fell to the ground, dead before they could scream. More black shadows poured out of the rooms. Both Tianlei faction and Feishing faction members were caught off guard, some were injured. "It's a death formation. Escape quickly." Ling Yun realized the truth. These blood-soaked stones were not treasures, but part of a deadly formation. Everyone began fleeing desperately along the road they came, terrified of what they had just seen. Tong Yotsai's eyes narrowed, and his breath surged. With an angry roar, Tong Yukai unleashed his fists, smashing black shadows instantly. But more shadows continued to pour from the houses. Tong Yukai could only fight while retreating. If he fought like this continuously, he would exhaust himself to death. The Tianlei faction members tried to protect Tong Yukai, but the shadows attacked relentlessly, fearless of anything. "It's terrifying," Lu Rui whispered, astonished by the scene. Let's go quickly. We can't stay here long, David urged. Even though they had escaped the corridor, the hall was far from safe. Just as David was about to lead Lu Rui out of the ruins, a gust of wind blew past the entrance of the main hall. The massive doors slammed shut, and yin qi surged from all around, covering the entire hall. It's blocked. We can't escape either. Lao Lu frowned. Amid the pervasive yin qi, black shadows began appearing, surrounding David and the others. It seems we have no choice but to fight. David drew the dragon-slaying sword, its blade burning with raging spiritual fire. The black shadows were ethereal, regular attacks couldn't harm them. But the spirit fire was extremely effective against these evil spirits. Lao Lu used magic, surrounding himself with burning flames that constantly rotated around him. These black shadows are too perverse, they can't be killed normally, Lu Rui said, frowning. She punched a shadow, crushing it, but it soon reformed and attacked again. Although David's spirit fire could defeat a shadow, more kept appearing. Looking at the hall filled with yin qi, David felt a bit helpless. Even if he tried to refine the yin qi, absorbing so much by himself would take too long. At this moment, Tong Yukai and Leng Yun had rushed out. Seeing the hall filled with yin qi and countless shadows, they were stunned. Damn, if I had known, I would have brought more people, Leng Yun muttered, ignoring his image, fighting shadows with his compass in hand. Chapter 22:10. The compass glowed, and any shadow it illuminated was instantly destroyed. The two old men accompanying Leng Yun spun rapidly, forming a storm that blew away shadows. However, the main hall remained closed, and the yin qi that had been blown aside condensed into black shadows in other corners, attacking again. Tong Yotsai's body swelled unnaturally, green blood oozing from his wounds, which healed rapidly. He created hurricanes with every punch, dispersing the shadows. Yet no matter how many shadows they destroyed, the yin qi reformed them. Though they could temporarily control the situation, over time, exhaustion would inevitably set in. Mr. Chen, what should we do? Lu Rui's forehead was covered in sweat, a strand of hair stuck to it. Lao Lu also looked solemn, clearly overwhelmed by the massive consumption of energy. David was anxious but observant. Though this was a death formation, every formation had a way to crack it. The constant attacks made it impossible for David to investigate calmly. He wanted Lu Rui and Lao Lu to block the shadows so he could focus, but the two couldn't stop so many shadows alone. David had no choice but to ask Leng Yun and Tong Yukai for help, creating a safe space for him to work. Though David didn't trust Leng Yun, there was no alternative. David approached Leng Yun and Tong Yukai. This is a death formation. We must break it, or we will be exhausted to death here, he said. Tong Yukai roared, having just smashed a shadow with a punch. Brother Chen, can you break this death formation? Leng Yun asked, eyes full of interest. To break it, we must first find the formation's eye. I am currently restrained and cannot locate it. We need cooperation. You help block the shadows and create a quiet space. Then I can find the formation eye in peace, David instructed. Okay, no problem. Leng Yun agreed immediately. Tong Yukai shook his head. David, do you think we're fools? We block the shadows for you, and you relax. In the end, we all die of exhaustion while you reap the treasure. I'm not that stupid. You do it yourself. Tong Yukai hated David too much to help. Leng Yun, however, agreed. He and a few subordinates, along with Lao Lu and Lu Rui, surrounded David, creating a completely safe space. David closed his eyes slightly, spreading his consciousness throughout the hall. His hands moved gently through the air, as if feeling something unseen. Seeing this, Tong Yukai snorted coldly. Pretending, huh? This is the death battle of Narcissus Palace. How can it be so calm? The people around David began moving to block the shadows, buying him precious time. Chapter 22:11. Everyone was performing their stunts, no one dared to be lazy at this moment, this was a life-and-death situation. Leng Yun's compass hovered above everyone's heads, emitting endless rays of light that temporarily shielded them from the intrusion of yin qi. Following David's slow movement, he walked back into the corridor he had just escaped from. It was known that the yin qi was heaviest here, and the shadows most numerous. Shadows kept rushing out from the houses on both sides, putting instant pressure on Lu Rui and the others. This idiot managed to escape from there, and now he's back. Tong Yukai saw David moving toward the corridor and couldn't help but scold him. Just as everyone braced themselves, David's eyes suddenly opened, and two beams of light shot forth. The beams illuminated the depths of the corridor, revealing a bright red figure. The figure's face was hideous, a sharp sword embedded in its body. Whoever had sculpted it had somehow made it come alive. The sculpture is where the formation's eye is located. The eye must be destroyed. David shouted. Then destroy it. Lao Lu leaped forward, flames swirling from his hands. But just as he approached the humanoid sculpture, a surge of yin qi suddenly engulfed him. David reacted quickly, stepping forward to grab Lao Lu and drag him back. This was a formation, approaching it was never easy. Hold them off here, let me handle this. David's dragon-slaying sword blazed brilliantly, and a roar like a dragon echoed. A golden dragon appeared, charging into the yin qi before vanishing instantly. David followed closely, rushing into the immense yin qi. The others struggled to fend off the shadows. Now David's figure disappeared into the dense yin qi. No one knew if he would succeed, but all they could do was wait. David immediately felt enormous pressure inside the yin qi. A giant palm slowly pressed down toward him. Ignoring the palm, David gripped the dragon-slaying sword and exerted his dragon power to the extreme. The sword emitted a dazzling beam, slashing toward the sculpture. Boom! The blade struck the sculpture, causing a massive explosion. Cracks spread across its body. Though it didn't shatter, David was pleased. Let's go again. He knew the sculpture would eventually collapse, breaking the death formation. But as he prepared to strike again, the huge palm pressed down. David felt his body crushed as if the entire Kunlun Mountains were pressing down on him. He fell violently to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He tried to rise but found his body completely immobilized. Listening to the constant fighting, he realized Lu Rui and the others wouldn't last much longer. Ah! David's eyes widened. He shouted, gritted his teeth, and slowly stood up. He stooped and forced himself upright, the dragon-slaying sword pressed against the ground for support. Though standing, he couldn't swing the sword in this posture. Focusing on the sculpture, David's body glowed, then suddenly surged forward. Chapter 22:12. David charged at the sculpture, using his body to smash it. Boom! He collided with the sculpture, which shattered violently to the ground. With its destruction, the dark hall and corridors filled with yin qi suddenly brightened. The yin qi vanished completely, and the black shadows dissipated instantly. Lu Rui and the others rushed to David and found him lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Tong Yukai, seeing the yin qi disappear, was stunned. Could it be that kid really destroyed the eye? He muttered, frowning, and led his people into the corridor. Mr. Chen, are you okay? Lu Rui asked, helping him up. I'm fine. David shook his head. What is this? Lao Lu noticed that, despite the sculpture collapsing, something inside still shone brightly. David cleared the debris and discovered a mummified corpse inside the sculpture. It was a female corpse with a ferocious expression, matching that of the sculpture. She wore ancient clothing and seemed to have existed for many years. 3 emerald gemstones on her chest glowed intensely. David picked up one of the gems and instantly felt a surge of relief, his spiritual power replenished. Everyone felt unprecedented ease. The fierce battle had left them exhausted, but now they could finally relax. David held the gem, and a message appeared in his mind via the wordless scripture. Mysterious spar, ancient spirit stone, a kind of spar existing in both the heaven and human realm. David was astonished. Such stones existed in the heaven and human realm, why were they here? Could the Narcissus Palace have a connection to the heaven and human realm? He carefully removed the other 2 stones and examined the mummified corpse. Though centuries old, the face was still vaguely recognizable, a woman in her 30s, beautiful but with a hideous expression. It seemed she had been trapped in the sculpture while alive. David was puzzled. Why were heaven and human realm stones on this corpse? Could she have been from that realm? How did she die in Narcissus Palace and become an eye? How had Narcissus Palace fallen? The ruins were well preserved, with no signs of battle. How could such a large sect disappear? There were many questions, but now was not the time. David retrieved the stones, built a grave, and buried the corpse. He then approached Ling Yun, offering one of the profound crystal stones. "Take this. It will help with cultivation." Ling Yun felt the power of heaven and earth emanating from it, instantly increasing his strength. He was astonished. Despite the hidden realm's many resources and gems, he had never seen such a magical stone. "Miss Lu, here's one for you," David said, giving Lu Rui a stone to quickly restore her strength. He had fought to destroy the eye, and the rewards should be shared. As for Lao Lu, a member of the Burning Heavens sect, David wasn't sure of his loyalty yet, so he didn't give him a stone. Lao Lu accepted this without complaint, understanding the reasoning. Tong Yukai, however, looked at the emerald stones with scorching eyes. After signaling to his men, he walked toward David, eyes filled with malicious intent. Chapter 22:13. David, the treasures in the ruins of the Narcissus Palace are not yours. Why do you get to distribute them? And you must remember, I have brought the most people from the Tianlai faction, and we contributed the most. You are already dead now. Tong Yukai glared at David, his dissatisfaction evident. What do you mean? David asked. It makes no sense. These 3 gems must be given to me. Tong Yotsai's domineering attitude was clear, it wasn't a request for gems, it was a threat. David sneered at him. Lu Rui frowned. Tong Yukai, do you have no shame? Just now, Mr. Chen asked for your cooperation, and you refused. Now that the eyes are destroyed and the gems obtained, you shamelessly come to claim them. How did your parents raise you? Didn't they teach you shame? Lu Rui, out of breath from anger, spoke sharply. What did you say? Tong Yukai seemed struck in a sore spot. His face darkened, and his aura surged. What? Am I right? Just now, you refused to cooperate, and now you shamelessly come to claim the gems. Mr. Chen destroyed the formation eye, essentially saving everyone. It's fine if you don't thank him, but you even dare to ask for the gems? Shameless. Lu Rui's anger escalated, and she scolded Tong Yukai without fear. You're courting death. Tong Yukai roared and slapped toward Lu Rui. Though Lu Rui was no match for Tong Yukai, she did not panic. At that moment, Ling Yun intervened. He grabbed Tong Yotsai's wrist and said calmly, Tong Yukai, I think Sister Rui is right. I gave you a chance to join forces, but you refused. Now that we've risked everything to obtain these, you want to take them effortlessly. Is there such a good thing in the world? If you think you are strong just because you have many from Tianlai, try it. The net is full of fish, and no one will leave these ruins alive. Ling Yun's words made Tong Yukai hesitate. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand and said nothing. If it were just David and the others, Tong Yukai would have had no fear. But with Ling Yun and his people, Tong Yukai was unsure. Moreover, he didn't want to provoke the Feishing faction, there would be no way to explain if they returned alive but with conflict. After a pause, everyone continued down the corridor, stepping cautiously. As they moved deeper, David began sensing the familiar aura of the regeneration spring. It seemed the regeneration spring flowed from within these ruins. After some distance, a naturally formed arched stone gate appeared. It was extremely thick, with many chisel marks, evidence of later repairs. Above the stone gate, the 3 characters of Narcissus Palace were still clearly visible. Even after hundreds of years, the engraving remained intact. It's a strange sect. How could they repair this gate here? Could the hall we entered before not really be part of Narcissus Palace? Lu Rui looked at the stone gate, curious. The main hall we entered is part of Narcissus Palace, but it's not truly the inner palace. It's the front hall. In the past, many sects had front halls to teach, study, and entertain guests. Ordinary people weren't allowed inside to prevent probing into the sect's secrets. Some sects still have this design. It's not surprising. Leng Yun explained to Lu Rui. Chapter 22:14. After hearing Leng Yun, Lu Rui understood. The many rooms along the corridor were likely for entertaining guests, preventing outsiders from wandering into the inner sect. This is the real Narcissus Palace. What we encountered before was just an appetizer, the real danger is still ahead. Lao Lu looked at the heavy stone gate with emotion. David also realized that the true threat lay within the inner Narcissus Palace. The formation in the main hall was likely just a minor obstacle. Go and open the door. Tong Yukai waved and instructed two Tianlai sect disciples to push the stone gate. Don't push it. This stone gate is strange, David stopped them. It's just a stone gate. What's so strange? Do you want to open it yourself? If there's treasure inside, you can take credit. Don't interfere with me, Tong Yukai snorted coldly, turning to the two disciples. The two disciples approached the massive gate and pushed with all their strength. Even with half-step martial god strength, they struggled, exhausted after applying full force. The stone gate didn't budge. You can't even open a stone gate, trash. Tong Yukai shouted angrily. Tong Yukai, have your Tianlai disciples not eaten? Or should we let my people try? Leng Yun asked, half smiling but serious. Humiliated, Tong Yukai barked at the disciples, if you can't open it, be prepared to die. Pathetic. The disciples summoned all their energy, punching the stone gate. At that moment, lines of light appeared on the gate. The patterns flickered, it was obvious a formation had been placed, making the gate immovable. Suddenly, two blue flames rose, engulfing the disciples who were pushing the gate. Ah! The disciples screamed, slapping at the flames, but the fire only intensified with every strike. Tong Yukai rushed forward to help, and several Tianlai faction magic masters used their spells, summoning water columns from above to douse the flames. Still, the blue fire would not extinguish. Only when the disciples were burned to ashes did the flames finally subside. Seeing the scorched ground, Tong Yotsai's eyes burned with rage. Several of his subordinates had already died before entering Narcissus Palace. Mr. Chen kindly warned him, but he ignored it. Now look, his disciples are burned to death, Lu Rui said with a hint of satisfaction. Tong Yukai grew even angrier, but there was nothing he could do. If he had listened to David's warning, his disciples might have survived. There's even a formation on this stone gate. This Narcissus Palace is truly formidable. Leng Yun said, examining the gate. You all, study it and break this formation, Tong Yukai ordered his magic masters. After David had broken the front formation, the Tianlai faction's face had been lost. If they could break the gate's formation, it would restore some pride, and Tong Yukai could claim a say in treasure distribution. Chapter 22:15. Several magic masters stepped forward to carefully study the formation above the stone gate. They did not dare touch it directly and could only observe from a distance. After watching for a while, an old man said to Tong Yukai, second young master, this is a destiny formation, an ancient, strange formation. Even if you try to dismantle it with precision, no one can remove the formation needle without first breaking the formation itself. And there is a killing formation embedded within it. If the formation is forcibly broken, you will be burned to death like before. So powerful? Tong Yukai frowned, a deep wrinkle forming on his brow. Then can you disarm this formation? Yes, I have studied formations like this. It can be dismantled, but it will take some time, the old man replied. How long? Tong Yukai pressed. 1 day. Only 1 day will be enough to break this formation, the old man said, stretching out a finger. Tong Yukai nodded. Then break it quickly. You will be rewarded for dismantling it. Hearing this, several Tianlai faction magic masters hurriedly began working together to dismantle the formation. The formation set up by the Narcissus Palace is really powerful. Even we might not be able to break it in a day. I didn't expect the Tianlai faction's magic masters to be this clever, Lao Lu said with some admiration. Trash like this can't even break it in 3 days. Don't listen to their bragging. Ling Yun looked disdainful. He was not one to underestimate the Tianlai faction's magic masters, but their skill was indeed mediocre. When Tong Yukai heard Ling Yun belittling their faction, he grew displeased. Ling Yun, you are skilled. Can you dismantle it in an instant? I doubt you even have a method. This formation, even if I do it myself, would take at least 3 days. Your Tianlai faction magic masters? They might not open it in 10 days, let alone 1, Ling Yun said. David also spoke at this time. They can't open it in a month. This formation is beyond their ability. Although the Tianlai faction masters called themselves skilled, their actual magic was unimpressive. They could only fool Tong Yukai, who knew little about true magic. David, don't speak such words here. You claim you can break this formation in 1 day, Tong Yukai roared. To break this formation? I only need 1 minute, David said with a faint smile. Ling Yun and Lao Lu exchanged glances, surprised. Both were experienced magic users and understood the complexity of the formation. Breaking such an ancient, intricate formation in 1 minute was inconceivable. Tong Yukai didn't believe him at all. Stop bragging. I don't believe you have that ability. If you have the ability, then prove it. I'll break the formation myself, and the treasure inside the gate will be distributed as I see fit. Do you dare to let me try? David sneered. Tong Yukai hesitated, unnerved by David's confidence. He feared David might actually break the formation in 1 minute. Brother Chen, if you can break this formation in 1 minute, I won't claim the treasure inside, Ling Yun said. He knew magic, and he did not believe the stone gate's formation could be broken so quickly. Although Ling Yun said this, Tong Yukai did not dare to gamble. He could only shout to his magic masters, hurry up. Don't let others look down on you. Show that you are worthy of the title of Magic Master. Chapter 22:16. The old men had also overheard the conversation. Each of them held their breath, determined to open the formation and prove their skill. At that moment, a flash of light suddenly erupted from the stone gate, followed by a blast of immense air. One old man failed to dodge in time and was instantly sliced apart. Blood splattered everywhere, shocking the others. What is happening? Tong Yukai asked, confused. The old man who had claimed he could dismantle the formation in a day was now speechless and panicked. As I said, you cannot break this formation in a month. The method you tried is wrong, forcing the formation triggers a killing array. Anyone who breaks it by brute force dies. David said calmly. The Tianlai faction masters hurriedly stepped back, moving away from the stone gate. Tong Yukai was furious, nearly spitting blood. David, didn't you say it could be broken in a minute? Go ahead and try it. If you succeed, I promise you'll distribute the treasure behind the stone gate. Tong Yukai finally agreed. Since the formation was so dangerous, Tong Yukai assumed David would likely die trying. David smiled faintly and walked toward the stone gate. Mr. Chen, be careful, Lu Rui warned. Don't worry. I have a plan, David said, approaching the gate and gently placing his hands on it. Everyone held their breath, eager to see how David would break the formation. Lao Lu and Ling Yun watched closely, wondering what technique he would use to dismantle it in 1 minute. David's hands began to emit golden light, streaks of energy penetrating the stone gate. The formation's lines flashed in golden brilliance. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the gate, engulfing David instantly. The others instinctively retreated. Ha ha ha. He's pretending. The formation will activate in 1 minute and death is guaranteed. Tong Yukai laughed mockingly. Lu Rui clenched her fists nervously, staring at David. Lao Lu and Ling Yun observed carefully, concerned about the formation. The deadly aura was unlike anything they had encountered. Squeak! Suddenly, a sound of stone grinding echoed, sending chills down everyone's spines. David was slowly pushing the stone gate open. Remarkably, the terrifying aura did not harm him. With the gate opened, icy, biting winds rushed out of the Narcissus Palace ruins. Everyone shivered. The air was so chilling, it felt less like a sect and more like an underground tomb. Yet David had pushed the gate open in mere moments, astonishing everyone. "Mr. Chen, how did you do it? You broke the formation so quickly." Lao Lu asked, curious. Lingyun stepped closer. "Brother Chen, what method did you use? We didn't see how you broke it." Tong Yukai also stared in shock. Everyone was filled with disbelief at how quickly David dismantled the formation. Chapter 22:17. David smiled slightly, looked at Tong Yukai who had approached him, and said, "If I could break the formation so quickly, I have to thank the Tianlei faction for sending the second young master." Tong Yukai immediately froze, confused. "Thank me? Why should I be thanked?" Lao Lu and the others were also puzzled. They didn't understand what David meant, or why breaking the formation had anything to do with the Tianlei faction. "Of course I have to thank you. If you hadn't sent your subordinates to forcibly break the formation and trigger the killing array, exhausting its energy, I wouldn't have been able to dismantle it so quickly," David said smugly. "Although there are killing formations in the array, their power has weakened over time. Because you let your people forcefully trigger it, the energy of the killing formation was nearly spent. That made my job much easier. I didn't have to worry about getting hurt at all." David looked at Tong Yukai with a self-satisfied grin. Tong Yotsai's face immediately contorted in rage, uglier than shit. He had wanted his people to open the stone gate first, so he could take the credit, but he had inadvertently done all the work for David. Lao Lu and Lingyun laughed quietly, both aware that David was deliberately provoking Tong Yukai. The truth was that David had the ability to break the formation so quickly, but he had no need to explain that yet, and no one dared to ask. "Let's go in," David said, smiling slightly at Tong Yukai, who was now fuming. He led everyone into the Narcissus Palace. Tong Yukai, having lost his soldiers' initiative, had no choice but to follow. After entering, they saw a huge square. 18 stone pillars stood on it, each engraved with a dragon pattern, each dragon different from the others. A chilling yin-chi wafted through the square, brushing against everyone's body. Even masters could feel the coldness, shivering involuntarily. At the far end of the square stood a solid stone wall, leaving no way forward. Everyone found this strange. "Mr. Chen, what's going on? Is the Narcissus Palace really only this big?" Lu Rui asked, puzzled. David shook his head, spreading his consciousness to sense the stone wall. He found it impenetrable. This was not an illusion, it was the mountain's natural stone. Impossible, could the Narcissus Palace really be only this small? David muttered, revealing his doubts. Tong Yukai and Lingyun had already instructed their subordinates to search everywhere, hoping to find hidden treasures. But aside from the 18 stone pillars, the square contained nothing. Everyone felt frustrated. After all the effort to reach the Narcissus Palace ruins, it turned out to be so small, and seemingly empty of treasure. What the hell? We broke into the Narcissus Palace ruins for nothing, and I've already lost several people. Tong Yukai cursed. No way, is it possible the Narcissus Palace is only this big and there's nothing left? Lingyun frowned, doubting it. Mr. Chen, have you noticed the arrangement of these 18 stone pillars? They seem placed deliberately. Lao Lu whispered. David examined the pillars carefully, then stepped forward and gently touched one with his hand. The moment his hand made contact, a faint energy pulsed from the pillar. He felt an aura emanating from it. Soon, the dragon pattern on the pillar lit up, its eyes glowing brilliantly. Chapter 22:18. Seeing this, everyone tensed, fearing that another deadly formation might activate. David touched the glowing dragon pattern and then moved to the next pillar. Its eyes lit up as well. One by one, he touched all the pillars. By the time he reached the last one, the entire square was bathed in radiant light. The beams slowly formed a massive dragon in midair. Everyone stared in awe at the giant dragon. Rumble. The ground trembled, and the stone wall behind them seemed to snap shut in an instant. This time, escape was impossible. "David, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to kill us?" Tong Yukai yelled. David ignored him, staring at the giant dragon, then floated upward, aligning himself with its glowing eyes. He stretched out his hand to touch it. But with a deafening roar, the dragon's force struck him. His body flew like a leaf, smashing against the stone wall before falling to the ground. Mr. Chen, Lu Rui hurried over, finding blood at the corner of his mouth. David's body was incredibly powerful, yet he had been injured by the dragon's roar alone. Tong Yukai and Ling Yun's expressions turned tense. Everyone became alert, fearing an attack from the dragon. The square shook violently, and the 18 stone pillars began collapsing, rocks splintering in all directions. Everyone scrambled to dodge the debris. Then the dragon roared again, slamming into the ground. The earth cracked, collapsing the square. When the dust cleared, the giant dragon had vanished, but in its place, a dark underground passage appeared. The passage extended deep below, devoid of light, seeming as though it led to the 18th layer of hell. Everyone hesitated, unsure who should enter first. David ignited a flame in his palm, illuminating the entire passage, and stepped in. Determined, he pressed forward, no matter the dangers. Lu Rui and Lao Lu followed. Outside, Ling Yun and Tong Yukai hesitated, intimidated by the giant dragon's recent appearance. If it appeared here, they feared they wouldn't survive. "Ling Yun, why don't you go in?" Tong Yukai asked. "Why don't you go in?" Ling Yun replied rhetorically. "This is a narrow passage. If there are mechanisms or formations inside, we might not even survive. We must be cautious," Tong Yukai explained. "You're afraid of death, so why shouldn't I be cautious?" Ling Yun said, rolling his eyes. "We'll wait a while. If nothing happens, we can go in." After some time, seeing no movement from inside, Tong Yukai and Ling Yun led their people in. David, followed by Lu Rui and Lao Lu, continued in front. The passage was narrow and slightly oppressive, but fortunately, no traps or deadly mechanisms were encountered. Chapter 22:19. Soon, there was a fork in the passage in front of David, and 3 identical corridors appeared, leaving him slightly troubled. Obviously, among the 3 corridors, only one must be safe. The other 2 were extremely dangerous, but David had no idea which one was safe. He carefully observed the 3 passages. The smooth stone walls offered no clues, and the shapes were identical. It was impossible to tell which way to go. Just as David and the others hesitated, Ling Yun and Tong Yukai caught up. Seeing the 3 passages, they were stunned and unsure which to take. "What should we do?" Tong Yukai frowned. No one paid attention to him. David closed his eyes slightly, and his 3 senses flashed, extending out of his body toward the 3 passages. Even though the passages were long, David's consciousness extended several miles ahead, but he still could not distinguish a difference. At that moment, Ling Yun took out a compass, bit his finger, and dropped a drop of blood on it. The compass soon flashed red, and its needle shook violently before slowly stopping, pointing to the leftmost passage. Ling Yun smiled at David and said, "Brother Chen, the left passage is the correct one. Shall we go?" David remained still. Ling Yun then led his group into the leftmost passage. Seeing this, Tong Yukai hurriedly followed with his own people. "Tong Yukai, what are you doing?" Ling Yun said coldly, noticing Tong Yukai trailing them. "Brother Ling, we'll back you up if anything happens. Don't worry, if we find treasure, I'll let you take it first." Tong Yukai said flatteringly. He knew that strength alone was useless here. Without knowledge of magic, anyone could be trapped. The magic masters he brought were essentially useless, which is why he followed Ling Yun so submissively. Seeing Tong Yukai speak, Ling Yun ignored him and continued forward. "Mr. Chen, what should we do?" Lu Rui asked anxiously, seeing David remain still while Tong Yukai and Ling Yun went ahead. "Don't rush, wait a moment," David said calmly. Though his consciousness had withdrawn, he did not make a hasty choice. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, David walked straight toward the middle passage. Lu Rui and Lao Lu could only follow. They had no sense of distance or time. Eventually, just as exhaustion threatened to overcome them, light appeared ahead, a sign of an exit. They hurried toward it, amazed by the scene. A clear stream flowed gently, and the sounds of birds and flowers created an almost otherworldly atmosphere. No humans lived here, but the scenery resembled the fairy village described by Lao Lu. "It's too beautiful here," Lu Rui exclaimed. David ignored the scenery and walked directly to the stream, lightly touching the water. His face brightened with excitement. The water was identical to that of the regeneration spring. Perhaps the regeneration spring's water flowed from this stream. David decided to trace the stream to its source and discover the reason for its special properties. Just then, Ling Yun, Tong Yukai, and the others appeared as well. Judging by their expressions and the scars on their bodies, they had clearly fought their way through the passage. Chapter 22:20. When Tong Yukai saw David and his group emerge from the passage, looking calm and relaxed, he was furious. He couldn't understand how David could be so lucky. David ignored them and continued walking along the stream. After a short distance, they encountered a towering ancient tree with sprawling, intertwined roots. The tree was dozens of meters high. From it, a powerful spiritual energy emanated constantly. The stream flowed around its roots, gently washing them. David stared at the ancient tree in surprise, then dipped his hands into the stream. The stream itself was ordinary here, devoid of special aura. But when the water washed over the roots of the ancient tree, the unique effect of the regeneration spring appeared. David realized that the peculiar power of the regeneration spring came from this ancient tree. Looking up, he saw apple-like spiritual fruits hanging from the branches, pulsating with spiritual energy. What a powerful ancient tree! "I didn't expect something like this to exist in the Kunlun Mountains," David murmured. At this moment, Ling Yun, Tong Yukai, and their group arrived. Seeing the tree, they were all astonished. "The psychic tree, it's a psychic tree!" Ling Yun shouted, his excitement uncontrollable. "Brother Ling, what's a psychic tree?" Tong Yukai asked, puzzled. "It's written in ancient books. The psychic tree is divine. Its fruit, psychic fruit, can instantly enhance cultivation. Someone who eats several can be reborn, becoming an immortal cultivator, and eventually ascend to the heavens." Ling Yun's body trembled slightly as he spoke. Tong Yotsai's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Rui and Lao Lu were equally shocked. They had not realized the ancient tree's immense value. "So the people of the Narcissus Palace must have been immortal cultivators?" David asked. "Eating psychic fruit could transform a warrior into a cultivator. If this tree belonged to the Narcissus Palace, its disciples were likely immortal cultivators." "That's not necessarily true. Ancient texts say only those with exceptional talent can achieve rebirth. Still, the fruit is powerful, it enhances cultivation and reshapes the body. It's a true treasure," Ling Yun explained. Hearing this, David's eyes lit up. After washing the roots in this stream, his body could be reshaped. Though the process would take 49 days, if the psychic fruit were given to Hu Matsi and Long Xingxiu, they could recover quickly, and perhaps even break through in strength. David planned to grab some of the psychic fruits. The tree had only 8 fruits, and he wanted to act first to save Hu Matsi and Long Xingxiu. Seeing this, Tong Yukai jumped up to stop him. "David, what are you doing? This psychic fruit isn't yours. Do you want to take it?" Tong Yukai glared. Ling Yun also stepped forward, his expression cold. "Chinda handsome, do you really intend to take them all for yourself?" Faced with the temptation of the psychic fruit, Ling Yun was no longer polite. When huge interests were at stake, friends were meaningless, especially between him and David. Chapter 22:21. "What do you think?" David asked, looking at Tong Yukai and Ling Yun. "Don't even think about it. This psychic fruit is one of the rarest in the world. Who wouldn't want it? But if you want one, it depends on your ability, Tong Yukai said. There are 8 psychic fruits in total. Brother Leng can take 5, I'll take 3. As for you, don't even think of taking one, just keep your life. As he finished speaking, the aura around Tong Yukai rose continuously. He had long wanted to kill David, but Leng Yun had always protected him. Now, facing the temptation of treasure, Tong Yukai knew that Leng Yun would not intervene, so he boldly decided to claim 5 fruits for himself. Sure enough, when Leng Yun heard this, his face bore a subtle smile. He was not helping David at all. David looked at Tong Yukai coldly, disdain clear in his eyes. You want to kill me too? David snorted coldly. You still need 10 more years of training. David's scorn instantly infuriated Tong Yukai. His body leaped up. David, now that I've modified my genes, killing you will be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Since his genetic modification, Tong Yotsai's confidence had swelled to extremes. He burst into the air, radiating terrifying energy, and his punch slammed down, causing bursts of explosions and shaking the entire space. David looked at Tong Yukai coldly. Golden light appeared, enveloping his entire body in an indestructible golden aura. Dragon power condensed on his fist. A golden dragon coiled around his arm. With a roar, he struck, a terrifying punch aimed directly at Tong Yukai. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The terrifying energy swept everything aside. Everyone was blown away by the residual shockwave. Yet the psychic tree remained unaffected, not even a single leaf trembling. Tong Yukai felt a tightness in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell from the air like a kite with a broken string, smashing into the ground. Second young master. Disciples of the Tianlei school rushed forward to help him. Leng Yun, witnessing David injure Tong Yukai with a single punch, was shocked. He hadn't expected David to be this strong. Tong Yukai wiped the blood from his mouth and frowned. Despite his genetic modifications, he still could not defeat David. I said it, your strength isn't enough to kill me. Go back and train for 10 more years. You don't deserve this psychic fruit, David said coldly. Brother Chen, since we discovered the psychic fruits together in the Narcissus Palace, we might as well share them. I can take 2 and avoid fighting to the death, Leng Yun said, smiling slightly. David looked at Leng Yun's submissive demeanor and thought it was amusing. If David hadn't shown his strength, Leng Yun probably wouldn't have allowed himself to take even 1 fruit. What's amusing? You take 4 just because you're a coward? David sneered. I want all 8 psychic fruits. Get out now, or you die. I will take them all. David's words made Leng Yun's face turn cold. All previous kindness vanished. David, do you think you can be arrogant after defeating Tong Yukai? I let you take 2 fruits as a favor, but you still don't appreciate it. Leng Yun's eyes narrowed, and his killing intent surged. Chapter 22-22. Brother Leng, stop talking nonsense. Let's kill him together and then divide the psychic fruits, Tong Yukai said. If he couldn't defeat David alone, he would join forces with Leng Yun. Together, they could potentially overpower him. Before Leng Yun could respond, an old man from Feishing suddenly charged forward. It's time to humiliate my son. Court death. The old man struck with a palm, a massive fire net forming instantly, shrouding David. David's mouth curved slightly. He found it ridiculous that the opponent resorted to magic. Golden light flickered around David as the divine dragon's power erupted. A massive golden dragon appeared behind him. Flames spewed from the dragon's mouth, instantly obliterating the fire net. The old man was stunned, disbelief written across his face. With a roar, the golden dragon swallowed the old man in one bite, spitting out a pile of white bones. A powerful martial arts master reduced to nothing in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded. You? Who are you? Leng Yun widened his eyes, staring at David in disbelief. David's martial arts rank was 8th level martial saint, not yet martial god, but he had just effortlessly killed a true martial god. Even seasoned experts who had seen countless genius warriors had never witnessed someone bypassing an entire realm and killing in an instant. Leng Yun was thrown into deep confusion. The golden dragon gradually vanished, and the golden light around David dimmed. "You don't need to know who I am. Leave now, and I can spare you," David said lightly. "Ha ha ha. You're too confident," Leng Yun laughed loudly. "Maybe we're not a match for you individually, but together, we can kill you." "Really? Then try me," David said coldly. The dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand, releasing a sword beam that instantly cut a Tianlai disciple in half. "Damn, you sneak attack," Tong Yukai shouted furiously, shocked by David's audacity. "Tong Yukai, let's go. Kill this kid." Leng Yun yelled, charging to attack David. Disciples from both the Feishing and Tianlai factions gathered around. Lu Rui, realizing it was a life-or-death situation, risked her life, holding a long sword and jumping into battle. Lao Lu stepped aside, not intervening. David was capable of defending himself, and he didn't aid Leng Yun or Tong Yukai, he simply observed. David faced multiple attackers alone, showing no panic. "Die!" Tong Yukai shouted, slapping a palm toward David. Palm winds whistled, tornadoes forming as they struck. Leng Yun jumped as well, his compass radiating dazzling light, aiming to kill David with one strike. David held the dragon-slaying sword. The golden dragon circled behind him, golden light rising to the sky. 9 shadow swordsmanship, slash. Instantly, David multiplied. From one, there were now 6 identical Davids. Each held a dragon-slaying sword, and 6 sword beams shot forward. "What's going on?" Tong Yukai and Leng Yun exclaimed in disbelief, staring at David. Chapter 22-23. Before they could react, they were instantly blown away by the sword light. The surrounding disciples of the Tianlai school and Feishing school were pierced by the sword light, and they lost their voices in an instant. Tong Yukai and Leng Yun's expressions turned extremely ugly. Attacking together, they not only failed to kill David but also caused the deaths of several of their own people. "I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. No wonder you all die here today," David said, eyes filled with murderous intent. At that moment, the corners of Leng Yun and Tong Yotsai's eyes twitched. They never imagined it would end like this. Now, if they retreated, they wouldn't be able to tolerate it. The psychic fruits were in sight, but if they stayed, they couldn't beat David. For a while, Leng Yun and Tong Yukai were overwhelmed. "Ha ha ha, the mighty Feishing and Tianlai factions are scared of being beaten by a kid from outside the world. If this spreads, won't people laugh?" Leng Yun muttered, frustrated. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from behind. Everyone turned and saw several people in identical robes emerge. These people were powerful, at least third-rank martial gods. Fen Tianzhao. Leng Yun and Tong Yukai were stunned. Lao Lu's expression changed as well. He hurried forward and respectfully said to the leading old man, "Great Protector." The Great Protector's brows slightly furrowed as he looked at Lao Lu, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Lao Lu, unexpectedly, you're still alive." Lao Lu lowered his head nervously. "I was not strong enough. I was captured alive." At this moment, Lao Lu did not dare to reveal that he had surrendered to David and arrived here safely. Even after consuming David's poison pill, he dared not speak openly in this situation. "Worthless, get back," the Great Protector scowled at Lao Lu, then smiled at Leng Yun and Tong Yukai. "You two young masters, stay safe." It seemed the Great Protector knew Leng Yun and Tong Yukai. Their expressions turned ugly, but they said nothing. Finally, Leng Yun asked, "Didn't your Fen Tian cult disappear years ago? Why have you suddenly appeared here?" "Disappeared?" "In the Kunlun Mountains," the Great Protector said. Tong Yukai also asked, "Are you here because of the ruins of the Narcissus Palace?" "Nonsense. Not for the ruins, what else would I be doing here? But I can cooperate with you two to kill this kid, then we'll share the psychic fruits among the 3 of us." The Great Protector proposed, taking the initiative to ally with Ling Yun and Tong Yukai. After all, the Fantian sect belonged to evil cultivators. If David joined them, the Great Protector would be at risk. Therefore, he decided to exploit the conflict between David and Ling Yun and ally with Ling Yun first. Ling Yun and Tong Yukai hesitated. Their hidden world sect forbade cooperation with evil cultivators. Ling Yun, Tong Yukai, as members of the hidden world sect, you are forbidden to ally with evil cultivators. Otherwise, you will be punished by the major families, Lu Rui urged. If they truly joined forces, she and David would be in danger. Ha ha ha, don't shout, little girl of the Pure Yang sect. Many hidden world sects already cooperate with us. The medicine refining sect has long allied with us, and most of the resources from your Pure Yang sect are already in our hands, the Great Protector laughed. Chapter 22-24. Everyone was shocked, especially Lu Rui. She never expected that after so many years, the Pure Yang sect had been deceived by the alliance of the medicine refining sect and the Fantian sect. Ling Yun and Tong Yukai were equally surprised. Young Master Ling, young Master Tong, think carefully. Do you want to cooperate with me, kill this guy, and share the psychic fruits, or be killed by him and watch him take all 8? The Great Protector asked. Fine, I'm willing to cooperate, Tong Yukai nodded. Tong Yukai had a grudge against David and always wanted to kill him. Their Tianlei school's genetic modification also aligned them with crooked sects, so allying with the Burning Heaven cult was acceptable. Seeing this, Ling Yun reluctantly nodded. Okay, I'm also willing to cooperate. Ha ha ha, wise, the Great Protector laughed. Great Protector, after killing David, how will the psychic fruits be divided? There are only 8, Ling Yun asked. You two take 3 each, I'll take 2. This ruin will serve as a base for our Burning Heaven sect, the Great Protector replied. Okay, no problem, Ling Yun said with satisfaction. The psychic fruits were priceless, but the ruins themselves were of no consequence. Seeing the alliance of the 3, Lu Rui's face darkened. No matter how strong David was, he could not contend with the combined might of these 3 factions. You two actually believe in evil cultivator? Even if you kill me, can you really get the psychic fruits? David said to Ling Yun and Tong Yukai. David, stop resisting. Even if I die, I'll get the psychic fruits. I just want you dead. Tong Yukai roared. Young Master Tong, why talk nonsense? Let's finish him off. A small outsider warrior is too arrogant, the Great Protector hissed like a poisonous snake, already impressed by David's strength. I originally wanted to spare you, but now that you've allied with evil cultivators, you can only die, David said lightly. Ha ha ha, David, look at your situation and dare to speak so boldly, Tong Yukai laughed. Fine, let's go together, Ling Yun finished speaking. He threw the compass in his hand into the air, and a beam of light shot directly toward David. Although David remained calm on the surface, his heart was tense. Facing the combined attacks, he could only grit his teeth and resist. The dragon-slaying sword in David's hand radiated brilliance, and golden light enveloped his body. A huge golden dragon appeared behind him. David floated upward, standing proudly above the dragon. One man and one dragon, like a celestial immortal. Ling Yun and Tong Yukai were stunned, shocked by the golden dragon. What are you doing? This golden dragon is just an illusion. What's so scary? The Great Protector shouted at them. Only then did they react, and their auras erupted. Soon, they charged toward David with their subordinates. The Great Protector waved his hand, sending several followers forward, heading straight for Lu Rui. David's sword chi exploded from the dragon-slaying sword, countless blades of energy shooting out. The golden dragon roared, swung its tail, and sent a wave of air lifting the 2 attackers. David, one man and one dragon, was now fighting more than a dozen powerful opponents simultaneously. Chapter 22-25. Thunder Strikes. Tong Yukai became anxious as he watched David fight a dozen people alone without showing any signs of weakness. With a loud shout, the void vibrated. Black clouds condensed in mid-air, and continuous lightning strikes shot down from the stormy sky. These lightning bolts were dense and fierce, controlled by Tong Yukai, relentlessly bombarding David. The thunder rolled like a harbinger of an impending storm. David sneered. Even a true thunder calamity had never scared him, let alone Tong Yotsai's controlled lightning. In David's eyes, it was mere child's play. David's body flickered with golden light. Lightning struck him one by one, but none caused him harm. Seeing this, Tong Yotsai's face turned grim. He commanded the compass, and a dazzling light shot out, forming a sharp sword aimed directly at David. David stepped onto the golden dragon, which opened its mouth to release a brilliant blast, instantly repelling the sharp sword. The golden dragon roared, emanating a terrifying aura from David's body, repelling both Ling Yun and Tong Yukai. Other warriors under the same aura began vomiting blood, many severely injured. The two Burning Heaven sect masters, realizing the danger, immediately used stealth magic and disappeared mid-air, causing David to momentarily lose track of them. David sneered. Though they could hide their bodies, they could not conceal their breath. He had already locked onto their positions. Just as the two masters prepared a sneak attack, the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand slashed behind him. A sword chi shot into the sky, slicing the two Burning Heaven sect masters in half. More than a dozen attackers had fought against David, yet casualties on their side were staggering. Damn, this kid is so powerful. Tong Yukai couldn't believe it. David was an outsider warrior, only in the martial saint realm, yet his strength was terrifying. Ling Yun's expression was gloomy. David's power surpassed all expectations. If news of this spread in the hidden world, their reputations would be ruined. Then why hasn't the great protector of the Fentian sect acted yet? Ling Yun asked angrily. This guy, doesn't he want to catch the cicada before the mantis strikes or the bird behind? Tong Yukai fumed. But when they looked at the great protector, they realized he was attacking Lu Rui. Lu Rui was no match for him. With just a few moves, she was overpowered and captured. You outsider kids are skilled. You can fight a dozen hidden world masters alone, impressive. But this little girl is in my hands now. Resist, and I'll kill her immediately, the great protector said, holding Lu Rui hostage. David frowned. Seeing Lu Rui threatened, he could not ignore it. As the great protector of the Fentian sect, you are considered a respectable figure in the hidden world. Isn't it too petty to threaten me with a woman? David said coldly. You don't need to lecture me. I only care about results, not process. Resist, and her head will explode instantly. The great protector's grip on Lu Rui tightened as he threatened David. Mr. Chen, don't worry about me. Kill them, Lu Rui shouted. She understood that even if David faced their combined force, he would likely prevail. The great protector was trying to leverage her to threaten him. Chapter 22-26. Shut up. The great protector slapped Lu Rui, and she spat blood, her face pale. Stop, David frowned, eyes filled with killing intent. Boy, obey. This girl can live, otherwise, she dies, the great protector continued, trying to intimidate David. Although Tong Yukai and Ling Yun were also formidable, there was no better way to control David at this moment. Fine, I'll comply, but you must let her go. David said. The golden dragon beneath him vanished, and he landed gracefully on the ground. The moment David touched the ground, Tong Yukai disappeared in an instant and struck David with a fierce palm. The blow hit David's back with a loud impact, sending him flying and spitting blood. David glared at Tong Yukai, but Tong Yukai sneered, David, get up and fight. If you dare, Lu Rui dies immediately. David did not move, knowing that any action could result in Lu Rui's death. Seeing David hesitate, Tong Yukai laughed and kicked him again. Bang! The kick caused David's internal organs to jolt, and blood continued to pour from his mouth. He was seriously injured. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, Lu Rui cried, blaming herself for David's injuries. Mr. Chen, leave me alone. Leave me alone, she pleaded, but David ignored her. Her life had been saved by him before, and he could not watch her die. Tong Yukai, seeing David's restraint, grew bold and continued to strike him, venting his fury. After exhausting himself, Tong Yukai stopped. David was badly injured, struggling to remain standing. Fine, it's time to get the psychic fruits. This guy won't last long, the Great Protector said, throwing Lu Rui aside and nodding to Tong Yukai. Now that David was gravely wounded, any martial artist could easily kill him. The Great Protector no longer worried. Once we finish dividing the psychic fruits, it'll be too late to kill this kid, Tong Yukai said confidently. Unbeknownst to them, the Great Protector had intended all along to capture David's body and absorb his strength, which would drastically increase his own power. He did not reveal this to avoid suspicion from Tong Yukai and Lin Yun. Mr. Chen, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been captured, none of this would have happened, Lu Rui cried, tending to David and wiping the blood from his body. David forced a weak smile. Miss Lu, don't blame yourself. I'm fine. I won't die. You two must not let them escape, Tong Yukai commanded, turning his gaze back to Lu Rui and David before heading with the Great Protector to the psychic tree, planning how to harvest the psychic fruits. Chapter 22-27. Great Protector, although this psychic tree is not tall, none of us have ever picked the psychic fruit before, and we have no experience. I don't know how to pick this psychic fruit. Ling Yun asked the Great Protector. It's also my first time seeing this thing, but we can try. Send someone up to pick one first. The Great Protector knew that such a divine tree must have restrictions, and that the psychic fruit would not be easy to pick. Touching the restriction could cost a life. Alright, let's send someone to try picking one first. Tong Yukai agreed. You, go up and pick one. The Great Protector pointed at Lao Lu. Lao Lu's face instantly turned ugly. He knew very well the psychic fruit wasn't something easy to touch. But the Great Protector had spoken, he had no choice. Biting the bullet, Lao Lu began climbing the psychic tree. A transparent air shield flickered around him, his body protection formation, so if anything happened, it would block some of the damage. Slowly and carefully, Lao Lu approached the psychic fruit. He didn't dare stretch out his hand. His fingertips glowed red as rays shot around him. He was testing for restrictions. After some probing, he found no formations on the tree. Lao Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Then he slowly reached out to grab the psychic fruit. Under the tree, Tong Yukai, Ling Yun, and the Great Protector all stared nervously. If Lao Lu succeeded, they would rush up to take the fruit immediately. But the moment Lao Lu's hand touched the psychic fruit, the fruit released a sweet fragrance. And the entire psychic tree suddenly shook violently. Lao Lu almost fell. He hugged the tree trunk tightly, his face turning pale. What the hell is going on? Tong Yukai backed away in fear, staring at the violently shaking psychic tree. Even their fierce battle earlier hadn't shaken the tree, not even a leaf. But now, just one touch and the entire tree was shaking. Something was wrong. Lao Lu, take the fruit off. No matter what happens. The Great Protector roared. Whatever was happening, he wanted that fruit before anything else. Lao Lu trembled, but under orders, he reached out again. This time even slower. Just as his fingertips brushed the fruit again, a violent gust of wind erupted. Before Lao Lu could even react, he felt a monstrous suction force yank him forward. In an instant, he was swallowed whole. Tong Yukai and Ling Yun's faces changed drastically. They turned around instinctively to run. A huge green dragon had appeared above the tree canopy, maw wide open. It had swallowed Lao Lu in one bite. Without even a sound. Then a thunderous dragon roar tore through the air. A hurricane blast flattened the ground around them. What is that thing? The Great Protector was stunned. He had never seen a dragon before. Tong Yukai and Ling Yun had seen it once. This was the creature that broke open the underground entrance earlier. They had searched for it but never found it. So it had been hiding atop the psychic tree all along. This must be the divine beast guarding the psychic tree. If we want the psychic fruit, we have to kill the dragon. Lengyun said, voice trembling. Chapter 22-28. But looking at the terrifying aura of the dragon, none of them dared claim they could win. Without killing the dragon, they couldn't get the psychic fruit. The dragon's strength. I'm afraid none of us can kill it. The Great Protector frowned. Then what the hell do we do? Just give up. Tong Yukai was unwilling. The fruit was right in front of him, yet untouchable. There is one way. We need someone to draw the dragon's hatred and lure it away. Then we rush in and pick the psychic fruit. The Great Protector said. This could work, but who will lure the dragon away? Lengyun asked. The person drawing the dragon's hatred would surely die. Who would volunteer for that? The three looked at each other. None of them would do it. And their subordinates were far too weak. They would be swallowed before even getting the dragon's attention. Tong Yukai suddenly turned toward David and Lu Rui. His eyes gleamed. Yes, let those two attract the dragon. We'll pick the fruit while the dragon chases them. He wanted David dead anyway. Sending him to lure the dragon guaranteed death. Good idea. They're doomed anyway, let them be used. Lengyun agreed. The Great Protector hesitated. He still wanted David's body and strength. But the psychic fruit was more precious. He eventually nodded. David, we'll give you a chance to live. You two will now lure the dragon away. As long as you lead the dragon off, the two of you can leave. We'll spare your lives. Tong Yukai said arrogantly. Tong Yukai, do you think we're idiots? If we lure the dragon, we'll be eaten. That's a guaranteed death. Lu Rui shouted. That depends. If you two cooperate, you might live. If you refuse, we'll kill you right now. Lengyun threatened. Forget it. We won't help you even if we die. Lu Rui spat back. Fine. Since you want to die that badly, I'll send you on your way. Tong Yukai exploded with killing intent and moved to attack. Wait. David said. Tong Yukai halted. So, you've thought it through? This is your last chance. Fine. I'll lure the dragon away. David said. Tong Yotsai's face lit up with satisfaction. That's better. Opportunities are earned. Mr. Chen. Lu Rui stared at David, confused and worried. Why help these bastards? They were going to die anyway. David waved a hand. Even if I die, I refuse to die in their hands. Hearing this, Lu Rui fell silent. Good backbone. Now go lure the dragon. And don't play tricks. If you try to run, you won't escape. Tong Yukai warned. David ignored him. Holding the dragon-slaying sword, he walked slowly toward the psychic tree. Lu Rui followed closely. Even though she was ready to die. Seeing the massive dragon on the canopy still made her tremble. Don't be afraid. We won't die. David turned to her, smiled faintly, and reassured her. Chapter 22-29. Lu Rui nodded. She didn't know since when she had started to unconditionally believe David's words. Tong Yukai and the others watched from a distance. They didn't dare to approach, and the giant dragon was only hovering above the psychic tree, unwilling to leave or attack others on its own. When David approached with Lu Rui, the giant dragon began to roar loudly, as if warning the two not to come closer. Lu Rui followed closely behind David and walked under the psychic tree. Go! David pulled Lu Rui up, and the two of them jumped. When the giant dragon saw this, it opened its bloody mouth, and a burst of dragon breath shot toward David and Lu Rui. The terrifying power caused the surrounding void to tremble. Even hundreds of meters away, one could still feel its immense force. As the blast came fiercely toward them, David gritted his teeth, golden light flickering across his body. He knew this was his only chance. But just as the dragon's breath reached him, David's chest suddenly flashed with light. The dragon crystal within his body released a surge of draconic power. The power of the dragon's breath was instantly neutralized, and David and Lu Rui successfully reached the psychic tree, now facing the dragon directly. "Miss Lu, don't move. I'll deal with the dragon." After speaking, David jumped up straight toward the giant dragon. But David didn't attack it. Instead, he leapt onto the top of the dragon's head, grabbed both of its horns, and stood there firmly. And the once ferocious dragon suddenly became incredibly docile, letting out a low roar as though trying to please David. This sudden sight left Lu Rui utterly stunned. Even Tong Yukai and the others were shocked, staring at David atop the dragon's head with disbelief. A faint sneer appeared on David's face. He called to Lu Rui, "Miss Lu, go pick the psychic fruit. I'll hold these guys back." As he spoke, David's hands released waves of light that instantly traveled through the dragon's horns and into its body. Then, with a thunderous roar, the dragon lunged downward from the psychic tree. Lu Rui didn't dare to waste a second. She immediately began picking the psychic fruits. Seeing Lu Rui picking them, Tong Yukai, Ling Yun, and the Great Protector were all enraged. "Stop! Those belong to us." The three of them roared furiously and rushed toward Lu Rui. But David rode the giant dragon downward, releasing a powerful burst of dragon breath that sent all of them flying. The three watched Lu Rui collecting the psychic fruits, their eyes bloodshot with fury, almost spitting blood in anger. But with David controlling the dragon and blocking their path, they couldn't get close at all. And this dragon wasn't created by David. Its true strength was extremely powerful. What do we do? What do we do? Are we just going to watch David take all the psychic fruit? Tong Yukai shouted anxiously, but none of them dared step forward. Lu Rui was about to finish picking all the fruits, and no one could break through David's defense. The Great Protector stared at David with cold, gloomy eyes. Black mist began to rise around his body. "I have a way to kill that dragon and take back the psychic fruit," the Great Protector said slowly. "What way?" Ling Yun and Tong Yukai asked in unison. "You'll know in a moment." After speaking, the Great Protector turned and looked at the disciples of the Burning Heaven sect. His voice turned icy cold. "Now is the time for you to dedicate your lives to the Burning Heaven sect. Your souls will be immortal." As soon as he finished, he began chanting a spell. Black tentacles shot out of the ground, entangling the sect disciples. Chapter 22:30. And the disciples of the Burning Heaven sect were not afraid, in fact, they looked excited. The black tentacles pierced into their bodies, draining the energy from them continuously. The Great Protector's aura began to skyrocket rapidly, and the black mist around him grew thicker and more sinister. Before long, the sect disciples were sucked dry into mummified corpses. But even in death, their faces held excitement, as though dying was something joyous. Tong Yukai and Ling Yun were stunned. They knew that evil cultivators could absorb others' strength to increase their own. But seeing it with their own eyes was still horrifying. "Great Protector, you're absorbing their strength to deal with David?" Ling Yun asked, recognizing the plan. "Yes. Unless you have a better method?" The Great Protector replied. Ling Yun fell silent. There really was no better way. Tong Yukai frowned and said, "You can absorb others and grow stronger, but that also means you could easily kill us. What if you take the psychic fruit for yourself?" Tong Yukai had a valid concern. Once the Great Protector powered up, he could slaughter them all with ease. "Young Master Tong, do you have any other choice but to trust me right now? And for a few psychic fruits, would I really offend the two major sects?" "I'm not a fool," the Great Protector said calmly. Tong Yukai hesitated, but Ling Yun added, "Tong Yukai, we should take the risk. If David gets stronger after eating the psychic fruit, none of us will survive." Tong Yukai finally nodded. "Fine. Let's do it." Hearing this, the disciples of the Tianlai sect were terrified. They fell to their knees one after another. "Second young master, you can't do this. We are loyal to you. Don't abandon us." The disciples of the Feishing sect also knelt and tried to plead with Ling Yun, but before they could finish speaking, tentacles shot out and wrapped around them tightly. The warriors around them tried to flee in panic, but none managed to escape the grasp of the black tentacles. They were all bound and drained. As the Great Protector absorbed more and more energy, his aura grew rapidly. Seeing this, David frowned, then drove the dragon downward at full speed. He couldn't allow the Great Protector to become even stronger. Otherwise, defeating him, and protecting the psychic fruits, would be nearly impossible. Since David was still seriously injured, he was relying mainly on the dragon's strength. If the dragon couldn't overpower the Great Protector, everything would be lost. With a thunderous roar, the dragon charged toward the Great Protector under David's control. The Great Protector snorted coldly, leapt into the air, and threw a punch at the dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, colliding with the Great Protector's fist. Boom! The explosion shook the entire area. The dragon's breath was blown apart instantly, and the shockwave slammed heavily into the dragon's head. The dragon roared in pain, and David nearly fell off its head. The Great Protector staggered and fell back to the ground. Chapter 22:31. Yes, after absorbing the strength of these people, I will definitely be able to kill this giant dragon. Ha ha ha, the Great Protector said confidently as he punched out. Tong Yukai and Ling Yun were also shocked. They hadn't expected this sorcery to be so powerful. No wonder so many people couldn't resist the temptation of sorcery and eventually embarked on the path of evil cultivation. As the black mist continued to spread around the Great Protector, the remaining warriors were all wailing as the power in their bodies was rapidly sucked away, turning them into mummified corpses. Seeing their own subordinates become mummified corpses, even though Tong Yukai and Ling Yun had already agreed, they still felt distressed. These were the elites of their respective sects, and now they were all dead. If they returned without the psychic fruit after losing so many people, Tong Yukai knew he would definitely die miserably. He had to obtain the psychic fruit. As the last warrior's power was completely drained, the Great Protector reached the realm of the 8th rank martial god. This realm was no longer something the dragon or David could handle. Every realm increase represented a geometric rise in strength. David felt the explosive aura of the Great Protector at the 8th rank, and his expression darkened. With his current serious injuries, even with the help of the giant dragon, resisting this Great Protector would be extremely difficult. Miss Lu, you have to speed up. David knew he couldn't hold on for long, so he urged Lu Rui to finish picking the psychic fruits quickly. Still dreaming of taking away the psychic fruit? Then go die. The Great Protector snorted coldly and suddenly leaped into the air. David, riding the dragon, braced himself. Feeling the overwhelming aura, he could only grit his teeth. With the Great Protector's roar, the black mist around his body suddenly ignited. At this moment, he looked like a man engulfed in flames. Flaming palm. The Great Protector unleashed a palm strike, and a massive flaming palm print instantly appeared in the air, blazing with intense fire. The terrifying pressure, accompanied by raging flames, shot directly at David and the giant dragon. David felt the crushing power, but he had no way to retreat. He had to protect Lu Rui and give her time to finish picking the psychic fruit. He mobilized the last of his dragon power and charged forward with the giant dragon. The dragon sensed the danger and roared uneasily. But under David's command, it could only charge upward. The dragon continuously spewed dragon breath, and David poured all his dragon power through the dragon's horns into its body. The dragon crystal inside David began to dim, but even so, the dragon breath had no real effect on the massive flaming palm. It could only slow its descent slightly. Seeing the flaming palm about to crush them, David was forced to leap away, jumping onto the psychic tree. He no longer had the strength to control the dragon. The dragon, no longer under David's control, let out a roar and slammed its body into the flaming palm. The flames erupted instantly. The dragon screamed in agony as the flames engulfed it, followed by a violent explosion. The dragon's body exploded, sending waves of energy in all directions. A dragon crystal floated out of the flame, shining brightly. Tong Yukai and Ling Yun were shocked when they saw this scene. They hadn't expected the Great Protector to kill the dragon with a single strike. The Great Protector now emanated a terrifying aura, his body suspended in the air and surrounded by raging flames. Seeing the dragon crystal, the great protector shot rapidly toward it. But David stretched out his hand, and the dragon crystal, drawn by a powerful force, flew instantly toward him. Chapter 22:32. David suddenly opened his mouth, and the dragon crystal entered his body, merging with the one already inside him. The originally dim dragon crystal inside David instantly lit up with renewed brilliance. "Boy! Today I'm going to dig out your heart and lungs to see how many treasures you're hiding in that damn body of yours." The great protector roared furiously upon seeing David swallow the dragon crystal. David ignored him and asked Lu Rui, "How's the psychic fruit?" "The last one left." Lu Rui answered loudly. "Humph. Even if you pick them all, they still end up in my hands." The great protector snorted and lunged toward David. Although the dragon crystal restored some spiritual power, David still couldn't match the great protector. But if he retreated, Lu Rui would be exposed, and the psychic fruits would fall into the great protector's hands. The great protector glared coldly, and suddenly an enormous arm tore through space, reaching straight toward David. He clearly didn't want David dead yet, he wanted to capture him alive. David roared defiantly. Even though he felt the terrifying pressure, his eyes turned blood red as he punched the massive arm. His punch struck hard, but the arm remained completely unharmed. Instead, he himself was overwhelmed by the terrifying aura and could barely lift his own arm. The arm was already right in front of David, he was about to be seized. "Done!" Lu Rui shouted just then. She had finished picking all the psychic fruits. At that moment, the psychic tree began to shake violently, and a powerful force instantly shattered the arm that stretched out of the void. The branches of the psychic tree suddenly twisted and wrapped around, forming a huge sphere that enveloped both David and Lu Rui. From the outside, all one could see was a giant green dome of intertwined leaves atop the psychic tree's huge trunk. The great protector, Tong Yukai, and Leng Yun were stunned. They couldn't understand why the psychic tree suddenly did this. Could it be that after all the psychic fruits are picked, the tree enters a defensive state like this? Leng Yun frowned. "Humph, just a bunch of leaves, one punch will smash it." Tong Yukai snorted coldly and leaped up. A terrifying force burst from his fist as he punched the ball. Boom! There was a violent explosion. Tong Yukai was sent flying instantly, but the leaf-wrapped sphere didn't move at all. He stared in disbelief, his face burning with embarrassment. "I'll do it." The great protector stepped forward. He slapped out a huge black palm and pressed it toward the sphere. Boom! The moment it touched the sphere, the black palm collapsed immediately. The three men stood frozen in shock. Inside the sphere, David and Lu Rui heard the explosions. From the unmoving strength of the barrier, David knew the three outside were trying to break in. But the sphere showed no damage at all, it was incredibly solid. "We don't need to worry about them. Let's recover our strength first. I'll store 2 of these psychic fruits. Eat the rest, we must break through quickly, or we'll be trapped here forever." After speaking, David put 2 psychic fruits into his storage ring. Chapter 22:33. Lu Rui was stunned and looked at David in disbelief. "Mr. Chen, this psychic fruit is priceless. You're letting me eat it?" Lu Rui couldn't believe that David would even give her the psychic fruit, more than one, at that. "Of course. We can only leave here if we improve our strength as soon as possible. 14 psychic fruits, 7 for each of us. I hope these 7 psychic fruits will allow us both to break through." David spoke and separated the psychic fruits. Looking at the psychic fruits in front of her, Lu Rui felt like she was dreaming. She knew she hadn't done anything significant along the way, while David had been seriously injured protecting her. Yet now he was giving her so many psychic fruits. "Mr. Chen, my aptitude is mediocre. With so many psychic fruits, I probably won't be able to absorb them. You should eat more." As she spoke, Lu Rui handed 3 back to David, giving him 10 in total while she kept only 4. This time, David did not refuse. Instead, he urged her, "I don't know how long this psychic tree can last. Let's hurry up and cultivate." After speaking, he immediately threw a psychic fruit into his mouth and swallowed it. In an instant, David felt the psychic fruit turn into a mighty force that began to surge through his body. David felt the pores of his body open instantly as the energy continued tempering his flesh. He activated the concentration technique and began guiding and refining this power. David closed his eyes and focused, refining the power of the psychic fruit with maximum speed. As the energy was refined, his wounds healed rapidly, visible to the naked eye, and the spiritual aura in his body continued rising. Whenever one psychic fruit was refined, David swallowed another immediately. By the time David had refined 5 psychic fruits, Lu Rui still hadn't finished refining the power of her single psychic fruit. Seeing David's speed, Lu Rui couldn't help being shocked. Moreover, David's aura had clearly begun to change. With 5 psychic fruits refined, his strength broke through into the 9th-rank martial saint. David felt his body lighten, and spiritual power filled his meridians. 9th-rank martial saint, the next step is to attack the realm of the martial god. David looked at the psychic fruits before him and took a deep breath. Once he broke through to martial god, he wouldn't have to fear those people outside. Thinking of this, David swallowed another psychic fruit without hesitation. This time, his refining speed grew even faster. In just over an hour, David had refined another 5 psychic fruits. Meanwhile, outside, Tong Yu Kai and the others had tried every method they could think of, yet still failed to open the sphere wrapped around the psychic tree. Phew! David exhaled heavily. 10 psychic fruits had only pushed his strength to the peak of the 9th-rank martial saint. He was just one step away from the martial god realm. Sigh, this cultivation technique consumes too many resources. David sighed helplessly. If it were someone else, 5 psychic fruits would have already pushed them through to martial god. But David had swallowed 10, yet only reached the peak of martial saint, still one step from martial god. David glanced at Lu Rui and found her aura had also grown stronger. She should have reached around the 5th-rank martial saint. But Lu Rui had consumed only 2 psychic fruits, with one still sitting in front of her. David felt the power within him multiply several times over. He believed he could now deal with Tong Yu Kai and the others. Even if he couldn't defeat them, escaping should be easy. David tried to break open the spherical barrier surrounding them, but no matter what method he used, it didn't budge at all. Chapter 22:34. This made David panic a little. He hadn't expected the sphere formed by the branches and leaves of the psychic tree to be so strong. If it couldn't be opened, wouldn't they be trapped here? At that moment, Lu Rui opened her eyes. The aura on her body had become unstable and violent, and her face flushed red. Seeing this, David frowned slightly and immediately sent a stream of spiritual energy into her body, suppressing the violent aura. This psychic fruit is too strong. I only ate 2, and I almost couldn't control the power in my body. If I had eaten a few more, I would have definitely exploded and died. Lu Rui let out a breath of relief, but when she saw that David had eaten all 10 psychic fruits, she was stunned. Mr. Chen, how can you eat so many and still be completely fine? Lu Rui looked at David with envy. 10 psychic fruits. Mr. Chen's cultivation should have stepped into martial god by now, right? David shook his head. Just the peak of martial saint. Only one step away from martial god. 10 psychic fruits and you only rose this much? That's such a waste. Seeing that David's cultivation after 10 psychic fruits was only slightly stronger than her own cultivation from 2 psychic fruits, Lu Rui couldn't help feeling regretful. But David said nothing. His cultivation always required several times the resources of others. Mr. Chen, since you're already at the peak of martial saint, and there's still one psychic fruit here, if you eat it, will you be able to break through to martial god? Lu Rui handed him the last psychic fruit. David wasn't sure if one fruit could push him through, but since there was one left, he had to try. He swallowed the psychic fruit immediately. A vast, galloping force surged through David's body, and he began refining it. As he refined the energy, Lu Rui's eyes widened. She felt David's aura rising to a terrifying level. The spiritual power in David's body roared violently, slamming against the threshold of martial God again and again. Rumbling. Suddenly, thunder rumbled as a massive black cloud formed above the psychic tree. Seeing this sudden change, Tong Yukai and Ling Yun looked up. Could that brat be breaking through to martial God? This must be the thunder tribulation. Ling Yun frowned at the dark clouds overhead. It must be that kid secretly eating the psychic fruits. Otherwise, how the hell could he break through so fast? Thinking about David consuming the psychic fruits made Tong Yukai burn with anger. Only the Great Protector watched the clouds with a grim expression. How is that brat breaking through to martial God? Why is the thunder tribulation so damn powerful? As the Great Protector gazed into the black clouds, he sensed immediately that something was off about this thunder tribulation. Before he could finish speaking, a bolt of lightning shot down and struck the sphere. Rumble. The thunder tribulation struck the sphere with full force, yet the sphere didn't even tremble. Inside, David had already entered a trance, completely relaxed as he welcomed the moment of breakthrough. Boom, boom. Another thunderbolt. The thunder tribulation unleashed terrifying power. Even though Tong Yukai and the others were prepared, they were still blown backward by the shockwave. This thunder tribulation is fucking insane. Tong Yukai climbed back to his feet in shock. It's really insane. Without this sphere protecting him, that kind of thunder tribulation would have blasted David into ashes. How could he possibly break through? Ling Yun was equally stunned. What kind of thunder tribulation could withstand such force? Chapter 22:35. Before the few people could recover from the shock, another thunder tribulation crashed down. Boom. Boom. Is this still the first thunder calamity? Is there no end to this shit? The thunder tribulation continued to bombard, and everyone was dumbfounded. You must know that all of them had experienced breaking through to martial God and enduring thunder tribulation, but none of them had ever faced such a terrifying thunder calamity. Even the thunder tribulation for breaking through Emperor Wu wasn't this fucking ridiculous. The seventh strike. Ling Yun said slowly, his tone full of disbelief and shock. Caw. Just as the seventh thunder tribulation fell, the sphere finally made a crisp cracking sound. Immediately after, the sphere began to split apart and spread open like petals. David and Lu Rui's figures were exposed. Although the sphere had opened, David still kept his eyes closed, unmoving. And the black clouds in the air remained thick and heavy, showing no sign of dispersing. Could it be that there's more thunder tribulation behind this? I want to see how that brat can possibly withstand it. Tong Yukai said when he saw the black clouds lingering. Rumble. A purple lightning bolt flashed through the dense black clouds and, with a thunderous roar, slashed directly toward David. This time, the power of the thunder tribulation was even stronger, like 10,000 horses running wild. The pressure was so overwhelming that Lu Rui, standing beside David, couldn't withstand it and fell straight down from the psychic tree. The power of the thunder tribulation struck David directly. Blue smoke rose from his body, and the thick smoke covered him completely. From a distance, Tong Yukai and the others could even smell the scent of burnt flesh. This kind of monstrous thunder calamity, no one can endure it. I'm telling you, there's no way that brat David survived. He's probably not just gone, he's turned into fucking charcoal. Tong Yukai sneered. After smelling the burnt scent, the Great Protector looked regretful. What a waste of a good body, what a pity. This David is really unlucky. He must have swallowed the psychic fruit, causing the thunder tribulation to become this insane. It seems psychic fruit is a good thing, but it definitely has its drawbacks. Ling Yun guessed that David's breakthrough was due to swallowing psychic fruit, triggering such a monstrous thunder calamity. But just when everyone thought David was dead, the smoke dispersed, and David was still sitting there. Not dead, not burnt, and not turned into charcoal at all. Only the clothes on his body were blasted apart by the thunder, making him look like a beggar. David's body slowly began to float, and his skin gradually turned transparent. The blood flowing inside him could be clearly seen. This. Tong Yukai and the others looked up, dumbfounded, mouths agape, completely stunned. Rumble. Another lightning bolt came down, this time golden. As the golden lightning descended, the black clouds finally dispersed. The lightning struck David, instantly turning his transparent body into a golden one. At this moment, David hovered in midair, his entire body radiating golden light. His terrifying aura continued to rise and soon reached its peak. Oh. The void trembled violently, and then David's aura surged explosively. The terrifying aura swept outward, and Tong Yu Kai and the others trembled in fear. Their hearts quivered, and they even felt the urge to kneel. As the aura slowly dissipated, David opened his eyes. At this moment, a majestic aura surrounded him. Floating in the air, wherever his gaze swept, he looked like a god overlooking all living beings. Breaking through to martial god, just like that, this guy is freakishly abnormal. The Great Protector's expression became solemn as he adjusted his breath to its peak state. Chapter 2236. He only attracted such a massive thunder calamity because of the psychic fruit. And that psychic fruit originally belonged to us. Tong Yu Kai said coldly, gritting his teeth as he glared at David. Ling Yun's expression was also ugly. If he were the one who swallowed the psychic fruit, perhaps his breakthrough would have been just as earth-shattering. David slowly descended, while Lu Rui hurriedly removed clothes from the others and brought them over to cover him. She couldn't let David stand there naked. And as a girl, seeing David like this naturally made her blush with embarrassment. Mr. Chen, clothes. Lu Rui blushed while handing them to David. Only now did David notice that his clothes had been torn to pieces, with even the important parts nearly exposed. He quickly put on the clothes, then looked coldly at Tong Yu Kai and the other two. This psychic fruit tastes really good. It's just a pity you'll never get to taste it. David, what the hell are you being smug about? Even after eating the psychic fruit, you've only just broken through to martial god. And you couldn't have eaten all the dozen-plus psychic fruits. You must still have one hidden in your body. Tong Yu Kai shouted angrily. Brat, hand over the remaining psychic fruit. I can give you a painless death. Don't think that just because you've broken through to martial god you can run away from here. Although the Great Protector was shocked by the scale of David's breakthrough, he knew that David was only a first-rank martial god. Compared to his own 8th-rank martial god realm, David was still worlds apart. Even if I did have one left, I wouldn't give it to you. But unfortunately for you, there's none left. I ate everything. And to be honest, I'm still not full. David said while rubbing his stomach. Damn it. Tong Yotsai's teeth nearly broke from clenching. Psychic fruit was priceless. One could allow someone to cultivate for a year or more. Yet David treated it like a snack, and even said he wasn't full. Tong Yu Kai, he's taunting you on purpose. Stop talking to him. Kill him and take the psychic fruit. Ling Yun shouted. Tong Yu Kai nodded. The three of them stared intensely at David, ready to strike at any moment. Lu Rui also raised her aura, staying on guard. Soon, a faint green gas seeped out from Tong Yotsai's body. That was the result of his genetic modification. Today, I will kill you. After speaking, Tong Yu Kai charged straight at David. But before David could act, Lu Rui rushed in front. Tong Yu Kai. Your opponent is me. After swallowing psychic fruit, Lu Rui's strength had increased greatly, so she wasn't afraid to confront him. It's just you two now. Come at me together, I'll send the both of you to hell. David said coldly as he faced the Great Protector and Ling Yun. Boy, I admire your talent for fighting above your level. But you're only a newly advanced martial god. Do you really think you can fight an 8th-rank martial god like me? Aren't you overestimating yourself? The Great Protector sneered. I'd say it's you who's overestimating yourself. You climbed to the 8th-rank martial god realm by draining the strength of others. Power obtained through sorcery will never compare to strength gained through real cultivation. Even if you've reached 8th rank, it's useless, you can't wield the true power of that realm. Isn't that right? David smiled. The Great Protector's expression darkened. He knew David was right, absorbed strength could never compare to true cultivation. He also didn't know how David figured out the flaws of his sorcery. Humph. Even if I can't use the full power of an 8th rank martial god, it's still more than enough to kill you. As soon as he finished. Chapter 22:37. David was also bursting with aura at this moment, golden light shining, and a golden dragon flashing behind him. The power of the Shenlong was pushed to the extreme, and then a holy light fist was thrown out. There were no tricks or moves, just pure power. The Great Protector and David used the most primitive force to collide and compete. The void trembled, and energy shot out in all directions. Two figures, one black and one gold, were constantly colliding in the air, the roaring sound endless. Lingyun felt the manic power surrounding them and retreated again and again. David had just been promoted to martial god, and the surging force in his body had nowhere to vent. At this moment, he was using the Great Protector as a sparring partner. Boom! Another violent collision, both sides unleashed their full strength without reservation. This impact caused rocks to collapse and the ground to burst. Even the psychic tree, which had been motionless, began to shake violently. David separated from the Great Protector's figure, and the two were considered evenly matched. Lingyun, who was watching, was extremely shocked at that moment. He knew David had just become a martial god, yet he fought an 8th rank martial god to a draw. It was simply unbelievable. If he were the one fighting David, he probably wouldn't survive even a single punch. Seeing David's rapidly growing strength, Lingyun felt both fear and panic. If they failed to kill David here, they might face brutal retaliation once they left. Great Protector, your 8th rank martial god realm is evenly matched with David. It seems the sorcery gained strength really is unreliable. Lingyun said deliberately. He said this to provoke the Great Protector, wanting him to fight David to the death. Humph, you don't know shit. The Great Protector snorted coldly, then looked at David and said, "Boy, you're a new martial god. It's impressive you have this level of power, but what's the use of it? During that last clash, I planted a demon seed in your body. You're about to experience a taste of hell." The Great Protector laughed, eyes full of mockery. He gently raised his palm, and the ground around David began to tremble as black tentacles emerged from below. David recognized them. They were the same tentacles the Great Protector used to absorb warriors' strength. All of the tentacles rushed toward David. Inside David's body, something seemed to wriggle, and a strange force surged outward, attracting the tentacles, making them swarm around him. David tried to dodge, but his body felt locked in place and couldn't move. Countless tentacles wrapped tightly around him like blood-sucking bats, frantically draining his energy. Seeing this, Lu Rui panicked. She tried to rush in to help but was struck away by Tong Yukai. Ha ha ha. No matter how strong you are, you still end up making a wedding dress for someone else. The Great Protector laughed wildly. He could already feel David's energy flowing rapidly into him. Tong Yukai and Lingyun looked on with envy. They knew if the Great Protector absorbed David, his power would skyrocket. The Burning Heavens sect would become unrivaled in the Hidden Realm. Just a Great Protector alone would be monstrously strong. Chapter 22:38. Not to mention the sect master, these people who relied on sorcery would have their strength grow at terrifying speed. But just when the Great Protector was full of pride and feeling his power increase rapidly, his body suddenly trembled, and the smile on his face froze. The next moment, he stared at the tentacle-wrapped David in disbelief, eyes filled with horror. How is this possible? The Great Protector's body was shaking, and his energy was rapidly draining. He hurriedly tried to command the tentacles to leave David, but they no longer listened. Ah! Flames erupted from his palm as he desperately blasted the tentacles away. Boom! The flames exploded, and the tentacles burst apart like fireworks. At that moment, David's figure flashed, and he punched the Great Protector directly. The Great Protector was sent flying and crashed into the ground, buried several meters deep. David! Tong Yukai and Lingyun stared at him in shock, disbelief all over their faces. Mr. Chen! Lu Rui shouted happily when she saw David unharmed. David stood proudly, full of energy. He looked like the one who had absorbed power. The Great Protector crawled out of the pit, staring at David in horror. You can absorb power through the hand of hell?" He couldn't understand how David had mastered their Burning Heaven sect's unique technique. "What's so strange about that? There are plenty of things I know that you've never seen before. But thank you for the energy delivery. That fight earlier consumed quite a lot from me. This was perfect. I dozed off and someone handed me a pillow." David sneered. The Great Protector's face turned ugly. He had planned to absorb David's power but ended up being drained himself. If he hadn't reacted fast, he would have been sucked into a dried-up corpse. "David, don't get cocky. Even if the hand of hell can't deal with you, I still have other ways." He was so furious he almost spat blood. "And you think I don't have more ways too?" A cold light flashed in David's eyes. He raised his right hand, and the dragon-slaying sword appeared instantly. The sword aura soared into the sky. With David's breakthrough to martial god, the dragon-slaying sword's power had greatly increased. David roared as the sword light surged, sword chi streaking in all directions. Terrifying arcs of sword energy slashed toward the Great Protector, who had to retreat continuously while parrying. The endless sword chi engulfed him, burying him in smoke and dust. When the smoke cleared, the Great Protector stood trembling, covered in wounds, and his arm was barely attached by flesh. Tong Yukai and Leng Yun were horrified. They had relied completely on the Great Protector to defeat David, but now he himself was nearly maimed. Weren't they doomed? "The 8th-rank martial god is really something. You still didn't die," David said lightly, holding the dragon-slaying sword. The Great Protector stared at his mangled arm, gritting his teeth. You little newborn martial god, you dare injure me? I'll tear you into 10,000 pieces." Speaking, the Great Protector lunged forward with a heavy punch. Chapter 2239. The Great Protector roared angrily, and his body began to slowly rise into the air. A black aura surrounded him, and countless tentacles began to emerge from the ground. These tentacles started frantically attacking all living creatures on the ground. Even Tong Yukai and Leng Yun were not spared. And Lu Rui was accidentally wrapped around her body by the tentacles under her feet. "Mr. Chen!" Lu Rui was shocked and hurriedly shouted at David. When David saw this, a sword beam burst out from the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, instantly cutting off the tentacle. Tong Yukai and Leng Yun were also entangled by tentacles, completely unprepared. "Great Protector, what are you doing? Let go of us!" Tong Yukai and Leng Yun shouted. "This kid won't die, and none of us will be able to escape. Instead of being killed by this kid, you might as well contribute your own strength and help me kill him. That will at least fulfill your fucking purpose," the Great Protector said. "No, don't. No." Tong Yukai and Leng Yun struggled desperately. They never thought that they wouldn't die at David's hands, but would instead be screwed over and killed by Fin Tian. David swung his sword to protect Lu Rui, preventing her from being entangled again, and his eyes turned icy as he watched Tong Yukai and Leng Yun struggle. When the two of them chose to cooperate with Fin Tian's sect, they should have expected this final outcome. "If you treat us like this, after we go out, my Tianlei sect will definitely destroy your Burning Heaven sect. Our Feishing sect will spare no effort to avenge me and hunt down every last one of your Burning Heaven sect bastards." Tong Yukai and Leng Yun threatened the Great Protector. But the Great Protector wasn't afraid at all and sneered coldly. "You die here, who the hell will know I killed you? I can just say you were killed by this kid David." Ha ha ha. The Great Protector clearly had his own plans. Even if they got the psychic fruit, Tong Yukai and Leng Yun would never have gotten any of it in the end. "David! No! Mr. Chen, save me! As long as you save my life, I will never trouble you again. Brother Chen, for the sake of me leading you to the ruins, save me, save me!" Tong Yukai and Leng Yun desperately begged David for help. But David's face remained cold. He had no intention of saving them. Soon, Tong Yukai and Leng Yun gradually fell silent, and the aura of the Great Protector grew rapidly. The arm that had almost been severed began to quickly regenerate, and even the wounds on his body recovered rapidly. A green aura began spreading across his body. David knew this was because he absorbed Tong Yotsai's power. Tong Yukai had modified his genes to heal quickly, now the Great Protector had that same ability. "Boy, this time, I don't think you're getting out alive," the Great Protector growled. His cultivation broke through the 8th rank and soared all the way to the peak of the 9th rank. If he swallowed a few psychic fruits right now, he could probably break through to Martial Emperor. In a flash, the Great Protector rushed toward David, so fast that David couldn't even capture his figure. David only felt a heavy punch smash into his chest. His body flew out and collided with a boulder. Before David could react, the Great Protector appeared before him again and stomped down. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth trembled, and a huge deep pit appeared instantly. David's body was crushed into the deep pit. "Ha ha ha! Boy, let's see what skills you still have now," the Great Protector laughed arrogantly. "Mr. Chen." Seeing this, Lu Rui shouted anxiously. Chapter 2240. In the deep pit, blood spilled from the corner of David's mouth. Even with his newly advanced martial god strength, he still had no way to deal with someone at the peak of martial god. In terms of strength and speed, the peak of martial god was almost beyond the level of a martial god, just one step away from becoming a martial emperor. David forced himself to stand. Although he knew his current strength made it nearly impossible to defeat the peak martial god, he would never sit and wait to die. He just needed to find a way to absorb some power to break through, then he could defeat the Great Protector completely. But aside from the 2 psychic fruits in his storage ring, there was nothing else present that could quickly increase his strength. But if he ate the 2 psychic fruits, Humatzi and Long Xingshu would be completely helpless, they would be crippled and bedridden for life. David absolutely could not allow that, he wanted to save them. Another option was to absorb Lu Rui's strength and break through, but that would kill Lu Rui and turn her into a dried corpse. That was something David would never do. He would not harm his friends for his own benefit. Just when David stood helpless in the deep pit, suddenly, streams of spiritual energy surged from beneath his feet. David's face lit up with surprise. He hurriedly looked down and found a thick tree root exposed in front of him. Looking at the root and the astonishing spiritual energy, David was overjoyed. This had to be the root of the psychic tree, now revealed before him. A psychic tree of this size must contain immense spiritual energy. As long as David absorbed it, why wouldn't his strength rise? David gently placed his hand on the root of the psychic tree, and a surging force instantly rushed into his body. In an instant, this power flooded through his limbs and penetrated his meridians, rushing into his dantian. At that moment, the heart concentration technique began operating at full speed, constantly converting this power into his own. The psychic tree seemed to sense something and began shaking violently. The leaves rustled loudly, and countless leaves fell. Every falling leaf turned into a weapon, shooting violently in all directions. Lu Rui and the Great Protector retreated quickly, avoiding the range of the leaf attacks. Seeing the psychic tree shaking wildly, the Great Protector's eyes filled with confusion. He had no idea what had triggered this. Why was the psychic tree, which had never moved, suddenly trembling so violently? Just as the Great Protector grew more confused, he suddenly sensed David's rising aura from within the deep pit. What the hell is going on? The Great Protector frowned and wanted to get closer to see what was happening to David. But the leaves of the psychic tree were as sharp as steel blades. Even with his peak martial god strength, the moment he entered their range, they would slice through his flesh. Soon, the Great Protector discovered that inside the pit, golden light flashed. David's aura had risen from the peak of the first-grade martial god to the brink of breaking into second-grade martial god. What is happening? What the fuck is going on? The Great Protector was completely dumbfounded. What could make someone jump from first-grade martial god to its peak in such a short time? Before the Great Protector could understand, David's aura surged past first-grade martial god and broke through directly into the realm of second-grade martial god. And his aura wasn't stopping, it continued rising. No one knew how high David's strength would climb. Meanwhile, the psychic tree had begun to wither slowly from the top of its canopy. Chapter 2241. Looking at the psychic tree that was gradually drying up, the Great Protector seemed to understand. Damn, this kid is actually absorbing the power of the psychic tree. The Great Protector realized that David was absorbing the strength of the entire psychic tree. You must know that the power contained in the whole psychic tree is far greater than the effect of just one psychic fruit. No, I can't let this bastard break through any further. The Great Protector roared. A black mist surged around his body, wrapping him tightly before he rushed directly toward the deep pit. Along the way, leaves kept falling like blades and brushing past the Great Protector, sparking fiery sparks, but they did nothing to slow him down. At this moment, Lu Rui also seemed to understand what was happening. Ignoring the danger, she rushed forward with her sword in hand. The falling leaves sliced wounds across her body like steel knives, but Lu Rui didn't hesitate at all. She needed to buy David some time, even 1 second mattered. The long sword in Lu Rui's hand transformed into a spirit snake and shot toward the Great Protector. But the Great Protector didn't even glance at it. He waved his hand dismissively. Humph, you're overreaching. With just that casual wave, Lu Rui's body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. The difference in strength was too great. Lu Rui couldn't even stop him for a second. Reaching the edge of the pit, the Great Protector looked down and saw David sitting cross-legged, the golden light on his body flashing continuously. The Great Protector's eyes turned red as he glared at David and roared, "I'm not letting you come back from this." He raised his palm and slammed it down. A massive palm imprint filled with black mist formed instantly, covering the entire deep pit. Just as the palm was about to land on David's head, David's eyes suddenly opened. David's skin turned golden, golden scales spreading over his entire body. A long roar burst from his throat. A terrifying force erupted from David's body and shot into the sky from within the deep pit. The enormous palm print shattered instantly under the impact. David slowly rose from the pit, floating in midair. Behind him, the now withered psychic tree suddenly burst into flames. In moments, the entire psychic tree turned to ashes, an ancient divine tree reduced to nothingness. The Great Protector stared at David floating in the air, shock and disbelief filling his eyes. He never expected David to effortlessly break through his powerful palm strike. David's expression was cold and emotionless. When the Great Protector met David's gaze, his body trembled uncontrollably. A monstrous aura exploded from David's body as he roared, golden light radiating wildly. Feeling the aura, the Great Protector froze. This was the aura of a third-rank martial god. He never imagined David could rise from first-rank martial god to third rank in such a short time. Before he could regain his senses, David's aura surged again, bursting outward in all directions. The terrifying energy blew the Great Protector backward uncontrollably. Realizing the danger, the Great Protector knew he had no choice but to use his strongest technique. Burning Heaven Palm. The Great Protector shouted. A massive wave of fiery energy condensed before him, flames burning wildly. Seeing this, David snorted coldly and waved his hand. Chapter 2242. A brilliant golden light shot forward and collided violently with the Great Protector's burning heaven palm, producing an earth-shattering explosion. The force burst outward, the air trembling. The ground cracked apart continuously, stone walls collapsing as rocks flew everywhere. The ruins of the Narcissus Palace were shuddering as if about to collapse completely. David's golden strike pierced straight through the burning heaven palm and smashed into the Great Protector. The Great Protector's body flew through the air instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Before he could react, David's figure flashed forward, faster even than the Great Protector himself. This. Before the Great Protector could even speak, David's kick sent him flying again. Boom! His body slammed into the stone wall, causing it to collapse. The entire Narcissus Palace trembled violently. The Great Protector spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura rapidly weakening. David walked toward him slowly, and the Great Protector's expression turned ghastly. "David, let me go, I can give you countless resources." The Great Protector begged desperately. "Humph, you're just a fucking protector of the Burning Heavens sect. Even your leader hasn't said a word, yet you're already making empty promises." But your 9th rank martial god peak strength, that's the best resource I could ever get. David grinned. He was confident that absorbing the Great Protector's strength would definitely elevate his cultivation. Seeing David's expression, the Great Protector knew he would not be spared. Narrowing his eyes, he said coldly, "David, don't think you can kill me today. If I didn't have some means to save my life, how the hell could I dare to be the Burning Heaven sect's protector?" After finishing, he pulled out a token and crushed it instantly. As the token shattered, the space before him distorted, and his figure began to fade. Space magic? You're trying to escape. David lunged forward, palm striking toward the Great Protector. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. The Great Protector's body vanished completely, slipping away into space. David's hand grasped only empty air. Seeing him escape, David was furious. He never imagined the Great Protector would know space magic. After the escape, the entire ruins of Narcissus Palace began trembling violently as huge rocks fell from above. "Miss Lu, let's go." David quickly helped Lu Rui and returned the way they came. When they emerged from the sinkhole, they found the ground covered in the corpses of warriors. Most were outsiders from the martial arts world. But Jiang Wei and the others were nowhere to be seen. David didn't know whether they had been killed or escaped. "Mr. Chen, is there another hidden world sect inside the Kunlun Mountains?" Lu Rui asked, staring at the corpses. Tong Yotsai's people had been killed by David earlier. Now, so many outsiders were dead, it had to be the work of another hidden sect. "It should be. We have to stay alert," David warned. Not long after they left, they heard the sound of fighting in the distance. David and Lu Rui followed the sounds. There, they found 5 old men ruthlessly attacking Jiang Wei and his group. The 5 elders were like wolves among sheep, slaughtering the outsiders mercilessly. "Mr. Chen." Seeing David, Jiang Wei and Hong Qianzhou desperately shouted for help. "Who are these people?" David frowned and asked Lu Rui. These men were killing without hesitation, as if crushing ants. "They're from the Feishing sect. Those 5 are the 5 elders of the Feishing sect," Lu Rui answered. Chapter 22:43. David and Lu Rui stepped forward and protected Jiang Wei and the others behind them, while the great elder of the Flying Star sect said with a cold expression, "Who are you?" "Brother, this little girl is from the Chunying sect," another elder said. "People from the Chunying sect?" The elder frowned slightly. "Don't meddle in other people's business. Hurry up and get out. I think it's you who should get out of the way." The great elder was pissed off. "The eldest son of your Flying Star sect is dead, and yet you low-level elders dare to act all high and mighty," David said coldly. "What? You killed our eldest son?" The elders of the Flying Star sect were all shocked. David didn't say anything further, he struck instantly and killed the charging elder. These elders had acted viciously, slaughtering countless people in the martial arts world. David would never let such bastards live. When Jiang Wei and the others saw David fighting these elders alone, they were stunned and speechless. They knew that in the past, their strength wasn't much different from David's, but now David's power was already far beyond their reach. "Mr. Chen, have mercy, don't kill them." Seeing that David was determined to kill, Lu Rui quickly stepped forward to stop him before he slaughtered all 5 elders of the Flying Star sect. "Mr. Chen, if you kill all 5 elders of the Flying Star sect, they will never forgive you. There's no need to provoke them further. And besides, they'll think Leng Yun and Tong Yukai were also killed by you. That will create an endless feud between you and the Flying Star sect, which won't be good for you," Lu Rui explained to David. Then she looked at the elders and said, "Your eldest son is dead, yes, but he was killed by the people of the Burning Heaven cult. It has nothing to do with us. Humph, our young master is dead. Of course you would say whatever you want. And the Burning Heaven cult has disappeared for many years, now you want to dump the blame on them? Do you think we'll believe such bullshit?" The elders snorted coldly. "I don't care whether you believe it or not. Even if I don't kill you today, I definitely won't let you walk away so easily." After David finished speaking, golden light flashed from his palms as he walked toward the 5 elders. The golden lights shot out like sharp blades, instantly piercing through the bodies of all 5 elders. Although they did not die, each of them was gravely injured, with broken arms and shattered legs. Seeing David's overwhelming strength, the 5 badly injured elders didn't dare utter a single word. "Mr. Chen, thank you for saving our lives." Jiang Wei and the others hurriedly stepped forward to thank David. "Brother Jiang, it was nothing. But you should leave here quickly and never come again. This place isn't somewhere you can survive." David urged Jiang Wei and the others to leave quickly. After all the sects here belonged to the hidden realm, the difference in power was too great. If warriors like Jiang Wei stayed, they were only waiting to die. Jiang Wei and the others understood. Even if David hadn't warned them, they would never dare return after what they had just witnessed. After Jiang Wei and the others left, David took Lu Rui back to the Chunying sect. He had to save Humatzi and Long Xingshu as soon as possible. Back at Chunyang's sect, after David took out the psychic fruit, he fed it directly to Humatzi and Long Xingshu. After eating the psychic fruit, their bodies began flickering with light. Within moments, their bones and muscles regenerated completely. "David, what the hell did you give us to eat? This is insane. I feel like there's a force rushing in my body non-stop." Humatzi immediately jumped out of bed and asked David curiously. "Brother David, I also feel a wild, violent force rampaging inside me. My body feels like it's about to explode." Long Xingshu said, his face twisted in pain. Chapter 22:44. This is the psychic fruit. The spring water from the rebirth spring only gained its power after flowing through the roots of the psychic tree, giving it a miraculous ability to reshape the body. First, the 2 of you must refine the power in your bodies. Your realms might even improve greatly because of it. Especially you, Xingshu, your realm is low. You must refine that power quickly, or you risk exploding and dying. David warned Humatzi and Long Xingshu. Hearing David's serious tone, both Humatzi and Long Xingshu hurriedly sat down to cultivate and refine the energy within them. David stayed in the Chunying sect, waiting for them to finish refining the psychic fruit's power before returning to Kyoto. "Junior sister, did you really enter the ruins of the Narcissus Palace?" Lu Xing asked enviously, sensing the aura from Lu Rui and David. When Lu Rui left, her strength was far below Lu Xing's, but after returning from the ruins, she had surpassed him. And David's aura. Lu Xing could tell that if they fought now, he probably couldn't even withstand a single strike. Of course, and we even saw the psychic tree. Lu Rui excitedly described everything she experienced in the ruins. When Lu Xing heard that David defeated the great protector of the Burning Heaven sect, someone at the peak of 9th rank martial god, forcing him to flee, he was utterly shocked. Just by that alone, he probably wouldn't even survive the pressure of David's aura. David stayed in the Chunyang sect for 3 more days. After finishing his meeting, Yu Buchuan returned. When he saw David and Lu Rui, Yu Buchuan didn't seem surprised. "Master, we returned from the ruins of the Narcissus Palace, and..." Lu Rui began, but Yu Buchuan waved his hand. "I already know." Yu Buchuan's face looked extremely grim. "Not only were you at the ruins, but you also clashed with people from the Flying Star sect and the Tianlei sect, and killed them. Ling Yun and Tong Yukai, did you kill them too?" Lu Rui was stunned. How did he know? But David answered calmly, "We did clash, but we didn't kill Ling Yun and Tong Yukai. The great protector of the Burning Heaven sect absorbed their strength and killed them." Burning Heaven sect? Yu Buchuan frowned. "So they've resurfaced?" "Master, the Burning Heaven sect has always been hidden in the Kunlun Mountains. The medicine refining sect has been cooperating with them all this time. The resources we've been giving the medicine refining sect over the years, they've been handing some of them to the Burning Heaven sect." Lu Rui quickly explained. When Yu Buchuan heard this, his face darkened even further. For so many years, the Pure Yang sect had been played like fools. That damned medicine refining sect. No wonder Bao Yukuin never exposed their issues all these years. So he did it on purpose. Yu Buchuan gritted his teeth in anger. Master, how did you find out what happened in the ruins? Lu Rui asked. The entire Hidden Realm knows by now. The Flying Star sect and the Tianlei sect have already mobilized. They will likely be hunting Brother Chen soon. Brother Chen, you should leave the Hidden Realm as soon as possible. Yu Buchuan said to David. Sect Master Yu, if I leave, what about you? David asked. They won't act against my pure Yang sect. We are not weak enough for anyone to pinch like soft fruit. Yu Buchuan replied confidently. David nodded. He knew that with his current power, he still was not strong enough to fight two major sects simultaneously. Now that Hu Matzi and Long Xingxiu had finished refining the psychic fruit's power, it was time to leave. After saying goodbye to Yu Buchuan, David took Hu. Chapter 2245. At this time, in a hall of the Flying Star faction, the five elders were sitting on chairs with serious injuries. In front of them, an old man nearly 80 years old was filled with rage. This person was Ling Wudao, the head of the Feixing faction, and Ling Yun was his only son. Ling Wudao was old when he had his son, so he spoiled him excessively, causing Ling Yun's character to become neither male nor female. Even so, Ling Wudao never dared to harshly reprimand him. But now, his son was dead, and his heart trembled with fury. Sect Master, the young master was murdered by people from the Chunying sect, and we were also injured by them, the elder said to Ling Wudao. I know. That guy is called David, not from the pure Yang sect, but from outside the secular world. But why didn't the five of you stay by his side to protect him? Ling Wudao asked coldly. Young master wouldn't let us follow. He told us to guard outside, so, the elder said, trembling. I ordered you to protect my son. Now that he's dead, yet you all returned alive. I think you should go underground and accompany him. As soon as Ling Wudao finished speaking, before the five elders could respond, he waved his palm, and a burst of terrifying energy swept out. Without even a scream, the five elders were instantly turned into a pile of shredded flesh. Staring at the mangled remains on the ground, Ling Wudao's eyes blazed with murderous intent. David, I want you to pay with your fucking life. Tianlei faction. Tong Yotsai's mother was crying bitterly in Wang Defa's arms. Defa, our son is dead. He's dead. Why did you let him go to those damn ruins? Why didn't you stop him? She wailed hysterically while Wang Defa's expression grew darker. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and Tong Haiyang walked in. Seeing this, Wang Defa quickly released Tong Yotsai's mother. Big brother, Wang Defa called out. Tong Yotsai's mother saw her husband return. Panic flashed in her eyes before she rushed toward Tong Haiyang. Haiyang, our son was killed. You must avenge him, you must. If you don't, I won't live anymore. Don't worry. I will definitely avenge our son, Tong Haiyang said calmly, without the anger or sorrow one would expect after losing a child. Defa, I don't care what method you use. Bring that David back to me. I want him to suffer until he begs for death, Tong Haiyang said coldly. Don't worry, big brother. I will catch him myself and cut him into 1,000 pieces. Wang Defa growled through clenched teeth. Good. Tong Haiyang nodded, then pushed his wife aside. Defa, comfort your sister-in-law. I'll go check on Yugong. Tong Haiyang left, and the moment he stepped outside the door, a fierce, sinister look flashed in his eyes. Dad, was my brother really killed by that bastard David? I'm going to avenge him. Tong Yugong, just returned from Segoya, demanded angrily. Yes. Your brother is dead. I've already ordered your Uncle Wang to capture David. You stay home and train. Don't get involved. Tong Haiyang instructed. Dad, even though Yu Kai and I are only half-brothers, he was still my brother. His murder must be avenged, I'll do it myself. Tong Yugong said, full of fury, wanting nothing more than to kill David immediately. I said don't get involved, so don't. Go practice your techniques. Tong Haiyang left. He wanted to tell Tong Yugong that, in fact, he and Tong Yukai were not only half-brothers, they were actually half-sisters and half-brother. Chapter 2246 Burning Heaven Sect. Yao Qing had been secretly monitoring the meetings of the 3 sects and 6 factions throughout the entire Hidden Realm for several days. At this moment, Yao Qing was very pleased, because he knew the 3 sects and 6 factions were now in discord and might clash at any moment. Once chaos erupted, it would be the perfect opportunity for the Burning Heaven sect to reappear, and when that time came, who could stop them? They might even end up controlling the entire Hidden Realm. Just as Yao Qing was enjoying this thought, the Great Protector returned, his body severely injured. However, the aura on him had already reached the peak of the 9th rank martial god. But this level, achieved by absorbing others' strength, was extremely unstable. After being wounded, his aura was chaotic, and his realm had already begun to fall, leaving him only barely at 9th rank. Great Protector, what happened? Yao Qing frowned when he saw his condition. Sect Master, I found the ruins of the Narcissus Palace, and I also found the psychic fruit. But a kid got there first and took every single psychic fruit, the Great Protector said shamefully. What? Yao Qing was stunned. You reached the 9th rank by using evil techniques and absorbing strength. Are you telling me you still couldn't beat someone? All the senior experts of the hidden world are in meetings, who could possibly defeat you? He couldn't believe that, during such a time, someone could make the Great Protector flee. It was a kid named David, said to be a martial artist from outside the secular world. The little girl from the Pure Yang sect was with him, the Great Protector explained. David? Yao Qing thought for a moment and suddenly remembered the young man who came with Bao Yukuan to refine medicine. That kid? Impossible. His strength hadn't even reached martial god. How could he defeat you? It was because he devoured the psychic fruit. His strength skyrocketed to the 3rd rank martial god, and I'm no match for him. If I hadn't used spatial magic, I'd already be dead. The Great Protector trembled at the memory. This kid is talented not only in refining medicine, but he can actually leap several ranks to fight. Yao Qing narrowed his eyes. Fine. Go rest. I'll handle the rest. The Great Protector nodded and turned to leave, but suddenly paused and said. Sect Master. I killed the eldest son of the Feishing faction, Ling Yun, and the second son of the Tianlei faction, Tong Yukai. That was the only way to absorb enough power. When Yao Qing heard this, his head throbbed. He glared fiercely at the Great Protector. You idiot! Are you trying to get the Burning Heaven sect wiped out? If multiple factions decided to exterminate them, it would be disastrous. Sect Master, apart from David and the girl from the Pure Yang sect, no one knows it was me. On the way back, I already heard that the Feishing and Tianlei factions have sent people to hunt down David, the Great Protector said. Fine. Understood. Go rest. After the Great Protector left, Yao Qing immediately began gathering his forces. A martial artist from outside the world, yet a 3rd rank martial god, capable of defeating a 9th rank expert? Such a talent was unprecedented. Yao Qing decided to personally go and capture David, to see what made him so special. If this kid is not a mortal body, then his young flesh will replace my old one. Yao Qing looked at his aging body, and a cold sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2247. Hidden World, in a mountain range. David was walking through the jungle with Hu Matsi and Long Xingshu, while more than a dozen terrifying auras chased them from behind. David, what the hell did you do here? Why are so many people chasing and trying to kill us since we left Chunyang's sect? Tell me, did you steal other people's women and cuckold them? People just won't let it go, Hu Matsi panted as he asked. David rolled his eyes at Hu Matsi. You only have women on your mind. Do you think everyone else is like you, caring about showing mercy everywhere? I didn't provoke these guys just to save you. I followed you to the palace ruins, David said. Hu Matsi heard this and felt grateful to David. However, enemies surrounded them from all directions, making Hu Matsi uneasy. Moreover, these pursuers were all extremely powerful. If they entered the martial arts world recklessly, they could easily start a storm. In this martial arts world, when did so many hidden families appear, each filled with top-tier freaks? Humatsi complained endlessly. Long Xingshu was sweating profusely. His strength was the weakest among them, and he had never seen so many masters before. Each one was a god of war, a godlike existence in his mind. Although he had swallowed the psychic fruit and reached the martial saint realm, he still felt inferior to a martial god. Soon, David, who had been running, stopped abruptly. Frowning, he sent his consciousness ahead. Immediately afterwards, his face turned grim. We need to change course. Someone is blocking the path ahead. With that, the three took a new route and continued running. No matter which way they turned, they were always surrounded and blocked. From morning to night, they ran without escaping. Brother David, why don't you and Master Hu go first and leave me behind? Long Xingshu could run no further. He sat under a large tree to rest. He knew that being carried would slow them down, so he said this to David. What nonsense! I will not abandon you, David said seriously. Let's rest first. I'll set up a few magic circles around. If someone comes, they can hold them off for a while, David said, solemnly scanning the sky and thinking of an escape route. He hadn't expected the pursuers to move so fast or send so many people. Without Long Xingshu and Humatsi, escaping would be easy. But with them, his movement was restricted. Meanwhile, back at Xunyang's sect, Yu Buchuan was anxious. Master, the Feixing faction and Tianlei faction have sent a large number of people to hunt down Mr. Chen and the others. And there's also another group. They should be from the Burning Heavens sect. All three parties are now trying to capture Mr. Chen. It will be extremely difficult for him and the others to get out of the hidden world. Lu Rui reported. Lu Rui, Lu Xing, you two immediately go find Mr. Chen and help him escape by water. That way, they won't catch him, Yu Buchuan instructed. By water? Lu Xing's face changed. Master, if we go by water, we have to sail through the sea. Monster beasts roam there, and an ancient monster guards Jiaoyu Island. I'm afraid we won't make it through. Now, going by water is our only option. How will we know unless we try? Other directions are probably already watched to death by a few people, Yu Buchuan said, frowning. Then, what should we do if we encounter that ancient monster? I heard it even eats people, Lu Xing said nervously. That's just a rumor. Don't believe it. Hurry up. Yu Buchuan glared at Lu Xing. Lu Xing said nothing and followed Lu Rui as they set off. Chapter 2248. David and the others rested in the forest overnight. Long Xingshu's physical strength recovered significantly. At dawn, David planned to leave with Humatsi and Long Xingshu. Just as they were about to depart, the magic circle set up by Humatsi suddenly activated. Flames shot out and alarms rang. David, someone's here. Let's go. Humatsi shouted urgently. David nodded, ready to take Long Xingshu, when an angry curse rang out. Fu, who set up a formation in this steep mountain and old forest. David froze and rushed toward the formation. Humatsi and Long Xingshu hurried after him. When they arrived, they saw Lu Xing and Lu Rui struggling with Humatsi's array. Although both were strong, they lacked experience dealing with this kind of magic circle. David waved his hand, instantly dispelling the formation. Seeing David, Lu Xing and Lu Rui ran over immediately. Why are you two here? David asked in surprise. Mr. Chen, Master asked us to take you along the waterway. The hidden world is crawling with people now. Escaping by land is impossible. Lu Rui explained. By water? David was stunned. Yes. After crossing this mountain, you'll reach the sea and can escape by water, Lu Rui said. How come I never heard you mention it? David asked, puzzled. He had been in the hidden world for a long time, yet never heard of an alternative water route. Because that sea area has many monsters. Few people ever go there. "I'll explain everything once we leave," Lu Xing said. David nodded and followed Lu Xing. Being born and raised in the hidden world, Lu Xing and Lu Rui were much more familiar with the terrain. Soon, they reached the seaside. Looking at the vast sea, Lu Xing broke several trees and tossed them into the water. Several people jumped onto the trunks effortlessly. With their current abilities, they could traverse the sea without a boat. "I hope this goes smoothly," Lu Xing muttered worriedly. "Brother Lu, with your strength, you shouldn't fear a few monsters. If we encounter one, we can just kill it and collect some beast pills," David said. "The monsters aren't scary. The frightening one is the ancient monster. I hope we don't meet it, or it will be very unlucky," Lu Xing said with a sigh. "Ancient monster?" David was stunned, not understanding what Lu Xing meant. "Yes. Jiaoyu Island is in this sea area. An ancient monster lives there, raising all other monsters in the sea. No one knows how long it has existed. Anyone who passes the island never returns. They are said to be eaten by it," Lu Xing explained, fear evident. "An old man-eating monster? These are legends. How could such a creature breed monsters and truly dominate the sea?" Hu Matsi scoffed. "Believe it or not, I hope we don't encounter it," Lu Xing said, staring solemnly at the sea. He had never been there before and did not know the location of Jiaoyu Island, so he could only pray they would avoid it and escape unseen. Chapter 2249. David and the others quickly sailed across the sea. The endless waters were calm, and no small islands appeared in sight. This made Lu Xing, who had been worried all along, finally breathe a sigh of relief. But suddenly, the calm sea began to churn, and waves violently struck David and their floating trunks, forcing them to change direction. "There's no wind at all. Why are there waves like this?" Lu Rui asked, curious. David's face was solemn. "Be careful. There are monsters," he shouted. Everyone tensed at his words. Above the sea, they saw more than a dozen enormous figures churning in the water, the source of the waves. Monsters continuously leaped from the sea, crashing down and sending huge waves their way, forcing David and the others into a precarious situation. "These monsters are in the martial god realm. This is terrifying," Hu Matsi said, eyes wide in shock. He had never seen monsters this powerful, and there were only a dozen of them. Facing the pursuit of over a dozen monsters, Long Xingshu could no longer maintain control, and his body fell into the sea. Although Long Xingshu had reached the martial saint realm, the martial god level monsters above the sea were far beyond him. He could easily become their prey. Seeing Long Xingshu fall, David leapt like a rock, spreading its wings, grabbing him and lifting him from the water. "Master Hu, you go first. I'll deal with these monsters and then," David told Hu Matsi. "David, be careful. There are so many monsters, and they're all in the water," Hu Matsi warned. "Don't worry. These monsters delivered themselves to me. I just need their beast pills," David replied, diving into the sea while Hu Matsi and Lu Xing sped away. In the water, David deliberately radiated his aura, attracting the monsters toward him. Soon, a head of monsters approached, each clearly coordinating as a team, blocking all of David's escape routes. Roar! A monster the size of a killer whale opened its bloody jaws and lunged at David. Golden light erupted from David's body. The dragon crystal inside exuded draconic power, forming a protective bubble around him, allowing him to move freely in the water. David smashed the monster with a punch. The terrifying spiritual force generated massive waves, but the punch only slowed the monster, it did not kill it. David was surprised. His punch was strong enough to pulverize monsters normally. How could it not kill one? He punched again, but the same result occurred. Every strike felt like it drained him. David soon realized that the water itself reduced his strength. The sea's resistance weakened his power significantly. Unless the monster's strength was many levels below his own, killing a martial god-level monster with one punch was nearly impossible. Seeing that he couldn't kill them quickly, David dove deeper, with the monsters relentlessly pursuing him. Chapter 2250. A monster bearing its fangs caught up with David. In a flash, He pressed his fingers together, and dazzling golden light erupted from his fingertips. He pointed at the monster, and the golden beam shot out, piercing the monster's body instantly without dissipating in the water. David realized that in water, gathering spiritual power in one point allowed him to overcome the sea's resistance more effectively. With precision, David's golden energy pierced a monster, creating several blood holes. The monster wailed as its body began to sink. David rushed forward, punched another monster, then immediately took out a beast pill and stored it in his ring. This success boosted David's confidence. Watching more monsters approaching, he raised his hand and formed a streak of energy at his fingertips. Facing an oncoming monster, David waved, and multiple bursts of energy shot out. Pu-pu-pu. The monster's body was instantly pierced, and blood dyed the surrounding waters red. Roar! Seeing their companion killed, the other monsters roared and charged toward David with open, bloody mouths. David no longer felt fear. Only excitement surged within him. These monsters were rich resources for cultivation. Just as he prepared to kill more, a deep sound resonated from the water, like a drumbeat, sending ripples through the sea. The monsters that had been attacking David immediately turned and swam away, ignoring him entirely. David was surprised. Were these monsters being controlled? After taking the beast pill from the monster he had killed, David followed the retreating creatures. He didn't know how long he swam before spotting a small island. The monsters stopped at the island's edge and began circling it. David ignored them. He wanted to go ashore to see if this was the Jiaoyu island Lu Xing had mentioned, and if the legendary ancient monster lived there. Just as he was about to land, David felt his body lift and surge into the air uncontrollably. He was falling toward the island. Panic surged through him. He hadn't used any spiritual power. Someone else was controlling him. Boom! David slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. When he rose, he saw Humatsi and the others already on the island. Master Hu, why are you here? David asked, puzzled. Humatsi said nothing, only winking toward David. Following Humatsi's gaze, David saw an old man with white hair fishing atop a large rock. I wanted to fish, but I didn't expect to catch someone, the old man said slowly, turning his back. Only then did David realize he had been captured by this old man. No wonder his body had been uncontrollable. Senior, we don't know where this is. We're just passing through, no offense, David stepped forward to explain. From this old man, David could not sense the slightest fluctuation in aura. If he were ordinary, how could he have restrained them so easily in the sea?